Chapter 45. Hua Fenglu stared at the magnificent palace. Yi Futian's words went straight to his heart. Would there be a day that they would beg him to enter? Hua Fenglu stared at the magnificent palace. Yi Futian's words went straight to his heart. Would there be a day that they would beg him to enter? His handsome face lit up with a bright smile. He said in all seriousness, "I believe you." Hua Fenglu had no confidence in himself, but he had the utmost confidence in Yi Futian. "Let's go," Hua Fenglu said lowly. No one wanted to enter that palace more than he did. The two women he loved most were in there. "Master, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" asked Yi Futian. Obviously he was not really trying to run into the palace to look for his girlfriend. Hua Fenglu was handsome, talented, and known as the Qin Devil. Even if he was not welcomed into the palace, Yi Futian was definitely not welcomed either. Even though he knew that he was handsome, to walk in and say that the 16-year-old princess was his girlfriend as a glory plane cultivator would probably get his legs broken, and then he'd be thrown out of the palace. "I wanted to give you a little motivation," chuckled Hua Fenglu. The three of them returned to sit on the black-winged eagle. They were up in the air once again. Their clothes shook violently in the wind. Yi Futian looked down at the palace as the view got blurrier. This was going to be his #1 goal, whether it was for Hua Jieyu or Hua Fenglu. When the black-winged eagle touched land again, they were outside of another residence. This one was not as intimidating as the Nandu family, but it was obviously still the residence of nobility. After landing, they were able to see the entrance of the residence. Guards stood on watch outside, and above the doors was a plaque. "The Mu House." "Let's go," said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian carried him towards the entrance, but was blocked by the guards. "Is there something I can help you guys with?" asked one of the guards. "Please relay a message to your master Mu Hong. Tell him Hua Fenglu is here to see him," Hua Fenglu told the guard. The guard looked over at his colleague and nodded. One of them headed into the residence. Not long after, a young man looking to be about 17 years old arrived. He saw Hua Fenglu on Yi Futian's back and gave a look of interest. He bowed lightly and said, "Greetings, senior. I am Mu Yunqing." "I can't believe Mu Hong's child is already all grown up," smiled Hua Fenglu. "Is your father not home?" "My father is inside, preparing the house to receive your presents. If you'll please follow me," said Mu Yunqing. His arm was outstretched, inviting the trio inside. So Yi Futian carried Hua Fenglu into the home. The Mu family house was huge. Their group arrived at one of the buildings within the residence. A stern-looking middle-aged man stood there. When he saw Hua Fenglu, a look of confusion crossed his eyes. "Hua Fenglu, what has happened to you?" he asked. "My old sport Mu Hong." "It's a long story," sighed Hua Fenglu. "Come have a seat," Mu Hong said, and a servant girl walked up with tea for everyone. A young girl beside Mu Hong sized up their little group. After everyone took their seats, Mu Hong spoke again. "Hua Fenglu, you've already met Mu Yunqing. This is my daughter Mu Yunni. This is Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Yi Futian is my disciple, and it is because of him that I have come to you," Hua Fenglu said. "What do you mean?" asked Mu Hong. "You know that I have enemies in Donghai City. I don't want to drag Yi Futian into it. So, if you are willing, I was hoping he could stay here with you. You can treat him like a nephew, or even take him in as your disciple," explained Hua Fenglu. His intentions were now clear to Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu wanted to find support for Yi Futian, even if he had to beg. "My father won't take just anyone under his wing." Mu Yunni glared coldly at Yi Futian. "Yunni, watch what you say," reprimanded Mu Hong. "You don't have to worry about his talent, old sport," Hua Fenglu reassured him. "You had your powers disabled by the art saint. How powerful can your disciple be? Now that you're like this, you want to drag my father down as well?" said Mu Yunni unwelcomingly. "Be quiet," shouted Mu Hong sternly. Then to Hua Fenglu he said, "My daughter is undisciplined. Please do not mind her." Mu Hong picked up his cup and sipped on his tea. The room was quiet and he did not answer to Hua Fenglu's request. Of course Hua Fenglu knew what this meant. At that moment, Yi Futian spoke up, "Master, let's be on our way now." "Okay," nodded Hua Fenglu. "Please excuse us now, old sport," he said to Mu Hong. "Aren't you going to finish your tea first?" asked Mu Hong casually. He had no intentions of asking them to stay. Yi Futian already had Hua Fenglu on his back. Hua Fenglu smiled and shook his head. There's no need. Very well then. Mu Yunqing, Mu Yenny, go send off Uncle Hua Fenglu, said Mu Hong. The Mu siblings nodded and followed behind Yi Futian as they made their way out. After they left, Mu Hong let out a sinister look. Disciple? If he was willing. He had no lack of disciples. Hua Fenglio's powers had already been disabled. Plus, he has made enemies of the Art Saint and the Nandu family. Did he really think it would be easy to find someone to back him up? Yi Futian's trio stepped out of the residence and Mu Yunqing spoke. Take care now, senior. The trio continued on their way, but from behind they could hear Mu Yenny. Shouldn't they have known better? How shameless. They have it tough, laughed Mu Yunqing, no longer keeping up with his previous proper image. They made no attempts to hide their conversation. The words stung as they reached Yi Futian's ears. Yu Sheng had his fists clenched. Hua Fenglu felt guilty and said, I'm sorry, Yi Futian. You've suffered because of me. No, I haven't. Mu Hong is ignorant and blind. He just gave up a chance to be the master of the future emperor, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. You rascal, laughed Hua Fenglu. It looked like he was worried for no reason. With a handicapped man like me, people will only look down on you. They won't see your true potential. When you are able to control the world, they'll regret everything. Master, don't say that about yourself. Yi Futian felt terrible. He knew well and clear it was for him, and that Hua Fenglu had gone to beg Mu Hong. As the legendary Qin devil, Hua Fenglu was extremely prideful. Now that his powers had been disabled, he did not care about his enemies. If it weren't for Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu would have never returned to the city of Donghai. It's okay. I still have some friends here. Let's go find them, said Hua Fenglu. Master, I don't want you begging others for me, said Yi Futian. Coming to Donghai City was my idea. Xia Fan wanted to kill you back on Mount Tianyao. Even though this city is huge, there's no way to say that we won't run into him. I can't protect you in my disabled state. I can't just let you be on your own, explained Hua Fenglu. Don't worry, this is just the plan for now. We won't have to do this after a while. Master, don't you understand? All those years ago when your life spirit was destroyed and you were kicked out of Donghai City, none of your friends stood up for you. Now that you've returned abject, who do you think is willing to help you? Asked Yi Futian. I'll be careful and take care of myself. Don't worry about me. I didn't even die on Mount Tianyao, I won't die so easily. Hua Fenglu sighed and said, all right then. Let's go take a look around the Qin Gardens. Is that where you used to live? Yi Futian guessed. Yeah, but it's probably deserted now, nodded Hua Fenglu. They set off on the Black Wind Eagle once again. Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian stood in front of the Qin Gardens shocked. The residents in front of them looked lively. They noticed this even from up in the air. It was definitely not deserted. Yu Sheng, go find out who the new owner of the Qin Gardens is, said Hua Fenglu. Okay, answered Yu Sheng. He walked up to ask the guard but did not get a name. All the guard told him was that the new owner's surname was Tang. Let's leave, Hua Fenglu said. His expression changed. Yi Futian thought this was peculiar but turned to follow. What's so scary about my last name? A voice rang out behind them. Yi Futian stopped in his tracks and looked back. A woman had walked out from the Qin Gardens. She looked to be in her 30s. She was very beautiful. One could only imagine how much more beautiful she was in her youth. Hua Fenglu saw the woman and smiled bitterly. I didn't think you would be living in the Qin Gardens. The woman looked at Hua Fenglu and began to give off an icy aura. She looked like she was about to erupt in anger. Yi Futian shuddered. She couldn't be an enemy of Hua Fenglu, could she? Who did it? She asked in a cold demeanor. She was referring to Hua Fenglio's disability. Maybe she wasn't an enemy after all. Forget about that. How have you been? Hua Fenglu asked. How do you think I've been? She asked him in return. Yi Futian was confused. Could she be Hua Fenglio's wife? Didn't she live in the Nandu family palace though? Who's he? The woman asked, looking at Yi Futian. Senior, I'm Master's disciple, Yi Futian answered. Who caused his disability? She continued to inquire. Vice Chief Xiaofan of the East Sea Prefecture wanted to kill me. Master is like this now because he tried to protect me, said Yi Futian. That useless son of the Xia family? He dared to lay a hand on you? I'm going to kill him, said the woman. Stop acting crazy. Hua Fenglu stared at her. It's been so long. Can't you control your temper a little? If I hadn't been abandoned by a certain someone, would I have become like this? She asked. Yi Futian felt weak in the legs. So it was an old lover. You still haven't married? Hua Fenglu's tone became gentler. Do you want me to marry that badly? Tang Lan retorted. Hua Fenglu did not know what to say. Come in. This used to be your home. Now that you're back, it should be returned to its rightful owner. You can live here from now on. Tang Lan's tone also lightened. No, Hua Fenglu rejected, shaking his head. Why? Afraid I'll swallow you alive? She was furious. If you had married me all those years ago, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Don't you feel like you were dragged down by that woman? Asked Tang Lan. Yi Futian burst out in cold sweat. Let's not talk about the past. Hua Fenglu tried to brush it off. Who else lives in the Qin Gardens? I took in 2 female disciples, she answered. Young and pretty? Asked Hua Fenglu. There is one, replied Tang Lan. Why? You like them young now? Hua Fenglu was dumbstruck. Stop with the nonsense. I just don't want your disciples to follow in your footsteps. So it's best if I don't go in. Follow in my footsteps? At first she seemed confused. Then, she glanced at Yi Futian and finally understood what he meant. Yi Futian was young and handsome. In a couple of years there would be another Hua Fenglu. Even the disciple you took in resembles you. But don't worry, my disciples have higher standards than I did, said Tang Lan. Come inside. Hua Fenglu smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, with a guy like Yi Futian it wouldn't matter how high their standards were. Don't regret it, Hua Fenglu sighed. Then he turned to look at Yi Futian. Hey kid, behave yourself. Master, I'm really not the person you think I am. Yi Futian was completely speechless. Who was that defensive against their own disciple? Chapter 46. The Guqin Gardens had an elegant environment with pavilions, bamboo, and rocks. It was quiet and comfortable. The Guqin Gardens had an elegant environment with pavilions, bamboo, and rocks. It was quiet and comfortable. A group of people arrived in front of one of the pavilions. They saw a girl about 20 years old come out of the pavilion. She greeted Tang Lan. Hi, Professor Tang. Niebing, this is Mr. Hua and his disciple. Tang Lan made the introductions. This is my first disciple, Niebing. The younger ones are now cultivating in Donghai Academy. Don't worry, I won't let Yi Futian see them. Yi Futian smiled wryly. His reputation had been ruined by Hua Fenglu. Mr. Hua, Niebing greeted Hua Fenglu. The place you used to live in has been kept vacant, but it's clean so you can stay there. Tang Lan told Hua Fenglu. Thank you. Hua Fenglu nodded. If you had gratitude, you would not have left me. Tang Lan still resented him because of their past. Hua Fenglu did not refute this. He responded with nothing but silence. Miss Tang, my professor has been missing you all this time. He told me many times that he had failed someone and he played the Guqin every time this memory came back. Yi Futian spoke for Hua Fenglu. Tang Lan looked at Yi Futian with suspicion. Is that true? Of course. Yi Futian looked serious. I did not know who that person was, but today after meeting you, Miss Tang, I totally understand that feeling. Tang Lan looked into the crystal bright eyes of the boy, and she started to believe he was telling the truth. She turned toward Hua Fenglu, and he was shaking his head, sighing. It's all just in the past. Okay, you do have some last shreds of a conscience. Tang Lan finally believed him. Yu Sheng was surprised that Yi Futian was able to help Hua Fenglu gain forgiveness from his old flame. Niebing, go get my Guqin, Tang Lan told her. Niebing left and soon returned with the Guqin in her arms. Hua Fenglu was overcome with emotion. Thank you for repairing Duo for me. Duo used to be your favorite Guqin. Now it's time to return it to you. Niebing gave it to Hua Fenglu. Hua Fenglu took the Guqin and strummed the strings with his fingers. They heard a unique sound coming out of the Guqin, which brought the audience into an empty and secluded world, as if it had magical powers. Wow, an artifact! Yi Futian was awed. Objects enhanced with spells were called artifacts. Yi Futian, come here. It belongs to you now. Hua Fenglu handed the guqin over to Yi Futian. Tang Lan was confused about this. She had realized that Hua Fenglu would give this disciple everything. For the guqin devil, this guqin was almost as important as his life. Yi Futian took it carefully with both hands and replied with a smile. Professor, I will not let you down. I believe you, Hua Fenglu laughed. He knew Yi Futian was genuinely talented. He just needed time to hone his power. What's your plan now? Don't think about revenge. I always wanted to destroy his natal spirit because of what he did to you, but he was just too powerful, Tang Lan said. Hua Fenglu knew who she was talking about. It was his longtime nemesis, the Arch Saint. I did not come here for revenge. I brought Yi Futian here to attend Donghai Academy. However, since the spring term admission test has ended, I'm afraid that he will have to wait until next year. You've stayed in this city all these years. Do you know if there is anything I can do to get Yi Futian into that academy? Hua Fenglu asked Tang Lan. Tang Lan shook her head and answered, unless someone of high authority at the academy asked for him personally. Hua Fenglu frowned, looking like he was thinking hard. Professor, why do I have to attend Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked. In the city of Qingzhou Academy is a sacred place, and the official students of Qingzhou Academy have a high social status in the city. Most of the important people of that city graduated from that academy. Even the lord of the city is supposed to show respect to Qingzhou Academy. Hua Fenglu answered his question. It's the same for Donghai Academy. However, Donghai Academy is even more remarkable. Donghai Academy is not the only academy in this city, but it is the oldest one, founded more than 300 years ago, when this continent was in severe conflict. The initial founding of this academy was intended to serve the major families in this city, and this purpose has not changed. So, you mean Donghai Academy is more than just a school? Yi Futian asked curiously. Correct. Donghai Academy is far more powerful and complex than you'd think. If you attend Donghai Academy, your safety will be better ensured, Hua Fenglu explained. Yi Futian nodded, realizing that Hua Fenglu had a more significant plan in mind. Otherwise, they would not have come here. I met your professor at Donghai Academy. Tang Lan sounded sad, as if some past memory had just popped into her mind. In fact, we were about your age. Hua Fenglu was smiling. What a beautiful time it was. I was willing to devote my most precious youth to you. But soon after you met her, Tang Lan kept speaking. I made a mistake. Hua Fenglu was embarrassed. You feel guilty? Tang Lan was mad, and she being sarcastic with Hua Fenglu. To be honest, I was not as beautiful as that girl, but as far as talents and power, I was considered to be the top of my class. Why did I devote myself to the wrong man? I'm tired, Yi Futian. Help me go back to my room. Hua Fenglu tried to close his eyes. Yes, Yi Futian responded. He lifted Hua Fenglu onto his back and carried him to his room. Tang Lan still looked like she was mad at what had happened in the past, but since Hua Fenglu had lost his ability to walk, she began to sympathize and warm up to him. Yi Futian carried Hua Fenglu into the room and asked, Professor, Jieyu's mother was the princess of the Nanda family, just like my Jieyu. Is she also studying at Donghai Academy now? You need to find out for yourself. Hua Fenglu smiled. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and left Hua Fenglu to rest. He went back to Tang Lan, and she said to Yi Futian, looks like you guys are getting along with each other. Professor was injured because of me, Yi Futian said. He was trying to protect me, reactivated his natal spirit, and suffered this irreversible injury as a result. Is there any possibility that he could be cured by someone in this city? That is nuts. Tang Lan was shocked by what Hua Fenglu had done for Yi Futian. To cure him, we would need a special mandate sorcerer, who is a healing sorcerer with mental power. Besides, he would have to be more powerful than your professor. It would be almost impossible to find someone like that. There is not a single person in the city of Donghai? Yi Futian's hope was rebuilt. He would do anything he could to cure Hua Fenglu. In fact, there is. Tang Lan had thought of someone. She realized Yi Futian was looking at her with expectation, so she told him, just give up. Your professor would be happy enough that you are even thinking about how to cure him. Please, Miss Tang, tell me. Yi Futian looked stubborn. He's not going to do it. Tang Lan shook her head. Yi Futian was disappointed. He understood that Tang Lan had her reasons for not telling him. Goodbye, boy. Take care of your professor and get a good rest, Tang Lan said. Thanks, Ms. Tang. Yi Futian knew that Ms. Tang had helped them a lot by letting them stay there, and he was grateful. Professor is so lucky to have you. This is life, Tang Lan sighed. Which part of Professor attracted you to him in the first place? Yi Futian asked. Boy, he was handsome. Tang Lan answered and left, leaving Yi Futian standing there surprised. Yu Shang looked him in the face, then mumbled, No wonder why so many girls like you. You do have a pretty face. Yi Futian pretended to be mad and stared at Yu Shang. However, when he turned around he couldn't stop laughing. He was so eager to cultivate at Donghai Academy. This academy was apparently the best in all of the East Sea Prefecture. In fact, countless people came to this academy every year and tried their best to be admitted. However, only those with extraordinary talents could become students. The rest just gave up their first choice and went to the academies that were not as excellent. This was why everyone in Donghai Academy could be considered geniuses. And a virtuous cycle was formed that let this academy become even more powerful over time. The powerful sorcerers such as the Guqin Devil, Art Saint, and Tang Lan had all attended Donghai Academy. For a powerful family like Nandu, Donghai Academy had become the first and only choice for their offspring. Meanwhile, at Donghai Academy, a beautiful girl was inscribing. She was about 16 years old, and she was focused entirely on her work. This concentration shed a holy glow on her body. Hua Jieyu, someone called her. Another pretty girl had entered. She was not as gorgeous as the one inscribing though. What's going on? Hua Jieyu paused her work and looked at the girl. Someone is inviting you to dinner. She smiled at Hua Jieyu. A guy? Hua Jieyu asked peacefully. No, it's a girl, and all she wants is to be overshadowed by your beauty at the dinner, the girl said jokingly. I'm sorry I can't go. Hua Jieyu picked up her pen. The girl looked awkward. Why don't you even ask who he is? I can't go, Hua Jieyu insisted. The girl almost gave up. Can't you at least try this time? I promise you this is one of the greatest boys at this academy. The girl tried for the last time. I have a boyfriend, Hua Jieyu explained. The girl was surprised and asked, You're not making this up, are you? Hua Jieyu shook her head. The girl realized she was serious. She sighed. Oh my, so many boys at this academy are going to have broken hearts. Is this boy at the academy? No, Hua Jieyu answered. Is he an amazing boy? It must be really difficult to get you to fall in love, the girl said. The image of Yi Futian came into her mind. Then she suddenly started smiling. That smile was soul-capturing. It was utterly irresistible even for the girl next to her. He's a bad boy. Hua Jieyu didn't stop smiling. That smile was so sweet. The girl could see that Hua Jieyu was definitely not lying. She looked like she was in love. Chapter 47. The moon hung high in the night sky and the sound of Guqin resonated in the Qin gardens. The music seemed to be able to bring its listeners peace. The moon hung high in the night sky and the sound of Guqin resonated in the Qin gardens. The music seemed to be able to bring its listeners peace. From the music one could feel happiness and a longing for love. In front of one of the buildings at the Qin gardens, Tang Lan laid silently in a hammock, listening to the music. It brought her back to her youth and elicited memories from the past. She could not help but smile while she reminisced. Master, a gentle voice sounded. Tang Lan opened her eyes and was met with the sight of a sweet-looking young woman underneath the moonlight. The young woman's eyes were clear and pure, but carried curiosity when she looked at Tang Lan. She had approached Tang Lan without being noticed, and what was more, she saw a smile on her master's face. Her smile was beautiful, but the young woman had never seen it before. Was it because of the music? Tang Lan, why are you back? Tang Lan asked. I wanted to come back to see you, master. Tang Wan answered softly. Master, who is playing the Guqin? It sounds like they are trying to convey a certain feeling. He is back. The person playing is his disciple, Tang Lan answered. She never expected Yi Futian to be on par with Hua Fenglu at such a young age. His music was able to pluck a person from reality, pulling them into the mood of the piece. Tang Wan was puzzled at first but then remembered the person Tang Lan kept in her heart all these years. Her eyes twinkled. The Qin devil? Yes. Since you're back anyway, you can show his disciple around Donghai Academy tomorrow. Help him get familiar with the environment. When he enters the academy next year, you'll be schoolmates. Tang Lan chuckled and continued. But that rascal is good with words. Don't be tricked by his sweet talk. Tang Wan blushed. Tang Lan said the guy playing the guqin was a sweet talker. What could he have said to Tang Lan for her to say that? Go now. Get some more rest. From now on you don't have to worry so much about me, focus on cultivation, Tang Lan said gently. Of her 2 female disciples, she favored this younger disciple more. Tang Wan was young and beautiful, sweet and enchanting. She was very much like Tang Lan when she was a young girl. Tang Lan hoped that her beloved disciple would not end up like herself. I understand, Master, Tang Wan replied. She turned and left the area but did not head back to her own living space. She followed the sound of the music and arrived at the building in which Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian were staying. In front of the building, she saw a young man quietly strumming at the chords of the guqin. He seemed to have fallen deep into the music. A smile adorned his face, which made him seem much more attractive. Tang Wan did not walk up to disturb him. Instead, she listened wordlessly from where she stood until the piece ended. The young man lifted his head and Tang Wan gave him a warm smile. That was beautiful. Thank you. My name is Yi Futian. Are you Miss Tang Lan's disciple? Asked Yi Futian with a smile. Yes. My name is Tang Wan. My master wants me to take you around Donghai Academy tomorrow. Do you want to go? Asked Tang Wan. That sounds great, he nodded. Then I'll come find you tomorrow. Tang Wan smiled and was on her merry way. Yi Futian stood up, grabbed his guqin and entered the bamboo forest behind the building. A rustling noise came from the bamboo forest. There also seemed to be a low hum. Up ahead, Yi Futian could see the stalks of bamboo shaking from a gust of strong wind. When he walked closer to the area, he could see Yu Shang seated on the ground. His body was surrounded by a dim golden light, making his already intimidating physique even scarier. At the same time, his face seemed to be slightly contorted, as if he were suffering from great pain. The low hum from before was coming from within Yu Shang. It was as if a ferocious force was attacking his body from the inside. Yi Futian sat down on the ground and placed his guqin down in front of him. He began to play again. Under the sound of music, the suffering young man seemed to have calmed down, but the scary force continued to attack. It growled and roared, almost like it was ready to devour Yu Shang. After a long while the force finally calmed down. Yu Shang opened his eyes, but the look on his face was icy cold. However, when he looked over and saw Yi Futian, his gaze started to warm up. Yu Shang, how long did your father say you had to cultivate this technique? Asked Yi Futian. Forever, answered Yu Shang. Can't you stop? Yi Futian felt terrible. It's fine, Yu Shang scratched his head and smiled. This way I can become stronger. You dummy. Rest well, said Yi Futian. He left after picking up his guqin. However, Yu Shang did not go rest. After Yi Futian left, he started to cultivate again. Yi Futian had almost been hounded to death on Mount Tianyao. Now that they were in the city of Donghai, there were even more powerful cultivators here. He had not cultivated long enough. At the plane he was in now, he was not capable of protecting Yi Futian. He had to become stronger and more powerful as quickly as possible. The next morning, Donghai City was basked in the warmth of the bright sunlight. In the Qin Gardens, Tang Lan sent people to take care of Hua Fenglu bright and early. Yi Futian felt bad for him though, because everyone Tang Lan sent was male. Hua Fenglu tried to protest in a roundabout way. He said that there were some things that females do in better detail. To this Tang Lan replied, "There's me." Hua Fenglu could only cry on the inside. He should have known better than to come back to the Qin Gardens. This was pure revenge. Yi Futian was still laughing as he stepped out of the residence. He, along with Yu Shang and Tang Wan, departed on the Black Wind Eagle. In the air, Yi Futian looked down at the large city. His feelings about the city down below were complicated. He was afraid of it, but at the same time he wanted to conquer it. Tang Wang, are there a lot of geniuses at Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked. Yeah. All the geniuses from well-known families all across the East Sea Prefecture are usually sent to Donghai City to further their education, and of course Donghai Academy is the first choice. For example, people say that over half of all the young mandate sorcerers in the East Sea Prefecture are gathered at Donghai Academy, Tang Wan explained. Yi Futian slowly nodded. He could understand this. It was only natural for families of mandate sorcerers to want to send their children to study at the best academy. Are you feeling stressed? Tang Wan smiled at Yi Futian. Her smile was sweet and beautiful. Stress? Yi Futian wanted to smile. Doesn't exist. Looks like you're pretty confident, chuckled Tang Wan. Yi Futian did not reply but instead threw her a question. By the way, have you heard of a person named Hua Jieyu at the academy? She's about your age. With Fox's looks, it would be impossible for people at the academy not to know her. At the mention of this name, Tang Wan gave Yi Futian a strange look. You aren't planning to try anything with Donghai Academy's #1 beauty, are you? Donghai Academy's #1 beauty? Yi Futian was dumbfounded. Almost immediately a huge smile spread across his face. She was actually here. Furthermore, she was more well-known than he thought. She really was a fox. Didn't she just get into Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked curiously. Yeah, but her performance at the spring quarter entrance exams was incredible. All the higher-ups were shocked. Plus, I heard she comes from an impressive background. So, her popularity skyrocketed as soon as she entered the academy. She was the talk of the town. Also, with her looks, it's only natural that she was crowned the academy's #1 beauty. Tang Wan explained. Do you have a crush on her? I think you should just forget about it. Yi Futian looked at Tang Wan. It looked like she didn't know about Hua Jieyu's background. If she did, then she would have been able to guess that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu knew each other. Why, he asked. Hua Jieyu has countless suitors at the academy, but even the most popular guys have all been turned down. So, I don't think you have a chance. Tang Wan gave him a light smile. I get it. Yi Futian's smile got even bigger. Do you know why she turns all of them down? Probably because she's too prideful, said Tang Wan. It's because she already has someone she likes, he said. Who? Tang Wan was curious. Me, answered Yi Futian, smiling at Tang Wan. She smirked. Master said you were good with words. Turns out they were for bluffing. Yi Futian was speechless in response to her comment. Then, thinking about Tang Lan, said he felt a bit upset. After dropping off the trio, the Black Wind Eagle was off again. Donghai Academy was majestic. The main doors were open, allowing access to anyone and everyone. In all of the East Sea Prefecture, no one dared to cause trouble at Donghai Academy, so the academy never had to worry about preventing intrusions. Students came and went. The youngest was around the age of 13 or 14, and the oldest was not over 20. Everyone looked upbeat. The campus was vibrant. There are so many pretty girls here, said Yi Futian as they entered. Hearing his very first comment about Donghai Academy, Tang Wan felt many pairs of judging eyes on them. It was embarrassing. As people walked past them, they could not help but stare. Yi Futian was handsome. Tang Wan was beautiful. And Yu Sheng looked strong and intimidating. Naturally, this trio would attract a lot of attention. At this time, a pair of eyes landed on Yi Futian and his friends. The corners of her mouth lifted into a smug smile. It's him, said a young woman around the age of 16. Mu Yunny, is he someone you know? Asked a classmate of hers. Yi Futian was heading in their direction. His eyes did a quick sweep and saw the Mu siblings from yesterday amongst a group of people. It was hard to tell whether or not they were smiling at him. Can I help you with something? Asked Yi Futian. The siblings had walked up to him. When Mu Yunny saw how confident Yi Futian looked, she was reminded of how pitiful he had looked to her the day before. She snickered at him. Found someone else to back you up? What's it to you? He asked with a smile. Nothing, I'm just asking, she laughed. Then the group brushed past Yi Futian and continued on their way. Right after walking past Yi Futian, Mu Yunny told the person next to her, that guy is the Qin Devil's disciple, but the Qin Devil is now handicapped. He even had the nerve to come to my house and beg my father to take in his disciple. Isn't that such a joke? Yi Futian heard her words and stopped in his tracks once again. He turned to Tang Wan and jostled his shoulders. What happens if I beat someone up at Donghai Academy? Chapter 48. Tang Wan looked at Yi Futian with curiosity. Why would he pick a fight even before being admitted to the academy? Tang Wan looked at Yi Futian with curiosity. Why would he pick a fight even before being admitted to the academy? However, Mu Yunyi was very rude. If it had been her own master who was insulted, she wouldn't have taken it either. Students are not allowed to bully each other at Donghai Academy, but friendly competition is encouraged. Therefore, any fight voluntarily initiated by both parties of students will not be interfered with by the academy administrators. However, the parties in competition must make sure they have full control of their violence, which means no casualties allowed. Tang Wan mumbled to Yi Futian. Since you're not a student of this academy, if you insult the students here you will probably get your ass kicked. Yi Futian felt awkward. Why didn't Tang Wan believe in him? The group of people around Mu Yunyi stopped walking when they overheard Yi Futian and Tang Wan's conversation. Mu Yunyi gave Yi Futian a glance in confusion. Someone started telling her, Mu Yunyi, this guy wants to kick your ass. Mu Yunyi mocked Yi Futian. Why are you agitated? Am I wrong? Who was there at my house begging my dad to accept him? Why don't you just beg me? And maybe I'll be nice and persuade my dad to give you a place. Yi Futian looked at Mu Yunyi and said, I'm mad now. So what? Mu Yunyi was still smiling at him. People around her were also laughing. Mad? Did it mean anything? So, Yi Futian yelled, Yu Sheng. I'm ready. Yu Sheng clenched his fists and stepped forward. At that moment, Tang Wan felt that this big guy had become a beast. His body exuded a sense of danger. You are a 3-star glory plane warrior. Don't tell me you're afraid to fight, Yi Futian said to Mu Yunyi. Yunyi, I'll take him, a guy next to her said. I will challenge you all, Yu Sheng announced. Tang Wan was shocked. Even she knew that Yu Sheng was definitely stronger, but he was still a bit overconfident. He was challenging 6 Donghai Academy students who were elite amongst their peers. Some of them might even be mandate sorcerers. Yi Futian wasn't worried at all. Yu Sheng had been practicing techniques inherited from his father since he reached the 7th plane of awakening. Additionally, he had exceptional talent. Therefore, his power could not be measured merely by plane. He knew what Yu Sheng was trying to do. If he challenged only one student and other people got involved, then it was no longer a friendly competition. They were new to this place, so they still had to comply with the rules. Yu Sheng was very smart by challenging all those students. Mu Yunyi and her brother looked embarrassed. The people who came to their house begging their father to accept them were now challenging all of them? How can I reject you since you're asking for it? Mu Yunqing didn't take Yu Sheng seriously. However, he still had absolute confidence. He was only 17 years old but already a 4-star glory plane mandate sorcerer. He was indeed one of the top students at Donghai Academy. The moment he agreed to fight, Yu Sheng stomped on the ground, and his body shot toward Mu Yunqing. He had endured this family long enough. Since Hua Fenglu was rejected and humiliated yesterday, he believed it was now time to teach them a lesson. The ground fissured and Yu Sheng's body was covered with a dark golden glow, as if he was wearing solid armor. He was much taller than the average person, and with the armor, he almost looked like a knight sent by God. This boy is so. Tang Wan was shocked. Yu Sheng had not even reached Mu Yunqing yet, and Tang Wan had already perceived the real power in his body. Not only Tang Wan but other people being challenged obviously sensed Yu Sheng's power. 2 people stepped forward, and both of them started to condense elemental power into spells. One of them created a chain that appeared from the ground to shackle Yu Sheng's body, and another one shot a sharp golden arrow in his eyes. Yu Sheng blocked the attacks by merely putting his arms in front of his body. The golden arrow broke into pieces the moment it reached his arms, and the chain was easily torn apart. Yu Sheng had almost reached their bodies when they started to flee from Yu Sheng's range of melee attack. Their speed was breakneck, because both of them were powerful mages who also cultivated martial arts techniques. Unfortunately for them, Yu Sheng was faster. They saw a golden giant blocking their way. They were frightened because they had never seen anyone who could corner them in a fight like Yu Sheng did. He was so fast that they were defeated before they had fully employed the power of their attacks. Bang! Yu Sheng's arms swept onto them. They were knocked back to the ground, and their bodies were smashed. Yu Sheng kept charging forward towards Mu Yunyi. The The ground was shaking with his steps. At that moment, Mu Yunyi's face turned deadly pale. She apparently had just realized the strong guy was way more powerful than she was. Just go, I'll take him, Mu Yunqing told his sister. Mu Yunyi had to obey. She ran as Mu Yunqing started to attack Yushang. She made sure she was in a safe place and started watching them fight. She believed her brother could take care of that crazy big guy, and then they could beat up Futian together. Other students of Donghai Academy were attracted to this place by the fight. The moment they saw Yushang, they wondered why they had never met this guy before. They believed he was also a student of Donghai Academy because he was mighty. Mu Yunqing unleashed the natal spirit he had inherited from his father. The natal spirit was a golden eagle. A golden eagle was a powerful monster that consisted of both gold and wind elements of power. It was similar to the Yi Futian's divine bird. However, it was weaker. After the natal spirit was unleashed, wings appeared behind his body. His whole body was now floating in the air, and the horrifying power of gold and wind elements were condensing around him. The power then formed into sharp lances that were pointed at Yushang. Go! Mu Yunqing's wings shook, and the lances suddenly started rushing at Yushang, piercing the air. With enhancement from his wind element, the lances were much faster than expected. Yushang didn't try to dodge the attacks at all. He directly swung his arms toward the lances. People were shocked at how it was possible for a warrior to destroy the spells with martial arts techniques. The moment Yushang's arms made contact with the lances, a golden shadow enveloped his body. The golden shadow soon turned into whirlpools and began to engulf all the spiritual qi of the universe. The lances were quickly absorbed by the whirlpools, and after the lances were gone, barbs grew out of Yushang's arms. Mu Yunqing didn't give up on his attacks. He held the sharpest lance by himself and charged toward Yushang. His body was as fast as thunder, and people started to worry about Yushang. Yushang swung his arms again. However, this time the barbs detached from his arms and shot toward Mu Yunqing. Mu Yunqing blocked the barbs by closing his wings to entirely cover his body. However, this movement also blocked his own sight. When he opened up the arms again, Yushang was almost in melee range. Mu Yunqing could do nothing but run away from the momentum of Yushang. Yushang definitely would not let him go that easily. He stomped hard on the ground, and it began to crack under him. His body suddenly rushed toward Mu Yunqing. People witnessed Mu Yunqing being approached by a golden light. Be careful! Mu Yunyi tried to alert her brother. It was too late. Mu Yunqing was shocked to find himself caught by Yushang. Yushang's arms were clamping on his foot. He couldn't fight against what happened next. With a sudden pull, he was smashed to the ground. With a loud thump, Mu Yunqing's body hit the ground. He laid there entirely immobilized. What a beast! The audience was shocked by this absolute power. Was he really a warrior? Yushang's power had transformed their attitudes toward martial arts cultivators. They had never seen a warrior who could trounce a mandate sorcerer. Yushang kept stepping forward. People around Mu Yunyi moved out of his way because they were too frightened to fight against this guy. Mu Yunqing had already shown them that Yushang was overwhelming. What are you doing? Mu Yunyi was overcome with fear when she saw Yushang walking toward her. She was trying to run away by unleashing her natal spirit, which was also a golden eagle. That little resistance did not cause any trouble for Yushang. He easily grabbed Mu Yunyi by the arm. She did not dare attack him since he was now as ferocious as a beast. The next moment she was being pulled to her brother. Let me go! She screamed. Yushang smashed her to the ground next to her brother. They were both now lying on the ground, severely injured. Now you know that your father does not deserve to be his professor. Yushang was humiliating them to return the humiliation they had suffered yesterday. Hua Fenglu had brought them to their house, and this family had rejected them. They had been destined to taste revenge because of Yushang's bad temper. Yushang's fury was gone. He was no longer a beast, just a big boy. He quietly walked back to Yi Futian. It took a long while for Mu Yunqing and his sister to stand up again. They were staring at Yi Futian and Yushang with resentment. I'll remember you. Mu Yunyi gnashed his teeth in anger. Go ahead, tell your father that you've been beaten by us. Yi Futian kept humiliating them. Mu Yunyi was so angry. However, there was nothing she could do. It would be a shame if they had to go back and tell their father about the fight. Mu Yunqing and his sister were crestfallen. Tang Wan looked at Yi Futian and believed he was talking like that intentionally. There were a lot of people watching, so these guys would definitely not tell their father what had happened. Looks like you have to go. Tang Wan forced out a smile. These guys had beat up students on the first day they came to the school. It was impossible for them to stay here any longer. You told me that professors at Donghai Academy don't care whether we fight. Yi Futian was confused. They won't, but those you just beat have classmates who do care, Tang Wan said. It's okay. I still need to find my girlfriend. Yi Futian ignored her warning. Tang Wan followed him and asked in a lowered voice, "Who is your girlfriend? Don't tell me it's Hua Jieyu." "How did you know that?" Yi Futian responded. Tang Wan was surprised and stopped talking. Chapter 49. Donghai Academy was enormous. After exploring more of the academy, the architecture on campus really opened Yi Futian's eyes. The buildings were erected on ascending stairs. To see the building at the very top of the stairs, one would have to tilt their head toward the sky. A magnificent view indeed. Donghai Academy was enormous. After exploring more of the academy, the architecture on campus really opened Yi Futian's eyes. The buildings were erected on ascending stairs. To see the building at the very top of the stairs, one would have to tilt their head toward the sky. A magnificent view indeed. Donghai Academy consists of 7 schools. The schools of the Emperor Star, Ruinous Star, Power Star, Flirting Star, Treasury Star, Finance Star, and Minister Star. That group from before was from School of the Flirting Star. And your girlfriend is from the School of the Emperor Star, explained Tang Wan. Her eyes were full of distrust when she used the word girlfriend. Back in Qingzhou Academy, the schools were divided by occupation. Does Donghai Academy do that? Asked Yi Futian. No, each of the 7 schools consists of cultivators from different classes. Each school has their own powerful figures backing them up. It's all really complicated. While they help develop the schools, these powerful figures are also trying to increase their own powers. Tang Wan lowered her voice and explained to Yi Futian. So complicated, said Yi Futian. Yeah, nodded Tang Wan. Because things are this way, the competition between the schools is very rigorous, and they pick fights with each other all the time. But within the schools, everyone is very united. So, when Yu Sheng picked that fight with the group from the School of the Flirting Star, it was the equivalent of picking a fight with their whole school. I personally think it's best for you both to leave for the time being. Yi Futian smiled but did not say anything. Tang Wan continued, plus, Hua Jieyu was handpicked by the officials of the Emperor Star School as soon as she entered the academy. So, she's not among the ordinary student pool anymore. She cultivates up at the Emperor Star building. You wouldn't be able to go up there even if she was your girlfriend. She certainly is incredible, Yi Futian muttered to himself. He turned around and saw the crowd following from afar. Everyone saw what had happened between them and the students from the Flirting Star School, and knew that group would never let them go so easily. So, now they followed Yi Futian and his friends in anticipation of what would happen next. If I leave now, would I lose face? Yi Futian asked for Tang Wan's opinion. She stared at him. How was he still in the mood to joke around? She had no idea what he was thinking. Just as they were speaking, a group of people approached looking almighty. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi, who had just been defeated by Yu Sheng, were also among them. The way they looked at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng was not friendly at all. They could not believe that he really chose to stick around. He really was not afraid to die. Yi Futian realized that his opponents had him and his friends surrounded. He looked to Mu Yunyi and said, "And here I was wondering how arrogant you guys were. Is this all you've got?" Mu Yunyi could not say anything to that, but no matter what, they had to have their revenge. The group moved in closer to Yi Futian, determined and ferocious. Yi Futian asked Tang Wan, "Can I reject their challenge?" Tang Wan rolled her eyes. He would not leave when she told him to, and now that he has beaten these people up, he wanted to turn down their challenge? There was no way they were going to let him go. "Take care of yourself," Tang Wan said weakly. She then took several steps back without a word. Yi Futian stared at her, eyes wide, jaw open. Where was the loyalty? Different types of spiritual qi flowed crazily. The group of these people closed in on Yu Sheng carefully. "Yu Sheng, make a move," said Yi Futian. As soon as he spoke, Yushang charged forward wildly. Several of the more powerful cultivators surrounded Yushang. Their sorcery erupted all at once. Vines thicker than his arm curled around Yushang's body, entangling his arms and legs. This was earth elemental sorcery. Soon, his entire body was buried beneath the vines. Ice seal. A gush of cold air rolled in and further buried Yushang and the vines in a layer of ice. Boom! The loud sound had come from Yushang's right foot. His ice-covered foot took a large step forward, and the spell was broken. Above his violent figure appeared a dim golden light, and he continued to charge forward at the opposing group. "Disperse," ordered the leader of the group. Immediately, a wind spell was cast over the whole group, aiding them in a speedy getaway. Then the spell formed a bubble and encapsulated Yushang. Futian squinted his eyes at the scene. It was very obvious that the group benefited from having cultivators of different elements work together. This made them stronger in battle. The Mu siblings led a few people in Futian's direction. Their hatred of him surpassed that of Yushang, who was the one who had actually defeated them in battle. Two people charged at Futian as their spiritual chi went haywire. From one of their bodies the roar of a tiger was emitted, and his spiritual chi created a golden tiger. The person's speed also increased to that of a tiger. He pounced on Futian with an outstretched hand. The hand is slightly curved, as if to mimic a tiger's paw. This person was a metal elemental cultivator of martial and divination arts. He was using metal elemental spiritual chi to fight in close range. "Third level of the glory plane," said Futian. He could feel his opponent's aura. Futian remained unmoved as a ferocious earth elemental force erupted from his body. Faintly, people were able to see a giant ape appear on Futian's body. Born from the collection of spiritual chi, the ape possessed an inhumane amount of strength. Even though both animals had been formed from spiritual chi, Futian's giant ape was obviously more intimidating than the tiger demon. As his opponent got closer, Futian stuck out his arm. With one loud growl of the giant ape, the image of the tiger exploded. Following that, the giant hand of the ape demon wrapped around the opponent's neck and picked him up off the ground. A second later he was smashed into the ground. The loud crash mimicked that of the Mu siblings' hearts. Futian smiled at the two and proceeded to race towards them. At the same time, the second person had also approached Futian without hesitation was knocked out by a single punch. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi released their life spirits and were lifted into the air. Even though they had been injured during the previous fight, they were still capable of battle. At this moment, a bright light shone from Futian's back as he ran. The wings of the rock carried him up into the air as well. At the speed of lightning, he flashed before the siblings. The body of a dragon, strength of an ape, and the agility of a rock. A mandate sorcerer with a rock spirit. People were amazed as they witnessed this scene. It was rare to meet a mandate sorcerer, but even more rare to meet a mandate sorcerer with a rock spirit. Different life spirits were able to bring the mandate sorcerer different levels of power. For example, both the rock and the golden eagle were wind and metal bi-elemental life spirits, but the power from the rock brought Futian more power, making it super easy to defeat the golden eagle. Furthermore, life spirits grew along with the mandate sorcerers. Strong life spirits would only get stronger with time. Tang Wan was dumbfounded. No wonder Futian was so arrogant, turns out he had every right to be. "Watch out," warned Mu Yunqing. By the time he completed his warning, Futian had already arrived in front of him. Mu Yunqing did not look too good. He proceeded to rush toward Futian even though he knew his life spirit could not compare to that of Futian, but he was in a higher plane. He did not believe he would lose to Futian. The two orbs of golden light clashed in the air. The people below watched as the two continued their close-range combat. How can he be so strong? People questioned Futian's powers as they watched him fight a cultivator of a higher level than himself. He even had the upper hand. Soon Mu Yunqing was struck by Futian's fist and lost his balance. In the next second, Futian had already placed his foot on his body, slamming Mu Yunqing directly into the ground. This was too violent. Mu Yunyi began to run away again when she noticed Futian's attention shifted to her. This time was no different from her battle with Yushang. The only exception was that this time was more direct than the last. One punch and she was off. The Mu siblings were cruelly defeated twice in a day. This may leave a deep emotional scar on the both of them. Many people could not bear to look at Mu Yunyi. She was a pretty girl after all. Yi Futian and Yu Shang should have taken it easy on her. Back on Yu Shang's side, there were also multiple people lying on the ground. Yu Shang was too wild, just like the god of war. Had it not been for the alliance of different elemental sorcerers, no one would have been able to compete with Yu Shang, not even the two 5-starred glory plane cultivators. In a flash, Yi Futian attacked a wind elemental sorcerer in the air. Very quickly, the sorcerer was pushed far away. It was pitiful. The school of the flirting star is screwed, everyone thought to themselves. They had obviously underestimated Yi Futian and Yu Shang's powers. The only ones standing now were the two 5-starred glory plane cultivators. However, after Yi Futian joined Yu Shang was like a beast who had just broken free. In one quick sweep, the whole lot was lying on the ground. They all looked so ferocious when they arrived, but now pitiful was the only word to describe them. Many people pitied the school of the flirting star. This was incredibly humiliating for them. Who were these two anyway? They were way too violent. A black wind eagle swooped down from the skies and landed by Yi Futian. "Let's go, Yu Shang." The two walked to the eagle. Tang Wan rolled her eyes at Yi Futian. He did know when to make an escape. "My girlfriend will come looking for you. When she does, bring her to the Qin Gardens," Yi Futian whispered in Tang Wan's ear. Then they mounted the black wind eagle and ascended into the vast sky. He wasn't really dumb enough to walk into the school of the Emperor Star screaming for his girlfriend. "Remember, my name is Yi Futian," Yi Futian screamed. His words were heard by everyone down below. To the students of the Flirting Star School, his words were a form of mockery. Tang Wan thought of the words Yi Futian had left her with. A strange look crossed her eyes. Could this have been his true intention? "Hua Jie will come looking for me," she mumbled to herself. At the thought of the beautiful girl, she shook her head lightly. She must have been overthinking. Yi Futian is always joking around. Maybe this was also a joke. In the air, Yi Futian watched as Donghai Academy got smaller and smaller. He then muttered under his breath, "Fox, this was the only way I could think of to let you know. I'm here." Chapter 50. The news that students from the School of the Flirting Star were defeated soon spread around the Donghai Academy like wildfire. If it had merely been friendly competition within the academy, people wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, in this fight, two students who were known as geniuses at this academy were entirely crushed by two unknown boys below their planes. This was huge news. The news that students from the School of the Flirting Star were defeated soon spread around the Donghai Academy like wildfire. If it had merely been friendly competition within the academy, people wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, in this fight, two students who were known as geniuses at this academy were entirely crushed by two unknown boys below their planes. This was huge news. Besides, the audience may have somewhat embellished the details of the fight. They had told other students that one boy was a stud with explosive power like a monster. They claimed that it was impossible to find someone more talented than this strong guy in Donghai Academy, and in the future he was going to be a legend. Still, a lot of prodigies at this academy didn't buy it. They considered the other boy a freak. He was a mandate sorcerer, specializing in both sorcery and martial arts. His natal spirit was a divine bird. What was even more impressive was that both his speed and his strength were at the top level. He had easily toppled Mu Yunqing, who was actually 2 planes higher than him. Plus, this boy was really arrogant. When he left, he had announced that people should remember his name, Yi Futian. People started to discuss their origin, and some of them came to Tang Wan because she knew these boys. Students in the School of the Emperor Star were also discussing. In fact, those truly powerful students didn't care at all. They had always believed that they were too talented to be compared to others. They had considered the friendly competition that had happened at the academy small. However, there were some among them who enjoyed gossiping about these small-time fights. Xu Yuyan was one of them. She was a lively girl who enjoyed making fun of people. On the top floor of the School of the Emperor Star, Xu Yuyan entered the room, and she saw another beautiful girl standing beside the window, looking down at the scenery below. That was one of the spots where people were able to enjoy the full view of Donghai Academy. Hua Jieyu, my heart trembles even when I just see you standing there. Xu Yan started with a compliment. Hua Jieyu turned to her, smiled and said, no more party invitations. I'm not going anywhere. I know, my goddess. Can't we just chat? Xu Yan knew she had been misunderstood. Did you know that something funny happened yesterday? Some students from the school of the Flirting Star were beaten up by outsiders, and more amazingly, the outsiders were in lower planes. Is it possible that some other academy in the city of Donghai sent these guys to intentionally provoke us? Xu Yan started to talk about the exciting fight yesterday. I don't know, Hua Jieyu answered. She seemed not to be interested at all. People said both of them were really cute. One was strong and wild as a beast, and the other one was particularly handsome. It was also said that a lot of girls witnessing the fight were hopelessly attracted to the boys. They fought over who was more handsome and charming. Xu Yan went on. So which one do you prefer? Hua Jieyu smiled and asked. I wasn't there. The handsome boy seemed to be really arrogant. He claimed that we should remember his name when he left. Xu Yan laughed. Did he truly believe that he was more talented than all the geniuses at this academy? You seem to be curious enough about it. Hua Jieyu made fun of her. And you're not curious at all. You know nothing but cultivation. Xu Yan refuted. Okay, I know you're not interested at all. See you. When she turned around to leave, she was mumbling, Yi Futian. This name is arrogant enough to be remembered. Hua Jieyu heard the name, and her body trembled with shock. She stopped Xu Yan and asked, what was that name again? Xu Yan looked at her and said, Yi Futian. It's the name of the handsome one. She was confused when Hua Jieyu heard the name and suddenly started laughing. This was the first time Xu Yan had seen such bright laughter on her face. She asked, what's wrong with you? Hua Jieyu was laughing too hard to stop at that moment. She didn't answer the question. Come on, don't tell me you're attracted to him just because of his name. Xu Yan was really curious. No, I'm not. Hua Jieyu finally stopped laughing. She then asked, were there only two boys in the fight? They came with a student from the school of the Minister's Star, Tang Wan, Xu Yan told her. Okay girl, thanks, Hua Jieyu responded. See you later. After Xu Yan left, Hua Jieyu was still smiling. She looked so cute now and mumbled. No wonder people said he was a bad boy. Then she summoned the wind to carry her and jumped out the window. The way she landed was almost like an angel had descended to the world. Tang Wan was busy after Yi Futian left, because quite a lot of people had asked her about Yi Futian and Yu Shang. These boys entirely lit up the curiosity of students at this academy. What made it even more awkward for her was that some girls who were attracted to these boys came to her and asked her to invite the boys on dates. She didn't take these jobs because she couldn't just go to the Guqin garden and tell the boys to go on a date. It would be so embarrassing. Tang Wan, someone's looking for you. Tang Wan was upset. It was so troublesome to have to answer questions about the boys again and again. Could you please just ignore your curiosity? Tang Wan complained. However, the person calling her said this time was not only about curiosity. Who is it? Tang Wan asked. Just go and check. Tang Wan peeked outside. She saw a gorgeous girl waiting for her quietly outside the door. Tang Wan was suddenly reminded of what Yi Futian had said the day before. She now had a weird feeling that this girl was special. Come on, he wasn't joking. Hello, I'm Hua Jieyu. She smiled and introduced herself. Tang Wan was absolutely confident in her own beauty. However, she still felt a bit overshadowed when she saw the girl standing outside. I'm Tang Wan. Could you please bring me to the boy? Hua Jieyu asked politely. Tang Wan definitely understood who she was talking about. She nodded and said, follow me. Thanks. Hua Jieyu followed Tang Wan. People wondered why these girls were walking together because they didn't know each other before today. Do you know that guy? Tang Wan was so curious that she finally asked. Yep. The image of Yi Futian came into Hua Jieyu's mind, and she started smiling again. So he wasn't lying to me yesterday, Tang Wan mumbled. What did he say? Hua Jieyu asked her. Tang Wan looked at her for a while and said, he told me that you're his girlfriend. This guy. Hua Jieyu flushed. She was shy. Tang Wan finally realized that Yi Futian made such a scene yesterday only to let Hua Jieyu know that he was already at the academy looking for her. What a sly boy. In fact, she wondered if the students of Donghai Academy knew what had happened here. how many hearts would be totally broken? Nope, I do not admit that, Hua Jieyu tried to deny. However, her face was so red. How could Tang Wan believe her? When they entered the garden, they ran into Tang Lan. Greetings, Professor, Tang Wan said. Tang Lan was staring at Hua Jieyu. Naturally, Hua Jieyu reminded her of someone that had meant a lot in her life. Greetings, Miss Tang, Hua Jieyu also greeted. Girl, you look exactly like her when she was young. Tang Lan was amazed. Hua Jieyu knew that she was talking about her mother. She had spoken a lot with Tang Wan on the way here, and she knew who Tang Lan was. Tang Wan also knew that Hua Jieyu was the daughter of Hua Fenglu, whose wife was her rival for the affections of Hua Fenglu. She had doubted whether she should bring Hua Jieyu to this place. She felt as if she had made a mistake. Professor, Tang Wan faltered. It's not your fault, girl. Hua Jieyu, go to your father, Tang Lan sighed. Thanks, Miss Tang. Hua Jieyu walked into the garden with Tang Wan and Tang Lan following her. In front of the door, Hua Fenglu was sunbathing, and Yi Futian was playing the guqin. When they saw Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian stopped playing, and Hua Fenglu started to smile with kindness. Dad, Hua Jieyu couldn't help crying. Tang Wan had told her that her father was severely injured. The sadness of seeing her father like this entirely drove away the happiness of their reunion. Hey girl, don't cry. Hua Jieyu hugged his daughter. However, he had even started crying himself. Yi Futian stood by their side quietly, watching the scene of the reunion. Tang Lan asked Tang Wan, how did she know they were here? Tang Wan briefly explained what had happened. Tang Lan was surprised by the crazy thing Yi Futian had done. She then turned to Tang Wan and warned her, this boy is such a troublemaker. No wonder Hua Fenglu told me to keep an eye on him. Stay away from him, girl. What are you talking about, Professor? Tang Wan was confused. Beautiful girls are just dangerous. Both of these girls are gorgeous. Hopefully, this boy will not make the same mistake as his professor did. Tang Lan sighed. She believed that Hua Fenglu had fallen into such a situation because of that woman. Now, Hua Jieyu looked exactly like that woman when she was young, but somehow even more beautiful. Tang Lan was afraid that several years later, when she became an adult, Yi Futian would run into troubles because of this beautiful girl, just like his professor had. No matter what, there was such a substantial coincidence between these two generations. Chapter 51. After crying for quite a while, Hua Jieyu finally looked up at her father. Her eyes were red and bloodshot as she asked, Father, what on earth happened after I left? How did things end up like this? After crying for quite a while, Hua Jieyu finally looked up at her father. Her eyes were red and bloodshot as she asked, Father, what on earth happened after I left? How did things end up like this? Silly girl, it's all over now. Look, I'm sitting here safe and sound, Hua Fenglu consoled her gently. Hua Jieyu stood up and turned to look at Yi Futian. What happened? Fox, it's my fault for not taking good care of Master. After you left, a monster tide washed over the city of Qingzhou. There were people who wanted to kill me, and Master ended up like this because he was trying to protect me, said Yi Futian. He still blamed himself for what had happened. Then, he remembered that Xia Fan was right here in Donghai City, and reminded himself that he had to get his revenge. It's not Yi Futian's fault. At the time, if he weren't so lucky, he would have been forced to his death on Mount Tianyao. You know, I have a bad temper. Obviously I wanted to get revenge for him, but I was useless. I didn't manage to kill the enemy, but instead harmed myself in the process, smiled as he spoke. He was seemingly unbothered by it all. Is this true? Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian. He nodded lightly. Her tears fell once again. She walked up to Yi Futian with her arms outstretched and pulled him into her arms. Hua Jieyu rested her head on Yi Futian and said, Who allowed you to put yourself in danger? What would I do if you had died? Hua Jieyu's voice shook as she cried. The thought of her father being handicapped and Yi Futian almost dying after she had left them made her even more frightened. Yi Futian felt the warmth flood his body as she gently embraced him. He reached out his hands and wrapped them around her as well. He swore to himself to never let her cry like this again. Tang Wan stood not too far away. She shuddered as she witnessed the scene in front of her. It was true. The goddess of Donghai Academy had already given her heart to someone. If the students of Donghai Academy found out, many of them would impulsively want to kill Yi Futian. Tang Wan knew there were quite a few of the geniuses at school who failed in their attempts to get closer to Hua Jieyu. At that time I didn't get to see you again yet. Of course I couldn't die. You promised to compensate me, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu with a gentle voice. She lifted her head at him. She stared for a while then left his embrace. I already did. What? Yi Futian blinked in disbelief. That was it. What else were you expecting? Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. Then just let me hold you for a little longer, Yi Futian requested as he took a step forward. Hua Jieyu stepped away from his advance and replied, Don't try to change the subject. Who did this to my father? Hua Jieyu knew Yi Futian was trying to cheer her up. He seemed to have a natural ability to do so. She was always happy when he was by her side. During the 3 months in which they spent every day together, the days went by in endless bickering. However, at the same time, he unknowingly made his way into her heart. Can you trust me to handle it? I will get revenge. As for Master's condition, I will most definitely find a way to heal him, said Yi Futian. This was something he had to take care of personally. He did not want Hua Jieyu to get involved. Hua Jieyu just let Yi Futian handle it. It's perfect motivation for him. Hua Fenglu agreed with what Yi Futian had said. Hua Jieyu looked at both men and said, Then you have to promise me that you'll succeed. If I don't succeed in this, how would I be able to marry you? Asked Yi Futian. Who says that I will marry you? Hua Jieyu blushed as she stared shyly at Yi Futian. Can you lovebirds tone it down a little? It would be fine if it was just me, but there are other people here, said Hua Fenglu. Hua Jieyu turned around and realized that Tang Lan and Tang Wan were still in the room. Her red cheeks got even redder. Yi Futian, on the other hand, did not seem to mind. They'll get used to it, he said. Master, should we leave? Whispered Tang Wan. Yi Futian was too shameless. He's worse than his master, Tang Lan said weakly. Afterward, the two of them left, not wanting to disturb the group. Father, I want to stay here and take care of you, said Hua Jieyu. Sure. She felt better after crying and joking around with Yi Futian, but it would be impossible for her to recover from this sadness completely. Silly girl, you still have to cultivate. I will be fine here. Yi Futian and Ms. Tang Lan are here to take care of me. After seeing you I feel so much better already, chuckled Hua Fenglu. Then I'll stay for today. You can't make me leave, said Hua Jieyu. All right. Stay. I know you haven't seen Yi Futian in a while, laughed Hua Fenglu. I don't want to see him, said Hua Jieyu. Really now? Hua Fenglu looked at his daughter and could only laugh. Of course. Hua Jieyu nodded. How sad, sighed Yi Futian. And to think that I've been thinking of you every day and turning down advances from different girls. Looks like I'll have to rethink those opportunities now. You wouldn't dare. Hua Jieyu whipped around to glare at Yi Futian. Then did you miss me? Yi Futian chuckled at her. Father, has he been flirting with other girls? She asked her father. Yi Futian blinked. Hua Fenglu wanted to laugh as he glanced at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked so desperate that Hua Fenglu could only laugh. He kept to himself. Hua Fenglu answered. Yi Futian let out a sigh of relief. Nanya. I missed you every now and then, whispered Hua Jieyu ever so lightly, but Yi Futian heard her anyway. Seeing the timid expression on Hua Jieyu's face, Yi Futian felt that she was someone worth giving up others for. I'm going to go cultivate, said Yu Shang. He could no longer listen to this. He walked towards the bamboo forest behind the building. Did they really have to act all lovey-dovey every time they saw each other? Hua Fenglu and the couple chuckled at Yu Shang's words. Yi Futian called out to him, Yu Shang. There are so many beautiful girls in Donghai City. If you find someone you like, I wouldn't mind being your wingman. Father said I can't be in a relationship, Yu Shang said, not even turning his head to answer Yi Futian. But your father isn't here, so whatever I say goes, Yi Futian shouted. Yu Shang had already disappeared around the corner. Only 3 people remained standing in front of the building. Under the sunlight, the sadness melted away, replaced with warmth. At this moment, an elderly man approached from the outside of the Qin Gardens. The powerful icy force he gave off seemed to cause the temperature within the Qin Gardens to drop a couple degrees as he stepped inside. A figure appeared and stood in front of the elder. It was Tang Lan. Realizing who was standing in front of her, Tang Lan froze for a moment. Then with a cold demeanor she asked, "What are you doing here? Our young miss has been in there for quite some time now. Who did you guys bring her here to see?" asked the elder with an equally cold demeanor. "You were stalking her?" asked Tang Lan. "This isn't stalking," the elder said. He took a step forward and he was gone. "His speed faster than the speed of light, presumptuous," yelled Tang Lan. The whole Qin Gardens was able to hear her. Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian were alerted by the noise. They looked up and saw two figures descending from the skies, quick and forceful as lightning. Hua Fenglu. The elder's gaze fell on Hua Fenglu. "You dare to step foot in the city of Donghai?" "Nanda Ku." Hua Fenglu looked at the elder. "You were following me?" asked Hua Jieyu. "Young miss, you are a person of utmost importance. The family would never feel at ease if you were to step out alone. Within Donghai Academy, I would not dare to meddle in your activities. However, as soon as you step off the academy premises, I will be there to protect your safety," explained Nanda Ku. "Nanda Ku, I am now a powerless person. I just wanted to come back to Donghai City for a visit. Can't you guys let me be?" asked Hua Fenglu. Nanda Ku looked puzzled. The Qin devil was now powerless? "Since you're already powerless, then I can let you go about your business. The family already gave in and allowed young miss to accompany you for 3 years. However, now that she has made it past the initial process of cultivation and has stepped into the critical period, the family doesn't wish for anyone or anything to distract her," said Nanda Ku. "I'm just going to spend a little time with my father, then head back to Donghai Academy," said Hua Jieyu coldly. "Young miss, please don't put me in a difficult position. All those years ago, the family already agreed to your stubborn requests. If you keep acting this way, then your father will definitely not be allowed to stay in the city of Donghai," said Nandu. "You guys wouldn't dare." Hua Jieyu was furious. "Hua Jieyu, you should go back." Hua Fenglu opened his mouth to speak. "Father." The strong aura around Hua Jieyu dissipated as she turned to speak to her father. Hua Fenglu gave a warm and gentle smile. "Sweetie, I'm fine here. Go back to cultivate at the academy and don't worry about me." Hua Jieyu felt terrible. She gave Nanda Ku another cold glare. "You guys dare to treat my father this way? Aren't you afraid that I'll retaliate once I complete my cultivation?" "Young miss, these things were decided by the family. I am not clear on the details. If you can recover the Nanda family's glory, I'm sure that they will be willing to grant your every wish," said Nanda Ku. "Fine. That day will come," replied Hua Jieyu. She then turned to Hua Fenglu and said, "Father, I'm going now." "Go," said Hua Fenglu, still smiling. Then Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. Their eyes met with longing, and without a word, Hua Jieyu turned to leave the Qin Gardens. Nanda Ku did not leave with her. After she left, he looked at Hua Fenglu and gave him a warning. "You are clear that the family was not unwilling to accept you all those years ago, but it was you that could not become part of the family. But yet, you choose to reach for the stars and cause things to end up like this. You're lucky that young miss is extremely gifted. Her gift is a perfect combination of you and her mother. Therefore, the family will not allow anyone to get in the way of her cultivation." Hua Fenglu did not spare Nanda Ku a glance. The elder then turned to Yi Futian, who was standing beside Hua Fenglu, and asked, "And who is he?" "My disciple Yi Futian," answered Hua Fenglu. "You brought your disciple with you? Are you setting all your hopes on him?" Nanda Ku laughed at Hua Fenglu. "That's some fantasy. You lost to him in the past. I bet now even his disciples are stronger than yours." When he was finally done, Nanda Ku turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Hua Fenglu said, "One day, you will remember his name. I look forward to that day." Nanda Ku left after his last words, disappearing from the Qin Gardens. Chapter 52. Yi Futian kept silent while watching all this happen, but deep inside, he was not as calm as he looked. Yi Futian kept silent while watching all this happen, but deep inside he was not as calm as he looked. It took so much effort to meet his fairy again, and she had to leave soon after this reunion. It was understandable that he felt sad. "You don't like this feeling, do you?" Hua Fenglu perceived his gloom and asked him. Yi Futian nodded. "Why shouldn't I be sad?" Then just keep training and grow stronger. Hua Fenglu closed his eyes. He was also pissed off because Nandaku had told him that his life was hopeless. He could do nothing but put all his hope in Yi Futian, although he wasn't desperate because he knew how talented Yi Futian was. With the inheritance from Emperor Yi Qing, as long as he kept cultivating, people in the city of Donghai and the Nanda family would eventually bow down to his power. Therefore, he was trying to get Yi Futian accepted into Donghai Academy, and it would be even better if one of the higher-ups of the academy picked him as a disciple personally. He needed a safe and promising environment for him to grow in. Yi Futian didn't respond to Hua Fenglu, but he felt hot-blooded. He needed to be strong enough to protect his professor and girlfriend. The only time Yi Futian went out was to buy inscribing pens and scrolls. Both scroll inscribing and guqin practice served as cultivation for him. They enhanced his mental power and ability in spiritual qi perception, which was critical for the development of a mage. As for martial arts techniques, he kept improving on the treasures Emperor Yi Qing had given him. With enough time, his body would be as invincible as the divine dragon and the snow ape. One day, Tangwan came to their place. "I have good news for you guys," Tangwan smiled. "What is it?" Yi Futian was curious. "Someone from the school of the finance star told me that you have been admitted," Tangwan said. Yi Futian was confused and didn't believe it. "I guess some supervisor in that school heard about the fight. I think he must have heard about it from a student. Otherwise, they would have been looking for you guys even sooner," Tangwan elaborated. The talents Yi Futian and Yu Shang had demonstrated during that fight were obviously more than enough for them to be admitted. Unfortunately, there was no professor or supervisor in the audience. "Wow, we just benefited from kicking someone's ass," Yu Shang mumbled. Yi Futian was also smiling. He was so happy that once he was admitted into Donghai Academy, it would be much easier to spend time with Hua Jieyu. "What are you talking about?" Hua Fenglu was doubtful about this admission. It is uncommon for a school in Donghai Academy to make an exception for applicants. "What did they do?" "Mr. Hua, you don't know what happened? The first time I brought them to Donghai Academy, they messed with some students from the school of the Flirting Star, because one of them, Mu Yunyi, was being rude. These boys totally kicked their asses. This is how your daughter knew Yi Futian was here and asked me to bring her to you," Tangwan explained. Hua Fenglu finally understood what had happened. The last time Hua Jieyu had come here, they were in such a rush that he didn't have time to ask for the details. Hua Fenglu gave Yi Futian a glance. He was a little bit mad that this boy had not told him about the fight. "Just go. Remember to take care of yourself," Hua Fenglu said. "All right, Professor, enjoy your private time with Ms. Tang after we are gone," Yi Futian teased him. "Screw you." Hua Fenglu was embarrassed. "Bye, Professor." Yi Futian was still somewhat worried about Hua Fenglu. He was too injured to live alone. "Don't worry, I'll take care of him." Tang Lan came in at this time. She knew that Yi Futian was worried, so she was trying to comfort him. "Thank you so much," Yi Futian said. Now he was settled. The Black Wind Eagle arrived and landed next to them. Yi Futian, Yu Shang and Tang Wan got on her back. Then she soon took off into the air. Yi Futian waved to Hua Fenglu, apparently reluctant to leave. "Good luck, boy. Your new journey has just begun." Hua Fenglu was smiling. "Looks like he's almost like a son to you. Why do you believe in him so much?" Tang Lan was curious. "Trust me, someday Donghai Academy will be proud of having such a student." Hua Fenglu was confident. Tang Lan was surprised and a bit confused. She believed that the confidence Hua Fenglu held for Yi Futian was much stronger than she could have imagined. Within each of the 7 schools at Donghai Academy, there were students of various classes for the purpose of diversity. However, there were also specific characteristics for each of them. It was all about the people who were supporting the schools. Students from the school of the Finance Star were known for great martial arts techniques. This was why the supervisor of this school had made an exception to admit Yi Futian and Yu Shang without a test. According to those who had witnessed the fight, both of them were incredibly talented at martial arts, especially Yu Shang. The admission of Yi Futian and Yu Shang didn't quite cause a sensation at Donghai Academy, because only a few students had witnessed the fight, not to mention that most students just knew their names, but had never seen them. Besides, it had been a while since the fight took place. Tang Wan led them to the school of the Finance Star. They were well accommodated and brought around to tour the school. However, the supervisor who accepted them had not arranged a meeting with the boys. It was possible that he still wanted to give them some time to prove themselves first. Students in the School of the Finance Star lived in a separate area that consisted of dorms specifically assigned to them. In fact, the environment seemed to be better than that of Qingzhou Academy. "Who are you?" Someone passing by was curious about these new students. They had never met Yi Futian and Yu Shang before. "I'm Yi Futian and this is my best friend Yu Shang." Yi Futian was smiling. "Yi Futian. This name sounds familiar." The boy mumbled, and soon he remembered who they were. He quickly disappeared, and word started to spread in the School of the Finance Star that the students who kicked the asses of the students from the School of the Flirting Star had been admitted to this school. The word spread so quickly that suddenly, a lot of people were gathered around them. "Is this guy Yi Futian? Really, a 2-star Glory Plane student?" Yu Sheng looks exactly how people said. "He's such a big guy. Is he merely a martial arts cultivator? Or he is actually hiding some powerful natal spirit? Wow, they're so cute." Some girls were also gossiping. The students were curious about everything since they were so young. "Is there a library at this school?" Yi Futian asked Tang Wan. Tang Wan shook her head. "There is only one library at Donghai Academy, and it's located right in the center of the campus. The entry is free to every student, but no checkouts are allowed. You may only browse the books and scrolls inside." Yi Futian understood why checkout was prohibited. There were just so many students at this academy that books might be lost once checked out. "Let's go there," Yi Futian said. He had already reached the 2-star Glory Plane, but the spells he could initiate were still mostly basic. It was a huge waste of his talents. He believed that he was not supposed to give up sorcery cultivation, even though his martial arts inheritance from Emperor Yi Qing was so powerful. A combination of both would definitely make him stronger. "Sure," Tang Wan nodded. She was surprised that he was not just a pretty boy like he looked and was in fact quite diligent. The first place he had wanted to go to was the library. The scale of the library at Donghai Academy was much larger than that of the one at Qingzhou Academy. Besides, there was no limit for the students. Any student at this academy would be allowed to browse all the collections in this library. Donghai Academy was very generous about this. When Yi Futian entered the library, he was shocked by the comprehensiveness of the collection. There were books on general subjects like martial arts techniques, swords techniques, elemental spells, and even some very rare books on mental spells. He even found books about music spells, matrices, and scroll inscription. He totally understood why Hua Fenglu had insisted he study at this academy. During the following several days, Yi Futian spent all his time making his way through the entire collection. Meanwhile, the news that Yi Futian had been admitted to the School of the Finance Star finally spread all around the academy, including the School of the Flirting Star. They started looking for him everywhere and finally, they found him in the library. Yi Futian was reading books quietly when a group of angry people came up to him. Mu Yunqing spoke to him in rage. "Long time no see, Yi Futian. What's up?" Yi Futian didn't even raise his head. "Since you're now admitted into this academy, I guess it's time for us to get even about what happened last time." Mu Yunqing sounded really mad. "Are you challenging me?" Yi Futian looked at him with contempt. However, Mu Yunqing was not planning to fight by himself. "Someone from the School of the Flirting Star will represent me." "Who is it and what plane is he in?" Yi Futian asked. Mu Yunqing realized that other people were looking at him and he faltered. "Are you still going to fight me together like you did last time?" Yi Futian was laughing. He was now a student at this academy, so people who fought him had to abide by the rules, which was one-on-one. Mu Yunqing was extremely embarrassed. He didn't say anything, and the group left crestfallen again. This incident soon spread around the academy. Students started to make fun of Mu Yunqing. They now considered him to be a total coward. Several days later, it was announced that Jing Yang, a student from the School of the Flirting Star, had openly issued a letter of challenge to Yi Futian. It caused a sensation at the academy. He was a 3-star Glory Plane Mandate sorcerer, a true prodigy. He had been personally admitted directly by the supervisor of the School of the Flirting Star as a disciple. Usually he didn't care about friendly competition, but now to save the reputation of his school, he challenged Yi Futian publicly. However, the response from Yi Futian left people totally speechless. Sorry, I have no time for this. This was such a lame excuse to turn down the challenge. Students in the school of the flirting star accused him of being a real coward. Jingyang, however, was not surprised. He told people that Yi Futian was just so. Yi Futian wasn't disturbed by these comments at all. He still spent all his time on reading and cultivating as usual. Chapter 53. There hadn't been many opportunities for Yi Futian to cultivate in peace. So naturally, he did not want to bother with the thought of the challenge. He did not know who Jingyang was, and it did not matter if he was a prodigy. None of this had anything to do with Yi Futian. Defeating Jingyang would only draw more attention to himself and would have no benefit for him. It might even bring about more problems. There hadn't been many opportunities for Yi Futian to cultivate in peace. So naturally, he did not want to bother with the thought of the challenge. He did not know who Jingyang was, and it did not matter if he was a prodigy. None of this had anything to do with Yi Futian. Defeating Jingyang would only draw more attention to himself and would have no benefit for him. It might even bring about more problems. The students of the school of the flirting star continued to throw insults at Yi Futian, but he paid them no attention. He was not listening to any of their comments. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Futian broke through another plane while he cultivated silently. He was now a 3-starred glory plane in both martial and divination arts. During his silent cultivation, he was also able to learn a large number of new spells. Yi Futian was attempting a battle tactic, which was a combination of martial and divination arts in his dorm. He specialized in the sorcery of different elements, so if he was able to incorporate his powerful martial arts abilities into his sorcery, his combat would be able to reach new levels. Yu Sheng watched him from the side. He said to Yi Futian, "Of the 7 elements, you have cultivated in all of them with corresponding spells, all except for the element of water." Although Yi Futian could perceive all elements, he did not have a water elemental life spirit, so his gift in this element was on the weaker side. For the time being, he did not have the ability to cultivate the element of water. Other than that, he was at the highest level of cultivation in all of the other elements. His natal spirit was the world tree, which was wood elemental. He had already begun to cultivate in this element, even though he knew that there was a chance that the natal spirit would never be released in front of others. These are all spells chosen by me. There's no harm in learning more. Yi Futian smiled and said, "I have to step out and take care of something, so I might not make it back tonight. Work hard on cultivating and quickly make it to the 4-starred glory plane." "Okay. I should be getting there," nodded Yu Sheng. His journey in cultivation was no easier than that of Yi Futian. Yi Futian mounted the Black Wind Eagle and was out of Donghai Academy. The Luo Palace was a palace in the city of Donghai. It was rumored that the master of the palace, Lord Luo, was a distant relative of the king of the Nandu nation. Other rumors had it that he was in the good graces of the imperial family, and was therefore named a lord. Regardless of the reason, he was the only person in all of the city of Donghai to be given such a title. Naturally, his status was everything but that of the ordinary. The Luo Palace was extremely dignified, and was a true family of power. There was a young man standing in front of the Luo Palace. It was Yi Futian. Outside the doors of the palace, people were busily scurrying around. The building was well decorated, and there was a festive atmosphere in the air. Yi Futian knew that the master of the palace was having a birthday celebration. However, none of that mattered to Yi Futian. The only thing he cared about was Lord Luo. He was the only Arcana Plane healing sorcerer of the spirit element in all of Donghai City. He was the person that Tang Lan had refused to tell him about. Investigating this was the only thing Yi Futian did outside of cultivation. He was always thinking about Hua Fengliu's injuries. Yi Futian did not understand why Tang Lan had been so sure Lord Luo would refuse to help. He was not completely confident that he could get Lord Luo to agree to help heal Hua Fengliu, but he knew that he couldn't just sit around and do nothing. He found out that Lord Luo lived an isolated life and cared a lot about his reputation. Every year on his birthday he would hold an extravagant celebration. Yi Futian wanted to find out exactly what kind of person he was, and see if there was a chance to persuade him to help Hua Fengliu. Yi Futian owed this to Hua Fengliu. This was also what he had promised Hua Jieyu. It did not matter if he succeeded. He had to give it all he had. The steward noticed Yi Futian. A handsome young man, he thought. With a smile he asked, "Is there something I can help you with, young master? May I ask if there will be dancing and music entertainment at Lord Luo's birthday celebration? I specialize in performing the guqin. If possible, I would like to play for Lord Luo at his birthday celebration," said Yi Futian. The steward smiled and replied, "The palace does not lack a guqin player. I am sure that I am more capable than your present personnel." Yi Futian continued, "If it's really not possible, then are you guys lacking in the errand boy department?" The steward looked at Yi Futian confused. The young man had an aura of elegance, and was obviously not an errand boy. "Young master, why are you so adamant on entering the palace?" asked the steward. His eyes squinted with suspicion. The steward was a clever man. "I just want to witness the extravagance for myself," Yi Futian said calmly, keeping his composure. "The palace has no shortage of guqin players or errand boys," the steward said, rejecting Yi Futian. Although one teenager couldn't do much harm, he could not simply grant him access to the palace. "Hey!" At that moment, someone from behind them called out in surprise. Yi Futian turned around and was met with two beautiful girls. The girl walking in front was especially beautiful. Yi Futian had met both of these girls aboard the ship on his way to the city of Donghai. "It's you?" the girl in front asked in surprise. She had thought that they were passing strangers, never to meet again. She would never have expected to run into him again, much less at a place like this. "Young Miss Wuxia, is he a friend of yours?" asked the steward. Could the young man have come for the young miss? It couldn't be. She arrived only yesterday as a guest of the palace. Yes, Wuxia nodded. She smiled at Yi Futian. "What are you doing here?" "The young master says he is a guqin player and wants to perform during Lord Luo's celebration," said the steward. Since he was a friend of Wuxia, there was no way he could say that Yi Futian came to be an errand boy. "Yeah," Yi Futian agreed. "Why don't we give him a chance?" Wuxia asked the steward. The steward smiled helplessly but nodded anyway. "Since young miss has spoken, then I guess we can give him a chance. Young master, this way please." The group walked into the palace. Wuxia and Xiao He were on either side of Yi Futian. Wuxia asked, "Didn't you say you were coming to Donghai City to attend school? Why do you want to be a guqin player at the palace?" "That's right. I'm attending Donghai Academy now. I just wanted to come explore the palace and see what it's like," replied Yi Futian with a smile. "You're lying." Xiao He snickered. "When you arrived in Donghai City, the spring quarter exams were already over. How could you have gotten into the academy already? Are you making things up to attract Wuxia's attention?" "Stop with the nonsense, Xiao He," said Wuxia while trying to suppress a smile. While this was going on, they failed to notice Yi Futian shrugging his shoulders in defeat. He felt helpless. Every time he told the truth, nobody was willing to believe him. "Oh right. What are you doing here? Do you live in the Luo Palace?" Yi Futian asked curiously. Wuxia shook her head. "The elders of my family know Lord Luo, so the younger generation of the family is also familiar with him. I came this time to visit him. I can introduce some people to you." "I see." Yi Futian nodded slightly. It looked like Wuxia was the young miss of a noble family. It was no wonder that her every gesture and way of speech flowed with such elegance. "What kind of person is Lord Luo?" Yi Futian asked her in a low voice. Tang Lan had said that it was impossible for Lord Luo to agree to help. If it was simply because of his proud and aloof personality, then it was not a problem. But if it was because Lord Luo and Hua Fenglu had some sort of rivalry going on, then maybe it really was impossible to persuade him to help. Stern but kind. "It really depends on the situation," smiled Wuxia. The group arrived in the garden area. There was a person playing on the guqin as well as dancers. They seemed to be rehearsing for tonight's performance. It was obvious that they would not want to make any mistakes at Lord Luo's birthday celebration. It was best to prepare beforehand. The steward went to whisper to the guqin player, then turned to Yi Futian. "Would you like to give it a go?" "Sure," nodded Yi Futian. The guqin player got up and gave his seat to Yi Futian. When Yi Futian's fingers finally met with the chords of the guqin, the aura around him shifted. It was now quiet and peaceful. a touch of elegance added on to his already outstanding looks. His long fingers flew over the chords, strumming them as he moved. The sound of the guqin played and the original guqin player's expression darkened. The music played softly, and everyone was being drawn in. That's enough. I admit defeat. The guqin player smiled bitterly and shook his head. Being able to create a certain mood was an important part of playing the instrument. Even though Futian was young, he was able to play as if he had years of experience. Futian played at a level that he could not reach. However, the guqin player had no idea that Futian was a musical sorcerer, and was able to surpass ordinary guqin players like himself even without musical spells. If it's like this, then young master, you should stay here today and learn the pieces you need to play tomorrow. How does that sound? Asked the steward. All right. Thank you. Futian smiled. Wuxia, what are you doing here? At that moment, a group of youths approached from afar. We were just looking for you. What brings you here to observe the rehearsal? Asked one of the youths in the group. The group Futian was standing and all turned their heads towards the voices. All of them had a magnificent aura around them. They must all either be from prominent families or the Luo Palace. My friend is playing the guqin here, so I came to check it out, explained Wuxia. Your friend? One of them looked at Futian. Yeah, he's a guqin player. He wants to play at tomorrow's birthday celebration, nodded Wuxia. Oh, I see. One of the youths lost interest as soon as he heard guqin player. He continued, Wuxia, let's go. Someone is coming. Okay, nodded Wuxia. She turned to give Futian a quick wave goodbye. Futian returned the gesture with a smile. Who is it? Wuxia asked the group of youths as they walked away from Futian. Zhoumu, replied one of them. Wuxia's eyes lit up. She heard that Zhoumu was already a 5-starred glory-playing conjurer. He was highly gifted just as his master had been years ago. All right, Wuxia. How did you end up making friends with a guqin player? Asked a young woman in the group. We met once by chance, she answered. Is it because of his good looks? Teased the young woman. Wuxia smiled but did not reply. Futian was handsome, even more so when he was playing his instrument, but it was unfortunate that he was a mere guqin player. In addition, he seemed to be boastful and a liar, but Wuxia thought that it might be because he was too prideful. Wuxia did not invite Futian to join the group, nor did she introduce him to them. Futian knew that a guqin player, like himself, did not belong in a group with the nobles. However, they had only been strangers to begin with, so Futian really did not mind. Besides, he had not entered the palace to get to know that group of youths anyway. Chapter 54. All the music and dances for the birthday banquet of Lord Luo had been settled, and the musician left after he had taught Futian the songs he was assigned to play. The steward also repeatedly told him some do's and don'ts for the next day. All the music and dances for the birthday banquet of Lord Luo had been settled, and the musician left after he had taught Futian the songs he was assigned to play. The steward also repeatedly told him some do's and don'ts for the next day. Futian was left in the palace to rehearse with a group of girls. Their figures and facial features were all top-notch, especially the leader. She was about 18 years old, extraordinarily sexy, but with a face full of the youthfulness of a younger girl. When she was dancing in that dress made of chiffon, it was possible for any man to fall in love with her. Futian kept his head low while playing the song. A sweet and charming voice suddenly spoke. Why don't you raise your head? A gorgeous face soon appeared in front of him. He smiled and replied, You are so charming that once I see you I feel distracted. You do know how to compliment girls, she chuckled. Her skirt swung onto the guqin. Just come and join us. She started dancing again and seemed to be luring him intentionally. Most of the musicians were just old men, so she was surprised that the assigned musician this time was such a young and pretty boy. Sorry miss, I have a girlfriend. Futian smiled at her. The girl was dumbfounded for a moment, then started chuckling again along with the girls around her. What are you talking about? Remember, my name is Yunro, and in the future, I will marry a very powerful cultivator. You are too young to pique my interest. Yunro made fun of him. Nice to meet you. I'm Futian, he replied. And then the rehearsal continued. They told Futian that tomorrow, at the birthday banquet of Lord Luo, There would be many influential people of the city of Donghai attending. However, these girls didn't have any further information. In this continent, the talents of cultivation determined everything. Even a gorgeous girl who was born to a mundane family could not gain much advantage from her beauty. She might marry a powerful cultivator, but most likely, she'd end up a concubine rather than a wife. Even worse, since powerful cultivators tended to look for younger women, affairs would become an inevitable fate on the man's side of the marriage as time went by. The next day, the Luo Palace became boisterous in the morning. A lot of servants were busy preparing for the banquet and hosting the visitors. The rehearsals kept going. After lunch, there started to be more and more visitors crowding into the banquet room. Futian and the girls were already in place. The banquet was opulent. The center spot was reserved for Lord Luo, the guest of honor, as he was the one being celebrated. Then, there were seats arranged in rows on both sides of Lord Luo's spot. Apparently, the people who were seated closer to Lord Luo were of higher status in this city. There was a broad space between these two rows, and behind the seats, there was a stage with a golden carpet. That was where Futian and the girls were to perform. It was designed to liven up the banquet without distracting the guests. Before the guests were seated, the show had already started. The whole room was filled with laughter. Lin Xia and Xiao He were among the first group of people entering the room. While they were getting ushered into their seats, Lin Xia noticed Futian and smiled at him. Such a pity that you're rarely attracted to a boy, and the one you pick is only a musician, Xiao He joked. Lin Xia gave her a stare. Stop that. A pretty handsome boy came to them and asked with a smile. What are you talking about? Nothing, Mr. Luo. Lin Xia shook her head. Xia, people told me that you brought that musician to this place. Is he your friend? The boy asked. We've met twice. He told me that he wanted to come here and broaden his horizons, so I did him a favor. You're fine with that, aren't you? Lin Xia answered. It's okay. In fact, if he wants to, he can stay here as long as he wants. The boy was still laughing. Okay, I'll ask him after the banquet is over, Lin Xia said. Sure. See you later. The boy left. Xiao He whispered to Xia. Young Lord Luo seemed to be attracted to you, girl. I already told you to stop. Lin Xia felt awkward. I'm serious. I know he doesn't look as cute as Futian, but what about his status? Xiao He didn't want to stop. Lin Xia gave up. She knew that this girl liked to joke. Young girls had all kinds of fantasies. Apparently, Futian did not understand what they were thinking at all. Suddenly, someone entered the room, walking with majestic steps. He was apparently of high status in this place. People stopped chatting and greeted him. Happy birthday, Lord Luo. Futian also raised his head and looked at Lord Luo. He had an absolutely commanding and dignified appearance. Long time no see, Lord Luo. You actually look younger than the last time we met. Someone walked up to him and said, Lord Luo, happy birthday from the Lin family. People started to queue up to send birthday congratulations. Lord Luo, happy birthday from the Xiao family, a bright and clear voice sounded. I appreciate it, Lord Xia. Lord Luo replied with a smile. The title of Lord Luo was merely conferred without substantial authority. In fact, Xiaofeng, the head of the Xiao family, was the most powerful man in this city. Still, there were some other people almost equally dignified in this city, such as the head of the Nandu family, the supervisors of schools at Donghai Academy, and a few others. Behind Xiaofeng, there was a young man who bowed slightly to Lord Luo. Greetings, Lord Luo. I'm Xia Fan. Mr. Xia Fan, you have grown up. Lord Luo complimented. Don't praise him, Lord Luo. He's been dawdling all the time. With your compliment, I'm afraid it's going to be worse, Xiaofeng joked. Coincidentally, Futian raised his head at this moment, and soon noticed Xia Fan. The moment he saw Xia Fan, he gave him an icy glare. After Xiaofeng and Xia Fan were seated, Xia Fan started enjoying the show. When he saw Yun Ro, he felt very attracted to this beautiful girl. However, soon he noticed that Futian was sitting behind her, playing. He frowned and felt very confused. How could Futian be here? How had he survived after jumping into the canyon? Had the ferocious snow ape just let him go? Futian was also looking at Xia Fan. They stared at each other, and Futian perceived the contempt in Xia Fan's eyes. Xia Fan had believed Yi Futian was just a nobody. Someone that Xia Fan did not care was alive or dead. Xia Fan was the young lord of Donghai province. He could entirely ignore Yi Futian due to their vast gap in status. He knew that Hua Fenglu, the only patron of Yi Futian, was now crippled. The only thing he felt frustrated about was that his uncle had died at the hands of the snow ape in that fight. "Who are you looking at?" Xia Feng asked. "Nothing. I just saw someone interesting," Xia Fan responded. It was extremely interesting that the disciple of the Guqin devil was now serving in this room as a musician. Yi Futian became peaceful and kept playing. He wasn't worried about running into Xia Fan at this place. He was already a student of Donghai Academy, so no one would be allowed to try to kill him this time, no matter how powerful they were. Happy birthday from the Nanda family. Another congratulation came. Lord Luo looked at the person approaching and started laughing. "Long time no see, Mr. Nandu." There were two men from the Nandu family. One was middle-aged and one was young. They were Nandu Wenshan and his son, Nandu Kai. They had come here on behalf of the Nandu family. Since they were the leaders of the Nandu family, attending this banquet represented the respect they held for Lord Luo. "Long time no see, Lord Luo," Nandu Wenshan replied. Lord Luo ushered these two into the seats closest to himself. "So Wenshan, you do come here," another voice said. And Nandu Wenshan stood up from his seat to greet the new group of people that had just entered the room. "Why did you come here together?" Nandu Wenshan laughed. "We met each other on the way here." One of them had a complexion as clear as jade. He was casually dressed for this banquet, but it was obvious that he was not someone common. The other one was an old man but still in good shape. He laughed at Lord Luo and greeted him. "I am here on behalf of Donghai Academy." "Thanks so much," Lord Luo replied with his body slightly bowed down. He then ushered these two men into their seats, also the ones closest to him. This group of people was now having a conversation. They were among the most influential people in the city. Mr. Art Saint has been friends with Lord Luo for a long time. He's attended his birthday banquet every year. It's said that Mr. Art Saint has reached a higher plane than he was in last year. The person who is with him actually runs the school of the Emperor Star at Donghai Academy. I believe the young man behind him must be Zhou Mu. He is already a 5-star glory plane invoker, a true genius. People say that Art Saint is trying to form a political marriage between Zhou Mu and the daughter of the Nandu family. I think Art Saint is trying to make up for his mistakes of the past. I'm afraid that this job is not going to be easy. The princess of the Nanda family is supremely gorgeous, talented, and so treasured by the Nanda family that they don't want to trade her for political interest. People were whispering to each other. They lowered their voices to avoid being heard, but Yi Futian still learned a lot of information from all the talk. He looked at the middle-aged man with the bright complexion and realized that this man was Art Saint, who had destroyed Hua Fengliu's natal spirit. He soon understood why Tang Lan had told him it would be impossible to ask for help from Lord Luo. Lord Luo was longtime friends with Hua Fengliu's nemesis. He felt upset, as it seemed that his attempt to get help was all in vain. However, he had obtained a lot of information about the political situation in the city of Donghai. He was still curious about the relationship between Hua Jieyu and the representative of the Nandu family. Chapter 55. Upon the arrival of the guests, the celebration began. Drinks were exchanged and the sound of laughter and conversation filled the air. The older partygoers formed their own small circle, while the younger partygoers did the same. Other than presenting their gifts and exchanging words of common courtesy, everyone was discussing interesting new happenings within the city of Donghai. Somewhere along the line someone brought up the topic of Qingzhou City. Upon the arrival of the guests, the celebration began. Drinks were exchanged and the sound of laughter and conversation filled the air. The older partygoers formed their own small circle, while the younger partygoers did the same. Other than presenting their gifts and exchanging words of common courtesy, everyone was discussing interesting new happenings within the city of Donghai. Somewhere along the line someone brought up the topic of Qingzhou City. I heard that the historical remains of that person were discovered in the city of Qingzhou, and that you even went to investigate personally. Is that true, Xia Fan? Someone asked with their sights set on Xia Fan. By that person they obviously meant Emperor Yi Qing, but because he was a taboo character in the divine prefectures of the East Sea, it would be inappropriate to use his name in a public place such as this. It is true indeed. However, a demon king, or perhaps even higher-leveled snow ape demon stood guard there and we were unable to enter. My younger brother even lost his life at the hands of that monster, said Xiaofeng. What Chief Xiaofeng said is true. I wanted to take part in it like every else and traveled to Qingzhou City. Indeed, no one was able to get close to the historical site. I heard that the path was blocked by demons and monsters, said Lin Xie's father. Many people nodded in agreement. Many powerful individuals have sent their people to Qingzhou, but they all returned with no results. If really was a demon of higher level than a demon king, then forget about us. Probably even the Nandu nation wouldn't be able to do anything about it, someone sighed. Hearing their words, Yi Futian felt a twinge of sadness. If the snow ape had not refused to leave the mountains, then Yi Futian would not have to beware of his every move in Donghai City. He would have been able to do whatever he pleased, even in the Nandu nation. Yi Futian debated whether or not he should find time to head back to Mount Tianyao to persuade the snow ape to leave with him. Brother Lin, your daughter, Lin Xie, should be about 16 years old now, right? She's getting more beautiful by the day, said Lord Luo. His eyes drifted to Lin Xie in the crowd. Her beautiful eyes contained a hint of timidness. Thank you for your compliment, Lord Luo, said Lin Xie's father. Has she been betrothed? Asked Lord Luo. Not yet, but she is still young. She is still focusing all her attention on cultivation. There's no hurry, answered her father. That is true, but looking around this venue there are many worthy young men. It couldn't hurt to meet them, chuckled Lord Luo. Speaking of worthy young men, I heard that the art saint's disciple, Zhou Mu, is already in the 5-starred glory plane, Lin Xie's father said. He looked over at Zhou Mu, who stood behind the art saint. It's all thanks to Master's guidance. Zhou Mu smiled lightly in response. Nanda Kai beside Nanda Wunshan does not pale in comparison to Zhou Mu, the art saint said modestly as he looked at Nanda Wunshan. Nanda Kai is slightly older and his gift is not half bad, but in comparison with Zhou Mu, he is still lacking. He will need to work harder, said Nanda Wunshan. How is she doing? The art saint asked suddenly. Nanda Wunshan was stunned, but then shook his head with a bitter smile and said, My younger sister is still the same. I heard that her daughter is back and is an exceptional person. Zhou Mu keeps pestering me to let them meet. The art saint continued to speak. Everyone exchanged a look. Indeed, the art saint was trying to set up his disciple with the young miss of the Nandu family. Shockingly, he did not seem to care that she was the Guqin devil's daughter. It was probably a love someone and love everything about them type of situation. After all, the art saint had always been madly in love with that person. It is true Hua Jieyu is exceptional. She is now practicing cultivation at the school of the Emperor Star within Donghai Academy. Nanda Wunshan smiled. Upon hearing this exchange, his heart was no longer calm. The art saint wanted to set up his disciple with Hua Jieyu? In addition, it seemed that Nanda Wunshan was the older brother of Master's wife, which would make him Hua Jieyu's uncle. Hua Jieyu's gifts are top-notch within the Emperor Star School. It would be hard to find a person who could compare with her in all of Donghai Academy, said an elder of the school of the Emperor Star. Since Hua Jieyu was a student of his school, he knew quite a bit about her. You guys are all complimenting her. It makes me want to meet the young miss of the Nandu family. Lord Luo laughed. Hua Jieyu. Xia Fan's lips twitched into a wicked smile. His eyes landed on Yi Futian, who was playing the guqin. In the city of Qingzhou, he had seen Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian together by the lake. The relationship between the two did not seem like that of ordinary friends. Xia Fan wondered, what would happen if the Nandu family found out the ambiguous relationship between Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian? Just the thought of this brought a smile to Xia Fan's face. Of course, there were other ways to crush Yi Futian. He did not have to do it this way. If he were to expose their relationship in a setting like this, he might offend the Nandu family. After all, they were a big, powerful family and cared a lot about their reputation. Hua Jieyu was also the apple of their eyes. They would not permit anyone to try to drag her through the mud. Yi Futian felt that something was amiss and lifted his head to look at Xia Fan. Right now, everyone was talking about Hua Jieyu. so Yi Futian knew immediately what Xia Fan might have been thinking. He could not help but raise his eyebrows at Xia Fan. As a person, Xia Fan was sinister and treacherous, a truly despicable person. Yi Futian had gotten a taste of this back in the city of Qingzhou. When the chance comes, I shall have Hua Jieyu come to pay respect to you, Lord Luo. Nanda Wenshan smiled at Lord Luo's words. You should stop talking about Hua Jieyu now. Since we have so many talented young people gathered here today, and since Lord Luo is in such a good mood, why don't we have the youngster perform? That's right. This would be the perfect opportunity to catch a glimpse at all the young talent in the city of Donghai. Someone chimed in. This piqued Lord Luo's interest as well. Thus, he went on to say, then, let's have any youngsters willing to perform show off their skills in front of us elders. There shall be hefty rewards for the best performances. Lin Xia, how about you go first? Lord Luo set his sight on Lin Xia. She blinked a couple times then nodded with a smile. With light steps, she carried herself to the middle of the crowd. Lord Luo, I hope you will enjoy my lacking performance. After she spoke, water spiritual qi began to gather around her. Her hands danced in the air, carrying the spiritual qi with her every movement. Slowly, the character for longevity formed in midair and floated towards Lord Luo. It only disappeared once it had reached him. Lin Xia, you're already a 3-starred glory plane sorcerer. How fast? That was very interesting, complimented Lord Luo. Thank you for your compliments, said Lin Xia. She bowed to him and retreated into the crowd. A young man stepped up. I will perform a sword dance for you, Lord Luo. He drew out the sword he carried on his person, and it began to dance through the air. With every slash of the sword a stroke was left in the air. When the young man finished his performance, 5 words were left in midair. May you achieve boundless eternity. Nice! Many people applauded him. Following that, other youths continued to put on their performances to present their blessings and best wishes to Lord Luo. At the same time, they were able to put their talents on display. Their performances brightened up the atmosphere of the party venue. Brother Hua, does your disciple not wish to perform? Someone asked the art saint. The art saint's surname was Hua, a different Hua from Hua Fenglu. Go, commanded the art saint. Yes, master, answered Zhou. Stepping up, he held a pencil in his hand. Then, he laid out a large piece of paper on the bright golden yellow carpet. Zhou bent down and began to draw. It's rare to see Zhou in action. We are all so lucky to be able to witness the art saint's disciple in action, said one of the youths in the crowd. All the youngsters at the venue admired Zhou. I've never seen a conjurer in action before, so I don't know what it's like, said a young girl. Her eyes glowed in interest as she observed Zhou. Zhou drew with great speed. His movements were natural and graceful. Lord Luo complimented, Brother Hua, your disciple has such a grand aura for a person of his age. That's true, everyone else agreed. Even Yun Ro and her group of dancers tried to look on as they danced. Yi Futian was also aware of all the happenings. Despite playing with his head down, he was thinking to himself. Hua Fenglu and the art saint were old rivals, not only in power, but also in love. To be able to take mistress away from someone like the art saint, Yi Futian could only imagine how charming Hua Fenglu must have been in the past. If Hua Fenglu did not have his powers disabled, then he probably could have been admired and respected like the art saint. To have ended up in his situation, Yi Futian felt really bad for Hua Fenglu. Zhou drew as Yi Futian played the guqin. One was the disciple of the art saint, one was the disciple of the guqin devil. However, everyone's focus was on Zhou. Finally, Zhou's work was complete. A fire phoenix escaped from the artwork and circled the skies above. Covered in the flames, it let out a screech. Then, it landed by Lord Luo's side and began to dance for him. Bravo! Wonderful! The phoenix is a symbol of success. What a wonderful omen. We wouldn't have expected anything less of the young art saint. Everyone was full of praise for Zhou. Even Lord Luo gave him a look and smile of approval. He said, You shall be rewarded. Thank you, my lord. Zhou bowed and then returned to his spot by his master. Watching Zhou, I was reminded of a person. A couple days ago, Nandaku paid a visit to the Guqin Gardens and saw Hua Fenglu, said Nanda Wenshan. In a split second he had captured everyone's attention. The Guqin devil was back in the city of Donghai? However, he's handicapped now and is being protected by Tanglan. He even took in a disciple, Nandu Wenshan elaborated. Handicapped? Everyone was shocked. Even the art saint was surprised. What a shame. Why is it a shame? Even if he weren't handicapped, he wouldn't dare show his face in front of you, art saint. Someone laughed. That's right. In the past, Hua Fenglu had no understanding of his own capabilities and brought the humiliation onto himself. Who would have thought he would still have the nerve to come back after becoming disabled? Would he even be able to groom the disciple he took in? If his disciple met with Zhou Mu, he would probably have to walk in the other direction. Another person mocked Hua Fenglu. He can only live under someone else's protection now. Why is he even thinking about anything else? People began to speak up against Hua Fenglu. All their words were meant to suck up to the art saint. Xia Fan watched Yi Futian. He could not wait to see how long it would take for Yi Futian to explode in anger. Just as everyone was enjoying their time making fun of Hua Fenglu, they were interrupted by the sounds of the Guqin. The style has shifted. The once soft notes were getting louder and faster as well. Slowly, Yunro and the other dancers became influenced by the music. The women began to dance their hearts away. Their long dresses flowed with their movements. They all looked like goddesses. Under the influence of the music, the youngsters got more excited and the elders were in an even better mood now. The atmosphere of the entire party venue was pushed to the highest point. What piece is this? Asked the art saint. His eyes drifted toward Yi Futian. Not only him, but the other high authority figures as well felt something amiss. Their emotions were being controlled by the music. The youths at the party were getting agitated and the dancers on stage looked like they were unable to pull themselves away from the music. Behind the stage, a young man was playing his instrument silently. He seemed to be in a world of his own. His looks could be said to be one of the best amongst the younger partygoers. When he played, he released a mystical force that was incorporated into his music. The melody of the white feathers garment. Who are you? The art saint's gaze sharpened and his utterance interrupted the music. Many people began to wake up from their previous trance. They all stared at the young Guqin player in shock. They watched as the young man lifted his head slowly. His eyes were clear and clean with no sense of lowliness. Looking towards Lord Luo, he spoke. I am the Guqin devil's disciple Yi Futian. I am here to convey blessings in place of my master with a single piece. The melody of the white feathers garment. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Please bring it on. Chapter 56. Please bring it on. The boy was not talking loudly, but his voice was still rather firm. Suddenly, the banquet was silenced. Yi Futian, disciple of the Qin devil, hereby delivers happy birthday to Lord Luo with white feather garments, on behalf of my master. People were surprised that this young musician was the disciple of the Qin devil. The white feather garments had totally taken over their mind, which indicated that there was strong mental power contained in that music spell. The power was especially demonstrated by the young men and women who started dancing along. If not for the interruption from the art saint, they would still be possessed by the mental power in that song. Yunro now looked at Yi Futian with absolute surprise. This seemingly careless boy was actually quite powerful. The song he just played, the melody of white feather garments, was one of the most renowned royal waltzes. It was said that if this song was played by a powerful sorcerer that specialized in music spells, people listening to it would soon be trapped into a world of illusion. Lin Xie and Xiao He were also looking at him. They felt shocked that this ordinary young musician was in fact the disciple of the famous Qin devil. So, was he a musical sorcerer? Yi Futian, where did I hear this name before? Some students of Donghai Academy were mumbling, because this name rang a bell for them. Soon they realized who he was and wondered if this boy was the same person who recently became famous in Donghai Academy. Art Saint and Lord Luo were both staring at Yi Futian, feeling confused. They never anticipated that the disciple of the Qin devil would show up in this banquet as the musician. If Nanda Wenshan had not mentioned the Qin devil, or people had not satirized him, this boy would still be playing peacefully. Nanda Wenshan heard from Nanda Ku that the Qin devil had high expectations for this disciple. He realized the reason. According to the vibe of this boy, he was almost the younger version of Qin Devil. Now silence haunted the place. It was just too dramatic for the disciple of the Qin Devil to show up in this situation. Xia Fan was sneering at Yi Futian. He did not believe that Yi Futian actually dared to announce his identity under these circumstances. Meanwhile, Yi Futian stood up and bowed slightly to the person running the school of Emperor Star in Donghai Academy. Greetings, Professor, from Yi Futian, the School of Finance Star. You are a student of that school? The supervisor was surprised about the fact that the disciple of the Qin Devil was currently studying at the School of Finance Star. Obviously, he did not pay much attention to this boy, who had recently become rather famous in Donghai Academy. I was admitted recently. Yi Futian took out the name tag from his pocket. The supervisor from the School of Emperor Star nodded slightly, without saying anything. At that moment, Xia Fan's face turned very pale. He could not believe that Yi Futian had been admitted to Donghai Academy, with his identity as a Donghai Academy student, and that this was a public birthday banquet. It would be difficult to do anything to him. Even though the supervisor from the School of Emperor Star seemed not to like Yi Futian, as long as he was a student in Donghai Academy, people could hardly be harsh to him. Lin Xia was looking at Yi Futian, totally distracted. She remembered that Yi Futian used to tell her that he was studying at Donghai Academy. At that time she believed that he was bragging, but it seemed that he was actually telling the truth. In fact, she should not be blamed. She met Yi Futian on a ship to this city, and at that time the spring term entry test had ended. That was why she and Xiao He both believed Yi Futian was bragging. So there remained only one possibility for Yi Futian to enter Donghai Academy. Yi Futian was well appreciated by someone running the School of Finance Star, so a rare exception was made for him. She totally realized what it meant. Yi Futian was possibly much more talented than other students in Donghai Academy. Other people were also confused about this admission. Donghai Academy was the best school in this province, and Yi Futian was given an exception soon after he arrived. Zhou Mu, the disciple of Art Saint, was well known for his extraordinary talents. However, now the disciple of the Qin Devil stepped out and shocked the whole audience with white feather garments, which indicated that he was also unusual. Things were getting interesting. That's a good song. How's your master doing? Lord Luo asked him, his voice monotone. Yi Futian played that song as a birthday gift, so he must not lose his politeness in this situation. My professor was set up by a villain, and has been crippled for a while. Now he is peacefully living in his own garden, unbothered by the mess happening outside. Yi Futian sounded peaceful. However, Xia Fan felt mad. He had just been referred to as a villain. People looked at him. This youth said only what was necessary. He told them that Qin Devil was now living on his own, crippled, and did not care about what was going on outside. This speech successfully prevented further trouble for his professor. Today, I was going to play the song peacefully to entertain the guests here, and did not intend to interrupt the fun going on. However, so many people started to insult Mr. Hua Fenglu. He glanced at the audience and kept talking. I am not a great student, but still I have dignity, so does my professor. I cannot act like nothing is going on when people are insulting my professor. I know there are a lot of talented young men in this place who have some negative impressions of him. I will accept any challenge if you believe I am not being appropriate. He paused for a second, then stared at those who insulted Hua Fenglu. Please bring it on. He was only 16 years old, and now there were so many big chiefs of this city sitting in the room. However, the way he talked was neither humble nor pushy. Every word from his mouth was firm and solid. The talented young men were showing off their achievements and complimenting each other. However, suddenly, someone who had been silent announced that he would challenge any one of them. How dramatic was this? The Qin Devil definitely deserved a disciple with such guts. People did not know what to say. The girls who used to talk with him felt that, in the past, they did not know him at all. The true self he hid was so different. Those who insulted the Qin Devil now looked embarrassed. This boy was acting polite, yet had a firm will. They were totally overshadowed by his personality, not to mention being challenged. What plane are you on, boy? Lord Luo asked to err on the side of caution. If he was too powerful, it would be better for the people challenged to just ignore him rather than having their ass kicked. 3-star glory plane it is, Yi Futian replied peacefully. Lord Luo did not say anything, but started looking at the young men in this room. 3-star glory plane was impressive for a boy his age, but not too rare for other young men attending the banquet. I accept your challenge. Someone stood up from his seat. It was the swordsman who responded. He was in the same plane as Yi Futian, a 3-star glory plane swordsman. Okay, just show us your best. You don't have to worry about damaging this place at all, Lord Luo told them. There were so many powerful people in this place that the audience would be well protected from the fight. Understood. The swordsman unsheathed his weapon and stepped toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian went back to his guqin and slowly sat down. The girls already evacuated the place for him. Since someone was insulting the Qin devil, he should absolutely defeat those people with the techniques he inherited from Hua Fenglu, which were the music spells. He started playing, and suddenly the room was full of a feeling of desolation. Some of the people soon felt as if they were brought to a state of illusion, where they were left alone in a deep woods in a mountain. That is a music spell. Some powerful people soon recognized what it was. The rainbow and feather garments he played were not injected with much mental power, so the effect was not truly strong. But since Yi Futian was being serious this time, the song was played with immense power of mental control. The swordsman also initiated his attack. He charged as fast as thunder toward Yi Futian. However, there was a continuous sound. It pierced through his eardrum with a magical power, and he was also drawn into the illusion. Now he saw himself charging toward Yi Futian, but in the background was a cliff. He realized he had been mentally attacked. He soon ignited his blade with the fire element power he possessed. He jumped off into the air and came down with authority. His hands were holding the sword firmly, and the blade was pointed exactly at Yi Futian's forehead. Yi Futian suddenly sped up his fingers. His fingers were now insanely fast, and there was a dragon vaguely roaring in the song. Soon he swung his hand towards his opponent, and the swordsman saw a dragon flying right at him. The dragon was not hurt by the blade at all, and totally engulfed his body in a second. In reality, people saw the swordsman suddenly stop his attack. He looked painful and desperate, and soon after, he fell onto the ground severely injured. Yi Futian finished the last note of his song, and said peacefully, "You all insult my professor but can only train disciples at this level." Chapter 57 The Battle of the Disciples. Chapter 57 The Battle of the Disciples. Yi Futian's words acted as a slap to the face. The people who had previously insulted Hua Fenglu were now fuming, their expressions dark. It was a palace celebration and the art saint was present. They had simply wanted to get on his good side by badmouthing his rival. They had never expected for the Qin devil's exceptionally gifted disciple to appear with a challenge. The young man sitting behind the Qin had clean, carefree eyes. Yun Ro and the other dancers stared at his back with infatuation. It turned out that the young Qin player was capable of shining so bright. Lin Xie and Xiao he could also feel Yi Futian's excellence. They were acquainted with the young man he had just defeated. The young man's skills were not lacking at all, but he was still defeated instantly by Yi Futian's musical spells. It was easy to see just how powerful Yi Futian was. Lin Xie thought if it had been her up against him, the results would probably be the same. The venue fell into silence once again. Even though it was a simple challenge and did not seem to symbolize anything, the other youths knew better than to step up on a whim. Musical spells attacked the spirit and were extremely forceful. The young swordsman Yi Futian had just defeated was also a 3-starred glory plane sorcerer, so his spirit was pretty strong, but he was injured by Yi Futian's musical spell even though he had yet to put in full force. This meant that any martial or divination art cultivators below the 3-starred glory plane should not even think about going up against Yi Futian. If your spirit was not strong enough, you would be immediately defeated by his musical spells. It seems like the Qin devil has a successor. Who else is willing to give it a go? Asked Lord Luo. His tone was still calm, but in his heart, he was very unhappy. Today was his birthday celebration, but his spotlight had been stolen by the Qin devil's disciple. If Yi Futian had been the disciple of a friend, it would have been better, but he was the disciple of the Qin devil. Since Lord Luo was good friends with the art saint, It was only natural that he did not like Hua Fenglu very much. Plus, what Yi Futian said before had offended many people, and all of these people were his guests. However, Yi Futian had been frank about his intentions from the beginning, which made it hard to pick any problems with him. After all, the group of elders could not blatantly pick on a youngster. Therefore, the best solution was to have Yi Futian be defeated by one of the young people present. "I'll go," someone uttered. From the crowd, an excited young man dressed in extravagant golden clothing came forth. His aura was remarkable. "That's Su Qing. He's a thunder and fire bielemental sorcerer in the 4-starred glory plane," said someone in the crowd. Everyone looked at him with anticipation, especially the youngsters from the Luo Palace. The spirit of 4-starred glory plane cultivators was slightly stronger, and should be able to withstand Yi Futian's musical attacks. As long as the musical spells had no effect, Yi Futian was defeated. Su Qing, 4-starred glory plane sorcerer. Su Qing introduced himself to Yi Futian. "Please," answered Yi Futian, not losing his patience. As he invited Su Qing onto the makeshift battlefield, Yi Futian lowered his head and his fingers began to stroke the chords once again, blocking out everyone else in his surroundings. The people frowned as they listened to him play. This time around, his music lacked the feeling from before. The notes seemed to be random, unable to form into a distinguishable piece. The demon flurry, a look of recognition was on the art saint's face. He was old rivals with Hua Fenglu and was therefore familiar with his attack pieces. The piece that Yi Futian played before was the Zhongshan Dragon Chant, and this was the demon flurry. What seemed to be a disorganized piece was actually very powerful to deal with. Thunder and fire elemental spiritual qi erupted from Su Qing, and it flowed around him as it harmonized with his spirit. The notes of Yi Futian's qin continued to enter his ears. Su Qing grew increasingly agitated. He was unable to focus his spirit, and he felt himself lose control of the spiritual qi as he attempted to gather it for a spell. In sorcery, it was essential for one's spirit to accurately and efficiently gather spiritual qi, or else the spells would never succeed. The crowd began to take notice of the strange scene. Su Qing continued to gather large amounts of spiritual qi, but had yet to be able to form a spell. The spiritual qi continued to revolve around Su Qing in a violent manner. "What's happening?" The people were curious. Yi Futian's musical spell seemed to only be affecting one person. The invisible sound waves were all focused in Su Qing's direction. The onlookers could only hear random chords being played, but Su Qing was able to hear the spirit attacking piece of the demon flurry clearly. Su Qing remained in one spot. He looked terrible as the sweat ran down his face. Something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. The demon flurry did not attack directly, as the Zhongshan Dragon Chant did. Instead, it obstructed the release of the subject's sorcery. This piece was a sorcerer's kryptonite. As Yi Futian continued to play, it became increasingly difficult for Su Qing to focus his spirit. His will was weakening. This battle took such a large toll on him, like nothing he had ever experienced before. But at the same time, this was his first time going against a musical sorcerer. The results are clear. "That's enough," said the art saint. His calm voice managed to carry great force, interrupting the music once again. Yi Futian took his hands off the qin, looking as calm as ever. It was as if he had just played any old piece. On the other hand, Su Qing, who was still standing, looked as pale as a ghost. His body was shaking lightly, and he glared at Yi Futian with burning rage. Su Qing had never been so humiliated before. Was that really a battle? From beginning to end, Su Qing did not get a single opportunity to make his move. He was trapped by the music. If they had continued, his spirit would have been depleted. The art saint looked at Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu did not come back to Donghai City with his disciple as retirement plan. "Step down," ordered Lord Luo when he saw that Su Qing had no intention of moving from his position. Su Qing was unwilling, but because Lord Luo said so, he backed down. His legs shook weakly beneath him as he walked away. He began to wonder what would have happened if he gave up on gathering spiritual qi for a spell and chose to attack at close range instead. Su Qing regretted not trying. Yi Futian remained seated and only stood when no one else came forward. To Lord Luo he said, "My deepest apologies for interrupting your birthday celebration. I only wish to punish these people for their disrespectful words towards my master. I will excuse myself now. You already started your tantrum. Do you think you can just leave like this? Someone voiced coldly. Everyone turned their attention to the young man beside the art saint. Zhou Mu was shooting daggers at Yi Futian with his eyes. The art saint disabled the Qin devil years ago. Now, were their disciples going to recreate history? The youngsters in the crowd were excited. Only Zhou Mu could avenge them now. Yi Futian's musical sorcery was able to restrain both martial and divination art cultivators. You want to duel? Asked Yi Futian. Zhou Mu 5-starred glory plane. I'm on a higher level than you and initially had no plans of challenging you, but seeing how arrogant you are, I can only step up to the plate. Don't say that I'm bullying you, warned Zhou Mu. Then he stepped up and stood opposite of Yi Futian. Everyone had their eyes glued on the two young men. They sneered at Yi Futian. If they had simply let him go, not only the people who badmouthed Hua Fenglu, but all the youngsters present as well, would have felt utterly humiliated. Now that Zhou Mu was going to make his move, the results were set. Lin Xia was also looking at the two young men. Yi Futian's performance was very surprising, but his opponent this time was Zhou Mu. She really hoped that he would reject the challenge. Zhou Mu was at a higher level than Yi Futian, and so it would not be embarrassing for him to reject. Then let's fight. Just as Lin Xia was thinking, Yi Futian had already spoken. He returned to his seat once more. Hua Fenglu had his powers disabled by the art saint all those years ago, but Yi Futian was still not powerful enough to get revenge. However, fighting the art saint's disciple was something he could manage. Yi Futian sat down and the music started again. Zhou Mu bent down on the ground and drew with his hands. Spiritual qi gathered at his fingertips and was released to form a picture. It was a lifelike goshawk. He heard the notes that Yi Futian played but remained unaffected because he was a powerful 5-starred glory plane cultivator. His spirit was strong and therefore unaffected. Su Qing continued to draw. Not long after, he completed the goshawk and it soared through the sky and headed to attack Yi Futian. Bystanders were shocked. Su Qing's skills as a conjurer were too powerful. The pace at which Yi Futian played sped up. His fingers flew rapidly across the instruments. Every note attacked the goshawk. This caused the goshawk's body to break down piece by piece, but because it felt no pain, the goshawk did not halt its attacks on Yi Futian. After a while, only half of the goshawk's body was left, but it still descended with talons ready to attack Yi Futian. Yi Futian continued to stroke at the cords and finally, the goshawk's body broke apart completely. Simultaneously, Yi Futian's qin broke apart as well. A gust of wind swept past. Yi Futian's clothes and hair danced in the wind. Vulnerable. The people were stunned by what happened and began commenting on Yi Futian's defeat. Zhou Mu was powerful indeed. Yi Futian was defeated as soon as he stepped in. Yi Futian was a musical sorcerer. How was he going to battle without a qin? Lin Xia sighed. Yi Futian was strong, but his opponent was the art saint's genius disciple. However, Yi Futian was unfazed. He had a silent epiphany. He finally understood why Hua Fenglu lost to the art saint. The creature created by Zhou Mu was unaffected by the sounds of the qin. After receiving multiple blows to its body, it continued to attack. It was all because it was lifeless, only controlled by the conjurer. Musical spells were able to restrain ordinary martial and divination art cultivators but were restrained by conjurers. It was also because of this that one blow from Zhou Mu, who was 2 levels higher than himself, destroyed his qin. Is this all you've got? Zhou Mu was throwing Yi Futian's words back at him. Zhou Mu stood in place with great pride. Although I have master's guidance, I lack the gift and am still unable to learn the main points of musical sorcery, said Yi Futian. And that's why musical sorcery is only my weakest link. Chapter 58. As soon as Yi Futian stopped talking, the people in the banquet room stopped smiling. Moments before, Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint, had accepted the Yi Futian challenge and even broke his guqin. People were about to latch on this chance and chastise Yi Futian in order to retrieve their dignity. However, even before they began, Yi Futian shocked them again with his overbearing statement. As soon as Yi Futian stopped talking, the people in the banquet room stopped smiling. Moments before, Zhou, the disciple of the art saint, had accepted the Yi Futian challenge and even broke his guqin. People were about to latch on this chance and chastise Yi Futian in order to retrieve their dignity. However, even before they began, Yi Futian shocked them again with his overbearing statement. Musical sorcery was his worst talent? They had seen many people who were reluctant to admit defeat, but they now considered Yi Futian even worse, almost shameless. Yi Futian defeated 2 young geniuses with music spells, and successfully intimidated a lot of others. However, now he claimed that musical sorcery was his weakest skill. He was intentionally humiliating the young men at the banquet, suggesting that they were too lame to even compete with his worst skill. It almost seemed that he forgot the fact that his guqin had been broken within a second. The big chiefs in the room did not believe him either. He acted like his defeat had not happened. This was intolerable. Your instrument has been broken. How dare you keep talking like this? Show me what you got without your guqin now. Su Qing was still mad that he did not get to beat up Yi Futian. He was a 4-star glory plane mage with double element talent, but he did not even get the chance to fight. This was something he felt very angry about. You are not good enough for me, Yi Futian said peacefully while walking toward Zhou. Su Qing ignored his rejection. He stood up from his seat, and the spirit and qi around his body started to gather in a frenzy. Yi Futian stopped walking and gave Su Qing a glance. He noticed that thunderbolts clashed around Su Qing, and rage was burning in his eyes. Su Qing believed his previous defeat only happened because his spell channeling had been interfered with by the music spell. Otherwise, Yi Futian would have been doomed. Thunder spell, the thunder vortex. All the thunderbolts converged over his body, and Su Qing almost looked like Thor's incarnate. Piercing lights were centered in his palm, and its power would be tremendous. However, Yi Futian started smiling. He also reached out his hands and suddenly, there were also thunderbolts converging into his palm. Soon there was a whirl of thunder that formed a sphere in his right hand. I can do that too. Yi Futian sounded peaceful. People were so shocked that 2 boys were channeling the same spell. Even though Yi Futian was in the lower plane, the thunderbolts in his palm were actually more converged than those Su Qing's palm. It actually indicated that Yi Futian possessed a higher level of control over this spell than Su Qing did. Su Qing was extremely embarrassed. It was considered an utter humiliation to counter the attack of one's opponent with the same spell. Charge! Yi Qing cast his vortex toward Yi Futian. The thunderbolts were so fast that they would pierce through Yi Futian's body in a second. Su Qing did not stop there. He started converging the fire element to initiate the following spell. As a double element mage, he was good at spell combos. However, Yi Futian easily dodged the thunder vortex. He started charging towards Su Qing, carrying his own thunder vortex in his palm. This spell was supposed to be a ranged attack, but Yi Futian transformed it into melee range. Yi Futian almost teleported across the space between them, and he appeared right in front of Su Qing without leaving him any time to react. Su Qing's body was frozen. Yi Futian was looking at Su Qing directly in the eye. His palm was so close to his body that Su Qing was just several centimeters away from death. He realized that Yi Futian was showering him with mercy. Are we done? Yi Futian dispelled his attack, then turned around and kept walking to Zhou, leaving Su Qing behind him dumbfounded. He walked and talked in such a peaceful manner that people even somehow started to respect him. He defeated Su Qing, a powerful mage with the exact same spell. How incredible was that? Was it true that musical sorcery was his weakest ability? As a disciple of the Qin Devil, was he still hiding more unknown power from everybody? Yi Futian stopped in front of Zhou. He laughed and challenged Zhou. Yi Futian, 3-star glory plane. Please show me your ways. People knew he was doing this intentionally. They already knew his plane. He made this introduction only to agitate Zhou. Zhou ignored this provocation. The spirit and qi started converging in his body. He drew something in the air with his hand, and people noticed it was a sharp sword. The sword was made of gold element qi in the universe. Zhou is serious. The audience was curious about how Yi Futian would finally be defeated by a real genius. Zhou suddenly launched his attack. The sword aimed right at Yi Futian's throat, and it was flying really fast. Yi Futian also made a quick reaction. He leaned to his left, and the sword missed him by such a narrow margin that it actually cut off several of his hairs. What? Yi Futian sensed danger coming from behind. After missing the first strike, the sword turned around and flew back at him. However, meanwhile, another sword was approaching from the opposite direction. With a single stroke, swords were created endlessly. Controlling the swords with mental power? Yi Futian was shocked at this ability. Invoker and musical sorcerer had the similar abilities in mental control. Yi Futian summoned a terrifying gold element storm around his body to protect himself. The barrier was a dark gold, almost like a solid armor. When the swords connected with the barrier, rather than breaking through, they were absorbed by the armor. Since Zhou Mu was summoning hundreds of swords, each individual sword did not contain power strong enough to break through the barrier. But the quantity was just so immense. The swords Zhou Mu summoned were arranged into rows. Hundreds of swords hung all around the barrier Yi Futian summoned, not attacking. Zhou Mu was obviously looking for a weak spot to concentrate his attack. Meanwhile, he kept summoning more and more swords into the fight. Yi Futian believed he must act now to grab the upper hand. He suddenly came out of the barrier and appeared before Zhou Mu with wind element power. He realized that as the disciple of the art saint, Zhou Mu was a perfect invoker. However, he seemed to be really weak at martial arts. Melee ranged attack might provide a good opportunity for Yi Futian. Countless swords suddenly started moving and chasing after him again. Several of them were deployed around Zhou Mu's body as defense mechanism. They were forming an array to intercept Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian slid through the defense and kept approaching Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu also knew melee range was his weak spot. He initiated a wind element spell to drive his body away from Yi Futian. The array of swords moved with him. As Yi Futian approached, the swords kept attacking him continuously. Zhou Mu was trying to block every possible route for Yi Futian. Yi Futian finally became impatient. He stopped dodging and formed the golden armor around his body again. With the swords continuously crushing the armor, cracks started to show, and the armor finally shattered into pieces. However, a pair of wings appeared on his back. The golden wings covered his body from the swords, and he almost reached the melee range of Zhou Mu. Meanwhile, Zhou Mu had also finished his final summoning. He summoned a demon lion with wings on its back. In fact, people had never seen a demon lion like this. This monster was only made real because Zhou Mu was such a powerful invoker that he was able to inject his creation into form without being limited by reality. The demon lion pounced on Yi Futian. People were shocked at how Zhou Mu kept summoning different forms of monsters by drawing. His incomparable mental power made it possible for a sorcerer to block a warrior outside his melee range. When the demon lion almost reached his body, Yi Futian finally released his natal spirit, the divine rock. He decided not to hide this ability anymore, because he had already released the rock in Donghai Academy. A mandate sorcerer. People were surprised and awed. The divine rock was made of wind and gold element powers. However, Yi Futian was also a musical sorcerer. People were curious where that power of mental control came from. It obviously did not belong to the divine rock. A gold and gray storm consisting of both gold and wind elements converged around his body. Soon he jumped into the air, and the speed he showed obviously came from the wind element spell. Yi Futian became the incarnate of divine rock himself. The divine rock crashed with the demon lion in the air, and it generated a strong shock wave, knocking over many desks. While people opened their eyes again after the shock wave, they noticed that the demon lion failed. The momentum of divine rock tore the lion into pieces of spirit and chi, which soon disappeared in the space. The audience lost any previous estimation of how powerful Yi Futian was supposed to be. He was a musical sorcerer, a multi-element, a mandate sorcerer and a warrior. He even had such a powerful natal spirit. It seemed as if he had no weak spots at all. No wonder he said musical sorcery was his weak link. He had not been lying. Lin Xia was astonished. She never imagined that the pretty boy she met would soon unveil his disguise and show how powerful he was. Nanda Wenshan felt a little bit frustrated. Now it was apparent that the disciple of the Qin Devil was more talented than the disciple of the art saint. The only reason Zhou Mu did not lose the fight in an embarrassing way was because he was still in the higher plane. That's all you got? You are in the higher plane than I am. Yi Futian laughed at Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu was seriously pissed off and decided to release his own natal spirit. The natal spirit was a shadow with the eyes of Satan. Evil mental power was permeating around Zhou Mu. Yi Futian recognized this natal spirit. It was a mind-controlling natal spirit, and Yi Futian believed there was quite a lot of similarities between this one and the Eyes of Storm he possessed. Yi Futian was about to turn to the audience and announce that the fight was over. However, he suddenly perceived Zhou Mu's natal spirit. But it was too late. The mental power pierced into his mind and somehow started warning him. Chapter 59. Yi Futian froze, conscious of the force of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was an invisible force. If a powerful cultivator in the arcana plane made a move with the energy, it was definitely possible for it to go unnoticed by others. Yi Futian froze, conscious of the force of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was an invisible force. If a powerful cultivator in the arcana plane made a move with the energy, it was definitely possible for it to go unnoticed by others. That's enough. Go home. A low voice resonated in his mind. It was hard to tell who the voice belonged to, but it did not seem to mean any harm. The voice only wanted to persuade him to stop here. In reality, Yi Futian had already announced his leave after defeating Su Qing, but Zhou Mu stepped up, so he could only continue to fight. Hua Fenglu once lost to the art saint and even had his life spirit disabled. Then today people insulted him. The art saint's disciple made the first move and went as far as destroying the guqin that Yi Futian played. He could not just walk away after defeat. How would that reflect on Hua Fenglu? That was the reason for his attacks on Zhou Mu. Just as Yi Futian was deep in thought, Zhou Mu had completed yet another drawing. This time it was a large golden dragon, ferocious and arrogant. The golden dragon revolved around Zhou Mu's being. The energy from his life spirit rushed out in a crazed manner and descended on the dragon. It was as if a real dragon was present. Those that were shocked by Yi Futian were now in awe because of Zhou Mu. He was even more intimidating since he was going all in. Yi Futian showed no expression. A wild force of spiritual qi gathered in his body and formed a golden rock. He flew into the sky and shined brighter than anything else. At this point, Yi Futian's only option was to fight until the end. However, he still appreciated the voice for warning him. Zhou Mu and Yi Futian moved at the same time. The golden dragon and the golden rock were about to collide. The spiritual qi in the atmosphere went wild and the skies began to change color. High-level cultivators at the venue joined hands to create a force field to block out the powerful energy given off by Yi Futian and Zhou Mu's attacks. Just then, Yi Futian felt another force of spiritual energy invade his mind. This time there were no warnings but a direct attack. Yi Futian felt a stabbing pain, then his nerves began to grow numb, almost like he was about to lose all his senses. Just as he was approaching Zhou Mu, Yi Futian lost control of the flow of spiritual qi. Boom! A loud crash. Yi Futian had no idea where the attack came from, but after he was attacked, his own attack on Zhou Mu was weakened by a significant amount. The golden dragon imploded. Zhou Mu and Yi Futian retreated at the same time. All of these events happened in the span of minutes. When Yi Futian landed on the ground, he felt no anger, but smiled instead. There were a lot of important people present at today's celebration. It was only natural that they could not put down their pride to intrude in a battle between two youngsters, but if they couldn't do it blatantly, they could do it in secret. Looks like the first voice that warned him knew that this would happen. Who was it that warned him? And who was it that attacked him? Obviously, Yi Futian was not dumb enough to reveal that he had been attacked. His attacker was most likely looking for an excuse to put him in his place. If he were to come out and accuse of the high authority figures, then they would have a legitimate reason to get rid of Yi Futian. Thank you for this experience. Yi Futian smiled. However, he was not looking at Zhou Mu when he said this but to the group of VIPs. His attacker would understand what he meant. I have unwillingly disturbed your celebration, Lord Luo. I am grateful for your understanding. If you'll excuse me, I shall be on my way now. Yi Futian smiled as he bowed and turned to leave. He did not want to fight any longer. His attack had already resorted to this method. If Yi Futian did not stop the battle, he would only be at a disadvantage. The battle isn't over. Are you really leaving? Zhou Mu shouted at Yi Futian's back. He seemed to have gained quite a bit of confidence. Zhou Mu, that's enough, said the art saint. Zhou Mu was stunned, but when he recovered, he spoke again. If the opportunity ever comes again, we shall finish where we left off. At that time I will be sure to give it my all. Sure. Today is Lord Luo's celebration, so I didn't want to cause too much of a ruckus. Therefore, I only used about 50% of my power. When we battle again, you'll see what I'm talking about, said Yi Futian as he continued on his way out of the palace. His words piqued Zhou Mu's interest. Yi Futian was able to drive him to a breaking point, but now he said that he was only using half of his powers? Shameless. Maniac. Everyone began voicing their opinions of Yi Futian. Somebody tried to brown-nose the art saint once again. The art saint was nice enough to let him go without making him look bad after being defeated by Zhou Mu. How dare he say such ridiculous things? Absolutely preposterous. That shameless bastard. The insults continued around the venue. Zhou Mu's performance was fascinating. He is definitely fitting as your disciple, Brother Hua, complimented Lord Luo. Many people agreed with him, but the high-powered people present knew even though Zhou Mu was able to fend off Yi Futian's attack towards the end, there was no telling how things would have ended had they continued their battle. Plus, Zhou Mu was 2 levels above Yi Futian. His victory in this battle was nothing to brag about. Xia Fan did not look too good. He realized that he never got to truly get to know Yi Futian. His extraordinary gifts would explain why Hua Fenglu was willing to take him in as a disciple, and even went crazy to try to save him. Yi Futian had to be rid of as soon as possible. He could not be allowed to keep growing stronger. At the party venue, besides the rivalry between the art saint and Yi Futian's master, the Guqin devil, nobody had anything against Yi Futian himself. Even if they had been humiliated by him today, it could not be considered a bloody feud. Therefore, they had no need to be wary of Yi Futian. However, it was different for Xia Yan. If he allowed Yi Futian to keep getting stronger, Yi Futian would definitely try to kill him. I never expected Yi Futian to be able to withstand a battle with Zhou Mu. He is pretty gifted. No wonder the Guqin devil took him as a disciple. When I was in the city of Qingzhou, I even saw him flirting with Hua Jieyu. The two of them seem to have an extraordinary relationship. I'm afraid she has fallen victim to his lies. Yi Futian harbors bad intentions, said Xia Fan. His words drew everyone's attention. It was obvious that Xia Fan had something against Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu is the little princess of the Nandu family, and from what everyone said, has an excellent gift. Brother Nandu, you should keep an eye out, said Lord Luo. Nandu Wenshan looked at Lord Luo and said, thank you for your advice, but Hua Jieyu was in Qingzhou City cultivating under her father's guidance and Yi Futian is his disciple. It's only natural that they will be in good relations with one another. However, I will still remember to have a talk with her. I'm sure that you will come to your own conclusions, nodded Lord Luo. Beside him, the art saint was in deep thought. After a while, he spoke up. Yi Futian did not come to convey his blessings. If my predictions are correct, he came because Lord Luo could heal Hua Fenglio's injury. Lord Luo was stunned. You're saying that he originally wanted to come and ask me to heal his master? That's right, nodded the art saint. He thought back at home. Yi Futian stood up to the people who insulted Hua Fenglu and could not help but say, Hua Fenglu choose a good disciple. The art saint personally complimented Yi Futian. Nobody knew what to say to that. Zhou Mu, head to Donghai Academy School of the Emperor Star tomorrow, the art saint said suddenly. His voice was calm, as if he knew that just one word could get Zhou Mu into the school without testing. In addition, none of the high-powered authorities thought that this was strange. On the contrary, it seemed like such a normal thing. Even the elder from the Emperor Star School did not seem to have a problem with this. Yi Futian would have never seen this coming. Okay, Zhou Mu nodded. Hua Jieyu of the Nanu family was also in the Emperor Star School. Also, Yi Futian attended Donghai Academy as well. A big congratulations to the School of the Emperor Star for gaining yet another spectacular student. Lord Luo smiled at the elder. Lin Xie observed everything in silence. Yi Futian's handsome figure appeared in her mind. That reckless fellow had no idea of the relationship between the Emperor Star School, the art saint, and Lord Luo. It was a good thing that he was clever. Although he was reckless, he was also careful. He did not do or say anything that could be used to threaten him in the future. Although a public setting such as this could not be considered dangerous, it seemed like Futian had already made some enemies. The celebration continued but could not return to the atmosphere at the beginning of the event. Lord Luo was supposed to be the only star of the night. However, his spotlight was stolen by Futian. At this moment, Futian was headed back to Donghai Academy mounted on the Black Wind Eagle. The wind blowing on him cleared his mind as well. He knew clearly that his actions today were reckless, but he could not bear to watch as the art saint received everyone's respect, and his disciple flooded with compliments, while Hua Fenglu was disabled and insulted to make the art saint look better. "I'm afraid I've offended some people today," Futian muttered. He must be careful from now on, especially around Xia Fan. Futian knew that after the battle, Xia Fan was definitely going to try to kill him. As for the others, they may worry about their reputation and therefore not be able to take care of Futian personally, but that did not mean they wouldn't try to operate in the shadows. This point was evident when he was attacked during the battle against Zhou Mu. The person who attacked me is either the art saint or Lord Luo, Futian thought to himself. They were both sorcerers of the spirit element. And the person who gave me that warning was most likely the elder from the school of the Emperor Star, Futian analyzed. When Futian got back to Donghai Academy, many people stared at him. He was becoming more and more well known around campus. However, Futian paid them no attention and continued on his way. It was then that several people came up and blocked his path. Futian, said the leader of the pack. Yes, Futian had never seen this person before. Jingyang of the school of the Flirting Star wishes to challenge you. Why do you keep avoiding it? Asked the person. Futian looked at the person in front of him and thought of how stupid this was. He did not want to acknowledge them and so, he chose to escape from the side. When you said you didn't have time, it was just a poor excuse, wasn't it? You only got accepted into the school of the Finance Star because you defeated students from our school. Are you scared now that you got into the academy? Is this who you really are? Don't you think you're disgracing your school? The person continued to pester Futian. There were many onlookers at this point. Futian stopped in place. With his back still facing the students of the Flirting Star School, he said, "I'm not in a good mood right now, so you better shut up and stop trying to pick a fight with me, or else you'll regret it." Finishing what he had to said, Futian was ready to walk away again, but the person would not take no for an answer. He laughed and said, "You're really opening my eyes to something new. I've never met a person who can be so thick-skinned after being too chicken to battle." The foot that Futian picked up to leave was placed on the ground once again. Everyone watched as he turned around with a bright big smile and said, "Tell Jingyang, I will be waiting for him here." Chapter 60. The news that Futian finally accepted Jingyang's challenge soon spread around all the academy, causing a great sensation. People were now swarming toward the dorm where Futian lived. The news that Futian finally accepted Jingyang's challenge soon spread around all the academy, causing a great sensation. People were now swarming toward the dorm where Futian lived. Several weeks before, when Futian was first accepted to the School of Finance Star, Jingyan issued him a letter formally challenging him, and Futian rejected it with the excuse that he did not have time, which made people confused. Jingyang commented arrogantly on the response from Futian, saying he was just SOSO. The whole story was rather dramatic. One of them was the genius who just got admitted, and the other one was the top student from the School of Flirting Star. This challenge was really important to students in the School of Flirting Star, because they hungered for the revenge. Futian's attitude truly made them upset. Now Futian was agitated and agreed to fight. There was already a large audience watching Futian. He stood peacefully with his hands in his pockets. He acted almost like a master in this school. Tang Wan was looking at him, and believed he was using this manner as a bluff. Most students in the School of Flirting Star gradually arrived. They were all staring at Futian with hatred. They believed Jingyang would definitely win this fight, because he was the private disciple of someone powerful who ran this school. There were also many students from the School of Finance Star. Some of them did not like Yi Futian much, but still they hoped that Yi Futian would win. At least Yi Futian was attending the same school, so this fight was obviously about dignity. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi also came. They had been badly anticipating the fight, because there was finally someone able to get revenge for them. Since Jingyang was not studying in the same place with others, he arrived a little bit late. When he arrived, he was surrounded by students from the School of Flirting Star. They were loud and imposing. The audience moved and formed a path for Jingyang. The group with him also stopped, and let him enter the field where Yi Futian was waiting. Finally, you agree to fight, coward? Jingyang sneered at him. In fact, it was unexpected that Yi Futian accepted the challenge. Stop spouting nonsense. You have wasted so much of my time, so just shut up and prepare to get your ass kicked. Yi Futian looked at Jingyang for the very first time. Jingyang was confused about his attitude, and wondered how crazy this boy was to say something like that. The audience was also shocked. They could not understand this contempt from Yi Futian at all. Jingyang was the superstar in the School of Flirting Star, the private disciple of someone truly powerful who ran the school. However, Yi Futian acted so arrogantly, as if it was a waste of his time to wait for Jingyang. People soon remembered his no time for this comment about challenge, and became speechless about this boy. They realized he had never taken this fight seriously from the beginning. People from the School of Flirting Star looked extremely embarrassed. Never had there been a student who disrespected their school in such a way. Jingyang sneered at Yi Futian. You are the first guy. Yi Futian did not let him finish. He initiated his attack, shooting his body at Jingyang like a thunder. Jingyang swallowed the second half of his sentence. He started driving the spirit and chi in the universe to react. Silk imprisonment. Jingyang cast his spell. The gold element power formed countless silk threads that flew towards Yi Futian. They were blocking the space around him, confining his movement. He is a genius, is he not? People were in awe by Jingyang. There are different levels of difficulty for spells, and silk imprisonment was definitely among the top level of all spells. It required extremely strong mental control to run thousands of silk threads at the same time. This spell was really mighty because it could confine the freedom of opponent, or directly kill him, depending on the will of the spellcaster. A pair of golden wings made of spirit and chi appeared on Yi Futian's back, and the wings were so sharp that they slashed the countless silk threads into pieces. The attack from Jingyang was not effective at all facing the absolute power of Yi Futian. Jingyang was caught by surprise for a moment. He did not anticipate that Yi Futian could survive his previous attack. He changed his spell a little, and suddenly, all the silk threads straightened and rained down as needles. Yi Futian wrapped his wings around his body to protect himself from the needles, and charged at lightning speed at Jingyang, leaving only his shadow behind. The next moment, Jingyang saw a fist coming at him. Instead of fancy techniques, it was just a simple punch. Without any time for a reaction, Jingyang's body fell to the ground, blood covering his face. He was the same plane as Yi Futian, and the latter didn't want to waste his time. However, he was finally forced to accept because so many students in the academy started considering him a coward. He had to fight for his own reputation. This punch made the audience feel as if their hearts were shaking. It was truly nasty and rough. Soon, all they witnessed as Yi Futian endlessly punched Jingyang with his bare fists. Bang bang bang. With every sound of the solid punches, the audience was becoming more shocked by this fight. Satisfied? Yi Futian said coldly. People were totally speechless. Yi Futian asked Jingyang if he was ready to get his ass kicked before the fight, and now he was restating his point. What an arrogant attitude. People were confused by how quickly and easily Jingyang had been defeated. He was the private disciple of the School of the Flirting Star's supervisor, and had said that Yi Futian was a so-so before the fight. However, he had been totally humiliated by this fight. Just a so-so? That was Jingyang, not Yi Futian. Stop! Students from the School of Flirting Star felt angry, and yelled at Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood up and looked at those students. He laughed and said, "Is this what you were asking for?" He let go of Jingyang and left. People even forgot to check on Jingyang after he left. Yi Futian could feel hundreds of eyes following him. This feeling of being the center of attention gave him a weird feeling of pride. It's not my fault. They asked for it. It seemed that as long as Yi Futian was still a student of Donghai Academy, this humiliation of the school of flirting star would never be erased. Yi Futian's mind was eased slightly after he let out his rage on Jingyang. Staying in the Lord Palace was a good life for him, but somehow he felt depressed, especially now that it was impossible to find some help for Hua Fenglu. When he returned to the room, he noticed that there was one more person. Yu Sheng had lived with him for a long time. However, there was someone standing next to Yu Sheng in their room. Yi Futian was surprised when he clearly saw the person. He kept blinking to make sure it was true. It was a girl about 16 years old standing next to Yu Sheng. She was petite and cute with a gorgeous face. Yi Futian confirmed with a quick glance that this girl was definitely a sweetheart. Yu Sheng and the girl noticed that Yi Futian was back. The girl looked at Yi Futian and started smiling. Yu Sheng opened his mouth, as if he was trying to explain. Keep going. Just ignore me. Yi Futian turned around. Wait, a soft voice said. Yi Futian stopped and saw the girl smiling at him. When she was smiling, the beauty from her unique youthfulness was even more attractive. It's not what it looks like, Yu Sheng tried to explain. Yi Futian laughed and asked, what does it look like? Yu Sheng was silent, not sure what to say. He had always been awkward compared to Yi Futian. Qingxian came here for us, Yu Sheng said. Wow, you're using just her first name already. Sounds like there's been great progress between you guys, right? Yi Futian was still making fun of him. Yu Sheng did not know how to respond at all. I told him to call me by my first name. The girl smiled and said, I'm Yi Qingxian, so just call me Qingxian. Yi Futian. He also introduced himself. I know you. Yi Qingxian nodded. I was there watching your first fight with the School of Flirting Star. I saw every bit of the fight. You were so good. Yu Sheng is better. Yi Futian was still laughing. It was almost like he was trying to make Yu Sheng more embarrassed. You are both really good. She kept smiling. He's not only good. You know what? He's single and available too. Yu Sheng wanted to run out the room. Yi Qingxian fluttered her beautiful lashes and smiled. You guys are interesting. I guess I will see you next time. She soon stood up and left. As she passed by Yi Futian, he whispered to her, What do you think about my buddy? Like him? Yi Qingxian blushed and answered in lowered voice, He's nice. Then she just ran out of the room. Yi Futian started to laugh even harder. He looked at Yu Sheng with a wicked smile and asked, Tell me, Yu Sheng, how far did you go with her when I was not here? Yu Sheng said, She came to ask whether we would be willing to get tested and go to the upper level of cultivation in the School of Finance Star. She was sent here by the supervisor? Yi Futian was curious. I guess so. I did not ask, Yu Sheng said. She must be someone special in this school. Not to mention, she is so beautiful and sweet. I think she's good for you. What do you think? Yi Futian asked Yu Sheng. I have no idea what you are talking about. Yu Sheng was numb. Boy, she blushed when I asked her about you. I guess she's got a crush on you. Do you have the same feeling? Yi Futian kept nagging him. My father told me to stay away from girls, you know that. He told me my lifelong task is to help you build your kingdom. Yu Sheng was serious. Yi Futian had to stop joking when he realized Yu Sheng meant what he said. Then he started talking again. Yu Sheng, I know my godfather has really high expectations for me, but I believe the future is still far away for us. Life is so long that neither you nor I knows where we will end up. I know he believes I was born to be the king, but there's a long journey ahead of us. So, I hope we can enjoy this journey together. We are brothers, not master and servant. The future belongs to both of us. It's his will that I should live for you. It's meant to be this way, Yu Sheng insisted. I told you he's not here, so forget about what he said. My word is the law now. Yi Futian had suddenly started to yell. Yu Sheng was shocked seeing him angry. He lowered his head, but still looked stubborn. The guilty look on Yu Sheng's face made Yi Futian somewhat regret yelling at him. He lowered his voice and said, Yu Sheng, forget the shackles he has put on you. You should have your own life, a really happy one. If you do, I will also feel happy for you, even you leave me alone someday. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian, and found that he was smiling again. He almost cried, and swore to himself that he would never leave Yi Futian alone, ever. Chapter 61. Yi Futian of the School of the Finance Star had brutally defeated Jing Yang from the School of the Flirting Star. This news spread like wildfire through the academy the following day. Everyone gossiped amongst themselves after hearing the details. Yi Futian of the School of the Finance Star had brutally defeated Jing Yang from the School of the Flirting Star. This news spread like wildfire through the academy the following day. Everyone gossiped amongst themselves after hearing the details. Jing Yang had wanted to salvage his school's reputation, but had been ruthlessly defeated by Yi Futian. He did not even get a chance to defend himself. All of these details made Jing Yang the laughingstock of the school. He had previously called out Yi Futian for being gutless and running away from his challenge. This time around it was impossible to recover from the humiliation. Not only for Jing Yang, but for the School of the Flirting Star as well. The students of the Flirting Star School felt judged by their fellow schoolmates as they walked around the campus. They were so humiliated. It was because they had been humiliated that they wanted to retaliate against Yi Futian, but by the looks of things now it was mission impossible. Yi Futian was a freak. It was not only the students of the Flirting Star School who thought this way. Everyone in Donghai Academy felt this way. Yi Futian was the devil in disguise. Within the School of the Emperor Star, Hua Jiyu was sitting in her dorm. Xu Yuyan was also with her. They were in the middle talking about Yi Futian's battle with Jing Yang. Hua Jiyu smiled as she asked, "So you mean they served themselves up on a silver platter?" "Yeah. I heard that Yi Futian was not interested in their challenge, but they were being shameless. They blocked his way and threw insults at him. Only then did Yi Futian give in, and waited for Jing Yang." His first words when Jing Yang arrived were, "Are you ready for a good beating? Isn't he wild?" laughed Xu Yuyan. Hua Jiu smiled and replied, "Yeah. He's awful." Xu Yuyan was a little suspicious of Hua Jiu. She never used to be interested in such gossip, but after the first time Xu Yuyan mentioned Yi Futian, Hua Jiu began to show interest. Now she listened to every story with ears wide open. "Last time you said that the person you liked was an awful guy. Now you're showing so much interest in Yi Futian. You haven't had a change in heart, have you?" Xu Yuyan asked Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu was dumbfounded. She went on to say, "What are you talking about? I just think that punk is interesting." "That's good. I really thought you had a change of heart. I would have felt so bad for the guy you liked," Xu Yuyan said. "Oh, that's right. I heard teacher say that the Art Saint's disciple, Zhou Mu, will be coming to cultivate at the Emperor Star School. He doesn't even have to be tested. Rumors say that he is genius conjurer." "Okay." Hua Jiu replied nonchalantly. From her expression, Xu Yuyan knew that she was uninterested. Smiling, Xu Yuyan said, "Looks like you don't have a single ounce of interest in the Art Saint's disciple. This makes me curious about what kind of person the guy you like is. How bad could he be?" "You'll find out in the future." Hua Jiu gave her a sweet smile. Xu Yuyan was dazed by her smile. It seemed like Hua Jiu was already in too deep. At the School of the Finance Star, Yi Qingxian was back at Yi Futian and Yu Shang's shared dormitory. When Yi Futian saw that she was present, he smiled. "Should I excuse myself? What are you talking about?" Yi Qingxian looked a bit embarrassed. She shyly took a peek at Yu Shang. "Before asking Yi Futian, you hit Jing Yang yesterday?" "He deserved it." Yi Futian shrugged. The other students from the Flirting Star School had forced him to, so he had no choice but to oblige. "Jing Yang studies in the main building of the Flirting Star School, and the news that you brutally beat him up has already spread around the entire academy. You've made an enemy of their school," she told him weakly. Yi Futian was a little upset by this. He previously chose to ignore Jing Yang's challenge because 1. He was not interested in humiliating Jing Yang, and 2. He did not want any trouble. However, right now all the blame had fallen on Yi Futian, despite the fact that it was the School of the Flirting Star who initiated everything. It would have been fine if Donghai Academy was not separated into 7 different schools, but Yi Futian already knew that the relationships between the schools were complicated. Each school existed as an individual entity. Now that he did what he did to the Flirting Star School, there was no way they would forgive him. Seeing how upset Yi Futian looked, Yi Qingxian gave him a weak smile and asked, "Do you want me to bring you guys up there?" Yi Futian blinked a couple of times. then pointed at the large main building of the School of the Finance Star located on large stairway above. There. Yeah, but we might have to test your abilities first. Do you guys mind? Asked Yi Qingxian after she nodded. Not at all. Yi Futian gave her a big smile. He patted Yu Sheng on the shoulder and said, We're getting this opportunity thanks to you, man. What does this have to do with me? Wasn't it you who hit someone? Yu Sheng looked confused. You don't get it, Yi Futian said earnestly. You guys head out first. I'll follow. Yi Futian smiled and pushed Yu Sheng forward. Yu Sheng gave him a look of confusion and walked off. Yi Qingxian caught up to Yu Sheng and whispered, How are you guys so good? How do you cultivate? I don't know either. Yu Sheng shook his head. When I saw you battle last time, you used powers from metal spiritual qi, which means that you probably have the gifts of a sorcerer, but you did not use any sorcery. You fought purely with martial art tactics. I don't even know where you get all that strength from, Yi Qingxian complimented him. Isn't he the coolest? Yi Futian butted in abruptly. Yi Qingxian turned to glare at Yi Futian. He shuddered and then gave her a smile. You guys continue, I promise not to eavesdrop anymore, he said. Yi Qingxian turned her head and continued her conversation with Yu Sheng. As promised, Yi Futian walked behind them, not bothering the two. Yu Sheng was dominating and handsome while Yi Qingxian was gentle and beautiful. They made a good match. The main building of the School of the Finance Star was a magnificent piece of architecture. The feeling it gave Yi Futian was not that of a school, but a sacred site. Many people greeted Yi Qingxian with respect as they walked in. This made Yu Sheng and Yi Futian extremely curious. Also, she was able to bring the two of them into the main building. Who was she? Yi Futian observed his friends. He noticed looks of jealousy from a couple of the male students when they saw Yi Qingxian chatting with Yu Sheng. To Yi Futian it seemed like Yu Sheng had some love rivals. In the end, Yi Qingxian led Yi Futian and Yu Sheng to a large hall. There were already people present. 2 elders stood at the front while 8 younger individuals stood by them. Yi Qingxian left Yu Sheng's side to stand beside the 2 elders. Yi Futian looked at her and wondered about her identity again. From the setup, it was evident these people were prepared for their arrival. Yi Qingxian told me that the 2 of you are extremely powerful. A while ago, there were rumors floating around that you 2 have been accepted into our school. But now we want to see your powers with our own eyes. These people here are all gifted students of the Finance Star School. They are all 4-starred glory-playing cultivators. You guys can take your pick of opponents, and we shall see if your powers are truly as strong as Yi Qingxian told us, said one of the elders. Yi Futian finally understood. Their acceptance into the School of the Finance Star was thanks to Yi Qingxian. This made much more sense. Even though their first battle had caused a ruckus at Donghai Academy, the higher-ups of each school usually did not pay attention to the happenings in the academy. Thus, it made sense for them to be accepted under recommendation. 4-starred glory plane? Yi Futian chuckled. We can save the trouble then. Let's have them all go at once. No offense. He knew that this was not a time to be modest. If he did not bring out his full potential, there was no way he was going to be valued by the higher-ups of the Finance Star School. You are just as arrogant as they say, chucked one of the 8 students. I heard you defeated Jingyang yesterday with a single punch. I'm curious, just how good are you? Don't let us down, said a young lady dressed in tight clothing, carrying a sword on her back. You'll find out soon. Yi Futian smiled and made formal introductions. Yi Futian. Yu Sheng. Nice to meet you all. We will have everyone go at once then, said the elder. The 8 students got into formation surrounding Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The 4 of them faced forward, and the other 4 stayed in their original positions. In a split second, the spiritual qi in the room was off the charts. Vines shot out at the 2 of them. It was a wood elemental spell. The spiritual qi around Yi Futian erupted. Golden wings appeared, shaking violently, breaking the vines headed in his direction into pieces. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, stayed still where he stood, allowing the vines to wrap around his body. Whoosh! Flames erupted, setting the vines ablaze. Yu Sheng's body seemed to be burning, but on the outside golden armor protected his body. He continued to stand in place. On Yi Futian's body a golden armor plate appeared. 2 students charged towards Yu Sheng and 2 towards Yi Futian. Boom! The vines wrapped around Yushang's body burst open. He took one step forward and the ground began to shake. Two fists came towards Yushang from different directions. With a loud collision, the two students landed their fists on Yushang's body, one in the chest and one on his back. However, they were the ones who felt the pain. A second later, Yushang reached out his arms to catch the two students by their forearms and flung them into the air. They landed quite a distance away. At the same moment, the young lady began her attack on Yi Futian with a sword. Another student moved like a ghost and revolved around Yi Futian in a blur. Yi Futian stood still, but suddenly began to move his wings. He threw a punch, and the ghost-like blur was propelled into the air. Without skipping a beat, Yi Futian avoided the young lady's sword at the speed of lightning. His wings flapped in a crazed manner, throwing the young lady into the air as well. Eventually she landed on the ground face first. The battle had just started, and 4 of the students had already been defeated, laying on the ground. The other 4 students were dumbfounded. Were these two even human? Do you still want to continue? Yi Futian asked with a smile. That's enough. The 2 elders could not continue to watch their students like this. They had always thought that their students had a spectacular gift, but the students were defeated before they could even display their full potential. Let's go. The 2 elders turned to leave, obviously upset. Watching the 2 elders leave, the students felt embarrassed. The 2 students thrown out by Yushang came running back, injured from head to toe. They took one look at Yushang and turned to leave as well. Amongst themselves they whispered, "This guy is a complete lunatic." "Such bullies," said another student, also upset. He never would have thought that his first experience soaring through the skies would be like this. The girl with the sword crawled up off the floor and stood in front of Yi Futian with a face dirted from being on the ground. She glared at him and said, "You're not a man." She then left, feeling wronged. She was a beautiful, blossoming young lady, and she was gifted. In previous battles, even if she could not win, her opponents always went easy on her and would not attack her too ruthlessly. How could Yi Futian do this to her? Yi Futian stood there looking innocent of any wrongdoing. At the front of the hall, Yi Qingxian laughed. These two were too much. Chapter 62 Yusheng, meet your master. Chapter 62. Yusheng, meet your master, is that even my fault? Yi Futian noticed Yi Qingxian was laughing at him, and felt upset that he had been made fun of by a woman. Sure, it's not your fault. Yi Qingxian kept laughing, looking even cuter. Someone came out of the hall. He looked powerful and soon fixed his eyes on Yusheng. Dad, I didn't lie, right? Yi Qingxian was smiling at the man who just came out. He did not respond but kept looking at Yusheng. Yusheng was somehow confused. You were born to be a martial arts cultivator. Would you like to be my disciple? Yi Qingshuan's father asked Yusheng. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. This girl seemed to have a powerful background in this school. Those 2 old men who tested them must also be powerful in this school, but they were only doing the pretest for Yi Qingshuan's father, who was in fact the decision-maker. Yusheng looked at Yi Futian, seemingly indecisive. I'm sorry, but you are? Yi Futian asked politely. Yusheng needed to know his identity before becoming his disciple. I am the director of this school. The middle-aged man answered him. Yi Futian was surprised for a moment, then started smiling. He gave Yi Qingxian a glance. Surprisingly, the reason why they were admitted into the School of Finance Star was actually because the daughter of director had witnessed their fight. Now she introduced him and Yusheng to her father again. My dad has been looking for a genius in martial arts to inherit his power, but none could be found. That's why I told him about you guys right after the fight, Yi Qingxian told them. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He said, Yusheng, hurry and bow down to your master. This man was the director in School of Finance Star, which was one of the 7 schools in this academy. Yi Futian believed that he was most likely one of the most powerful people in this school as well. Yusheng nodded and bowed reverently to the director. Greetings, Professor, from Yusheng. Okay. The director stopped looking so serious. He smiled at Yusheng and said, You will be cultivating with me from now on. Then he looked at Yi Futian again and asked, What is your major? Sorcery or martial arts? Both, Yi Futian answered. I am looking for a disciple to inherit my martial arts techniques. Are you willing to also acknowledge me as your master? He asked. I already have a master. Mr. Director, do you know the Qin Devil? Yi Futian asked. The director's eyes sparkled with surprise. Then he asked Yi Futian, you are the disciple of Hua Fenglu? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. It sounded like the Qin Devil used to be so famous that even the director in this place knew him. How is he doing? Where is he living now? The director asked. He has been severely injured. Now he is living in the Qin Garden to recuperate, Yi Futian answered. So, you have also been to the Qin Garden? How is Ms. Tang Lan doing? The director had so many questions. Yi Futian was quite confused. Why did there seem to be something between him and Tang Lan? She's doing well. In fact, she is the one taking care of my professor. Yi Futian responded. I know it. She will never let it go. I used to try to persuade her many times that she should stay away from that guy. Hua Fenglu was no good at all, but a lone wolf who had no guilt about cheating. I just cannot understand why she likes him so badly. The director suddenly became mad. Yi Futian was shocked. It seemed that a strong hatred existed between the director and Yi Futian's professor. Mr. Director, so, it sounds like you have a history with my professor and Ms. Tang? Yi Futian asked in a lowered voice. History? Tang Lan used to be my disciple, and she just broke away from this school because of Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian did not know how to respond. He stood there, vividly embarrassed about asking this question. Whatever. It happened so many years ago. I just cannot believe how stubborn she is. She really did forget me, her first master. Next time you see her, just tell her that the past is the past, so if she finds some spare time, she's welcome to come visit, the director told him. Yi Futian nodded and said, Mr. Director, I can tell that Ms. Tang cares heavily about relations. Since you are her first master, I believe she definitely has not forgotten you. I guess she does not visit maybe because she feels guilty about what happened. I know. Otherwise, why would she take care of Hua Fenglu now? The director sighed, then looked at Yi Futian. You are well-spoken and have good looks. I know Hua Fenglu accepted you as his disciple for a reason. Yi Futian was thinking, Mr. Hua, why does everyone think of you as a playboy and just project it onto me? Qingxian, stay away from this boy. Stay with Yu Shang, the director told his daughter. This demand tickled Yi Futian. He laughed and told the director, I guess you are right. Okay, come with me. The director turned around and started walking. Yi Qingxian, Yu Shang and Yi Futian followed him. Yi Qingxian looked back at the boys and winked, as if she was being complacent. The director's name was Yi Xiang. He brought Yi Futian and Yu Shang to a garden. The garden was pretty spacious, but there was only a pavilion and a giant tree inside, giving the garden a sense of isolation. How much do you know about Donghai Academy? Yi Xiang sat down under the tree, so did the young people. There are 7 schools here, and in fact each school is an individual clan. The supervisors of these schools run Donghai Academy collaboratively, Yi Futian answered. You are right. The 7 schools grew out of the top-level clans in Donghai City. 300 years ago, when Emperor Yi Qing and Dong Huang the Great unified this world, they advocated cultivation, demanding that the local governors found academies for this purpose. With this as its background, Donghai Academy became the official site for cultivation in this city. Therefore, to be officially endorsed, neither of the top clans in Donghai City at the time gave up control over this academy. Because this academy was initially run by 7 clans, the 7 schools were finally formed. Yi Xiang started to tell them the history of Donghai Academy. Now, each school of Donghai Academy has its own style, which has actually been determined by those clans in the olden times. For example, in the school of Emperor Star, all the elites are mental control sorcerers. In fact, the art saint and your master, the Qin Devil, went to that school. It is now considered the most powerful school among the 7. The school of Treasury Star is considered second. How about this school? Yi Futian was curious. Martial arts are not valued in this world. Yi Xiang looked at Yi Futian and told him, in this world, most people believe that sorcerers are more powerful than martial arts practitioners, so cultivators accept sorcery more than our techniques. Even for those who are talented in both, they would major in sorcery. However, in fact, as the cultivators reach certain planes, The power of martial arts will definitely be the same as sorcery or even stronger. Unfortunately, this is not common knowledge, so this school has been declining for a while. It is really hard for me to find someone with extraordinary martial arts talent in this place. I'm glad Yu Shang is here. I believe he will make people understand my point in the future. I've always believed these two classes are equal, Yi Futian said. His godfather had told him long ago that hard work differentiated the cultivators, not the class. Good. Yi Xiang nodded. However, Yu Shang, don't stop improving your mental power. Otherwise, when you are put against those mental control sorcerers from the school of Emperor Star, it will be impossible for you to unleash your power. I understand, Yu Shang said. He knew that a pure martial arts cultivator could be countered by powerful mental control sorcerers. Yu Shang, your strength and burst are in the top level, but you lack in speed. This garden is where I used to cultivate. You see the rooms over there? That's the bedroom and book collection room. This is where you will live from now on, Yi Xiang told them. Roger that. The boys nodded. Look around and make yourselves feel at home. We need to go, Qingxian. Yi Xiang then left with his daughter. Before the girl left, she showed her fists to the guys as if to say, come on, you can make it. After they left, Yi Futian patted Yu Shang's shoulder and said, Yu Shang, you are just one step away from becoming his son-in-law. Do you know that? Empirically speaking, huh? Yu Shang tried to joke. Yi Futian did not know what to say. Soon he said, at least this was a successful experience. Then Yi Futian walked toward one room in the garden. However, moments later, he flew from the room pathetically. He yelled, what the heck is this place? It was a major news that Yu Shang had been accepted by the director in the School of Finance Star as a private disciple. People heard that the director had stopped accepting private disciples for many years. So this exception for Yu Shang indicated the director believed Yu Shang was very talented. Yi Futian would also go there for cultivation. These two troublemakers who had just entered Donghai Academy a short while ago had finally become superstars in the academy. There was also more major news about Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint. He was admitted into Donghai Academy and accepted by someone running the school of Emperor Star. Students in Donghai Academy now started to discuss and compare the boys a lot. They believed that even though Yi Futian and Yu Shang were talented, their background was not as strong as Zhou Mu's. He used to be the disciple of the art saint. Soon it was said that Yi Futian was the disciple of the Qin devil, the nemesis of art saint whose natal spirit had been destroyed. The news also spoke of Yi Futian making a scene in the Luo Palace during the Lord Luo's birthday banquet. He defeated some geniuses from the academy there, but finally got his ass kicked by Zhou Mu. Chapter 63 Driving a Wedge Between Them. Chapter 63 Driving a wedge between them. The news of Yi Futian being defeated by Zhou Mu spread throughout Donghai Academy. Many students of the Finance Star School were not happy about this. Now that Yi Futian and Yu Shang were cultivating under the headmaster, and Zhou Mu had entered the school of the Emperor Star, it seemed like the Finance Star School was lacking in comparison to the Emperor Star School. However, Yi Futian and Yu Shang had no knowledge of any of this. For the past few days, they had been cultivating in the courtyard. At this time a loud noise sounded. Yi Futian was thrown out of the training room. The wings on his back fluttered, and even though it looked awkward, it allowed him to land safely on his feet rather than on his butt. You're able to withstand it for a longer period of time now, said someone from behind. Yi Futian turned his head and saw Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian chatting under the ancient tree. Do you guys even care about how I feel? Asked Yi Futian. Yu Shang took one look at him and shook his head. No. This is payback, isn't it? Yi Futian glared at Yu Shang. He walked towards the ancient tree and asked, Yi Qingxian, who created that matrix in the room? My movements have improved a lot over the past couple of days, but the attack from the matrix is still too fast and too strong for me. I'm not sure either. Yi Qingxian shook her head. The purpose of the matrix is to refine your martial arts abilities. The stronger you are, the more spiritual qi you can utilize and the stronger the matrix gets. As long as you are able to withstand being in the matrix for a longer period of time every time, it means you're improving. I'm faster than Yu Shang, so how come he can withstand it longer than I can? Yi Futian asked, a little upset. Because he is physically stronger. You rely on the movement of your body more, so the gravity within the matrix has a stronger effect on you, explained Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian nodded and said, after Yu Shang cultivates in the matrix for a while, he'll be able to swiftly avoid attacks while overcoming the gravity problem. Then, he'll be ever more fearsome than he is now. These past days, Yi Futian had been working on refining his movements. In actuality, Yi Futian was not lacking in strength at all. The body refinement methods that Emperor Yi Qing passed on to him enabled Yi Futian to refine his body to a monster's level. And this place was very suitable for him to do so. Furthermore, there was a library containing many books on battle tactics. He could take a look at those and cultivate accordingly. According to Emperor Yi Qing's body refinement methods, the dragon refined the body, the ape refined strength, and the rock refined speed. These were his personal findings from when he trained demons and monsters. His attack tactics were also learned from the demons and monsters he controlled. Based on Emperor Yi Qing's abilities, he must have been able to exert combat powers on par with a real dragon or a real golden rock. However, Yi Futian had not reached that level yet, and there was a limit to what he could comprehend. All he could do was to speed up the process by cultivating more powerful combat tactics. That reminds me. There are some rumors spreading about you at the academy, Yi Qingxian said to Yi Futian. What kind of rumors? He asked. Zhou Mu has been accepted into the school of the Emperor's Star. After that, rumors started spreading at Donghai Academy that said we were really arrogant at the Luo Palace, but were eventually defeated by Zhou Mu. Yi Qingxian spoke carefully. She seemed worried for Yi Futian. If the rumors were true, would they hurt his pride? Yi Futian was shocked. Did Zhou Mu say this personally? I think the rumors came from a couple of students at Donghai Academy, Yi Qingxian said gently. Yi Futian shrugged and smiled. Looks like someone doesn't really like me. So the rumors aren't true. Her eyes lit up. Zhou Mu was a 5-starred glory plane cultivator. Even though Yi Futian was really good, he was still at a lower level than Zhou Mu. Therefore, when Yi Qingxian heard the rumors, she was not completely sure they were false. It couldn't have been Zhou Mu, said Yi Futian. It did not seem like he had heard a single word Yi Qingxian said. Are people using this as an opening to bring up the battle between the art saint and my master? Yi Futian asked her. He already seemed to know the answer to that question. Yi Qingxian saw how confident he was and smiled. Yeah, there were some people talking about that. I'm thinking it's the people from the Flirting Star School who are spreading the topic around just to piss you off. There are also people who were questioning my father's choice of choosing Yu Shang as his disciple. Should we try to clear up these misunderstandings? We should let the people of Donghai Academy know that those are all rumors so they will stop misunderstanding you. If the people are willing to believe that the rumors are true, do you really think they'll change your mind just because you say otherwise? Yi Futian laughed and continued. You can never stop the mouths of others. Just let them be. One day, they'll know to shut their own mouths. You seem so nonchalant about this, but if you're so confident, then we'll wait to see all these people eat their words when you defeat Zhou Mu, said Yi Qingxian with a smile. Rather than paying attention to these things, I'm more interested in the progress of your relationship with Yu Shang, said Yi Futian. He gave Yi Qingxian a look and watched as her face grew red. She glared at him and said, I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. I'm leaving. Afterwards, she took a peek at Yu Shang before jogging off. Oh Yu Shang, you have to take initiative, laughed Yi Futian. I'm going to cultivate now. Yu Shang walked away, headed for the training room. Yi Futian and Yu Shang immersed themselves in cultivation. Yi Qingxian would come to visit them often. Once in a while, Yi Chong would stop by to give Yu Shang pointers. As for Yi Futian, he was ignored. There was an obvious difference in the way the two were being treated, just like how Hua Fenglu treated Yi Futian and Yu Shang differently back then. Yi Futian was hurt. One day, Yi Qingxian came to visit again. Yi Futian, Yu Shang. My father wants me to bring you guys to him, she said. Okay. Is something wrong? Asked Yi Futian. There are people visiting from the schools of the Emperor's Star and the Treasury Star. They said they wanted to congratulate my father on taking on a new disciple. Yi Qingxue continued. It's proper etiquette to have you guys go greet them. The two young men nodded and followed wherever Yi Qingxian led them to. The trio arrived at the guest hall of the School of the Finance Star. Seated in front of Yixiang were two people. They exuded such grace. These two people were from the schools of the Emperor's Star and the Treasury Star. Behind each person stood two more people, presumably their students. Yi Futian had met the person from the school of the Emperor's Star before. It was the elder he met at the Luo Palace. Greetings from student Yi Futian. Yi Futian paid his respects to the two elders with a bow. We meet again, the elder said. I never expected for you to come cultivate under Headmaster Yixiang after the events at the Luo Palace. Indeed, you are young and promising. Thank you, senior, said Yi Futian. All those years ago, your master cultivated at the Emperor Star School. How could you go to the Finance Star School? Should I try to demand Headmaster Yixiang to pass you on to me? The elder laughed. You're too funny, senior. Yi Futian smiled weakly. The elder laughed aloud and said, Hua Jiu cultivates at our school. Since you two know each other, you should come visit her when you get a chance. Yi Futian was shocked. Since the elder already knew that Yi Futian was the Guqin Devil's disciple, then there was no hiding the fact that he knew Hua Jiu. If things had come to this, then all he could do was admit it. I've been wanting to go visit her, but since she studies up at the main building of the Emperor Star School, I did not want to intrude. But since Senior has extended the offer, I will gladly visit her when I get the chance. I hope it will not be of an inconvenience to you, Senior. Very good. The elder gave Yi Futian a meaningful look. All right now, you youngsters go talk amongst yourselves. I have some things to discuss with Headmaster Yixiang. The elder smiled. The students standing left the hall along with Yi Futian's little trio. Xu Yiyan was watching Yi Futian the whole time. When the elder told them to leave, she quickly ran to catch up with Yi Futian. Wait up, she shouted. Is there something I can help you with? Yi Futian smiled at Xu Yiyan. My name is Xu Yiyan. I am Hua Jiu's best friend, she told him. She felt as if she had just uncovered a secret. In the past, Hua Jiu mentioned that she had someone she liked, but that was before Yi Futian came to Donghai Academy. Hua Jiu probably had no idea that Yi Futian was going to show up a few days after what she had told Xu Yuyan. After that, Hua Jiu showed special interest in all things regarding Yi Futian. Xu Yuyan had never cared about the details. It was only when Zhou Mu entered the school of the Emperor Star that she found Hua Jiu was the daughter of the Guqin Devil, Hua Fenglu. Then she found out that Yi Futian was the Guqin Devil's disciple. It was obvious that Yi Futian and Hua Jiu were previously acquainted. When all these findings were added up, Xu Yuyan was able to easily take a guess as to what was going on between the two. She eyed the handsome young man in front of her. This guy who stirred up trouble right after being admitted should be the guy in Hua Jiu's heart. My name is Yi Futian. He smiled and continued. Is Hua Jiu doing well? Yeah, Xu Yuyan nodded. She was very curious about Yi Futian. What type of person was this guy who Hua Jiu was so crazy about? There were so many things she wanted to say right now, but there were others around. Xu Yuyan could tell that Yi Futian and Hua Jiu wanted to keep their relationship under wraps. So, this was not a good setting to talk about it. Are junior brother Yi Futian and Hua Jiu close? Asked a smiling young man behind Xu Yuyan. Hua Jiu is the beloved daughter of my master, of course we're close. Yi Futian took a look at the young man. He was maybe about 18. His sharp eyes made him look extremely menacing. Is that so? Laughed the young man. I cultivate with Hua Jiu at school and talk to her often, but I've never heard her speak about you. In the future, when you get a chance to visit our school, be sure to come look for me, the young man said to Yi Futian. From senior brother Mu Yunxuan's tone, it sounds like he's about to get the girl, chuckled another student from the Treasury Star School. A girl like Hua Jiu won't be so easy to get. I still need time, but... Mu Yunxian laughed. Forget it, forget it. Yi Futian frowned, and Yu Shang gave Mu Yunxian a once-over. Oh. Junior brother Yi Futian, I heard that you had some conflict with junior brother Zhou Mu at the Luo Palace, and now the whole academy knows. You shouldn't care too much though, it's just a silly fight. It's not that big of a deal. You'll be able to get over it if you guys get a chance to talk it out, continued Mu Yunxian. Alright. I'll definitely talk it out with Zhou Mu when I get a chance. Yi Futian smiled. Now then, we don't want to keep you for too long. Junior brother, you guys should head out first, we'll wait here for our teachers, said Mu Yunxian. Alright. Yi Futian felt no need to be courteous and walked right out with Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian. Mu Yunxian watched as Yi Futian and his friends walked away. The smile gradually disappeared from his face. Senior brother Mu Yunxian, what was your purpose for saying all that? Xu Yiyan asked him. Naturally, she knew he was lying about his relationship with Hua Jieyu. It would not have mattered if Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu did not have any special relationship, but if they did, then Mu Yunxuan's words were meant to drive a wedge between them. Xu Yiyan, what was your purpose of catching up with Yi Futian? Has Hua Jieyu mentioned him to you? Mu Yunxian asked. I just wanted to say hello since he is an acquaintance of Hua Jieyu. I had no other intentions, she said. Really now? Mu Yunxian smiled and picked up his feet to walk away. Chapter 64. Yi Futian and the two others walked back to where he lived. All along the way, his eyebrows were knitted. Yi Futian and the two others walked back to where he lived. All along the way, his eyebrows were knitted. Who is he, Qingxian? Yi Futian asked. Mu Yunxian, someone now cultivating separately with the supervisor in the school of Emperor Star. A true genius, currently an 8-star glory plane. And he is a great mental control sorcerer, Yi Qingxian told him. She felt awkward that Mu Yunxian spoke to Yi Futian like that. Mu Yunxian. Yi Futian repeated and remembered this name. Yu Sheng noticed Yi Futian was upset. He looked at Yi Qingxian, then tried to comfort Yi Futian. I believe my sister-in-law is not that kind of girl. Of course I know my fox is not like that. Yi Futian nodded. But don't you think Mu Yunxian is weird? Why did he tell me that intentionally? Yeah, it is truly weird, Yu Sheng agreed. It almost feels like he was testing me. He must know something. Yi Futian was still mumbling. Sister-in-law? Fox. Yi Qingxuan's eyes twinkled with a little bit confusion. She could sense that they were talking about Hua Jieyu. Qingxian, remember, this is a secret. Do not tell anyone, Yu Sheng told her. They had known each other for a long time. So obviously Yu Sheng considered this girl as one of his best friends, which was why he was discussing these personal issues in her presence. Hua Jieyu is my girlfriend, Yi Futian explained to Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian was surprised, then asked doubtfully, really? Why don't you believe me? Yi Futian was upset about Yi Qingxuan's reaction. I am such a talented and handsome boy. So why can't my girlfriend be the most gorgeous girl in this academy? Yi Qingxian was speechless. After a short silence, she asked Yu Sheng. Has he always been such a narcissist? Yeah, Yu Sheng answered. Damn. Yi Futian heard they were talking about him. Come on, brothers before H***yes. Why would you give me up for a girl? The other two were speechless again. I do not care if it's a test or not. I'll remember this guy, Mu Yunxian. Thinking of Yunxuan's words, Yi Futian smiled. The smile indicated something, and Yu Sheng knew that some serious revenge on that name was on its way. After they went back to the garden, Yi Xiang was already waiting for them. He looked at Yi Futian and told him, come see me. Yi Futian did not know what happened. He nodded and followed Yi Xiang into the room. You caused some trouble at Luo Palace, didn't you? Yi Xiang asked. That was even before I came here. In fact, I met Qingxian right after I came back from Luo Palace, Yi Futian explained. And I was not there to make trouble. You were going to ask Lord Luo to cure your professor? Yi Xiang asked. Yi Futian nodded. That was really unwise. Do you have any idea what you did? Yi Xiang sounded cold. You should feel lucky that you are someone insignificant so that people in that place did not kill you since they had to save their reputation. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. Do you know the relationship between the art saint Lord Luo and the school of Emperor Star? Yi Futian was shocked and confused. He said, I only knew the art saint also used to attend the school of Emperor Star after meeting you, Mr. Yi. No wonder you are the disciple of Hua Fenglu. You just share the exact same self-righteousness. Yi Xiang seemed angry. Do you know why your professor's natal spirit was destroyed and why he was banished? I only know that Mr. Hua was defeated by the art saint and was evicted from Donghai City by the art saint and the Nandu family, Yi Futian said. What if he beat the art saint? Would it have been any better? No. His tragedy was destined since the moment he decided to pursue the princess of Nandu family, Yi Xiang told him. Both the school of Emperor Star and the Nandu family tactically planned the political marriage between the art saint and the daughter of the Nandu family. All the powerful people in these clans would benefit from this marriage. Your professor just cut in and ruined everything for them. What was he thinking? That a pretty face was everything? The director stared at Yi Futian as he spoke. Yi Futian felt somewhat awkward. He believed that no matter how badly the director did not like his professor, it was not Futian's fault that he was handsome. He even knocked up that girl and they had a child. He was lucky to get out of this city alive. Yi Futian believed Yi Xiang was still lingering on this. He did not understand why the hatred was so serious. Was it because of Ms. Tang? Is there anything else between the art saint and the school of Emperor Star? Yi Futian kept asking. There is something that people rarely know, and I know only some details about it. The art saint might have some relation to Prime Minister Hua, Yi Xiang answered. He is one of the 2 prime ministers in the nation of Nandu in charge of military force. Now, he is definitely the most powerful person in this nation. He had graduated from the school of Emperor Star, and is now considered a strong backer of this school now. So, the parties that would benefit from this political marriage were the Nandu family and Prime Minister Hua? Yi Futian gradually understood. I'm afraid Hua Fenglu did not know the seriousness involved in this marriage, nor did he have any idea the school of Emperor Star had a role in this play. So, do you understand now that your professor brought this upon himself? Yi Xiang kept saying, as for you, you went to the Luo Palace alone. You know what? Almost all the people there wanted to kill you at that time. Yi Futian's mind was running fast, and he started to think about many things. Soon he asked, then why is Hua Jieyu cultivating in the school of Emperor Star? Because Prime Minister Hua is so powerful now, I guess the Nanda family is trying to rebuild their relationship with the school of Emperor Star, so they sent Hua Jieyu to this school. As for why she agreed to come, I believe, besides the Nanda family's intentions, the other reason would be your grandmaster. She is now cultivating with your grandmaster. He is a respected old man, however. Yi Xiang sighed. My grandmaster? Yi Futian was surprised. She is a true beauty, and I guess she's your girlfriend, am I right? You sly boy. Yi Xiang saw through him. Yi Futian did not know how he could guess so accurately. You are doing the exact same thing your professor did in the past. So just to be kind, mind your manners with others, especially when you are outside the academy. I don't want you to be the next Hua Fenglu, and do not jeopardize the future of my disciple. Yi Xiang left after he finished. Yi Futian finally realized that he told him all that just to protect Yu Shang. He turned around, then looked at Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian. Somehow he suddenly felt sad. However, Yi Xiang's eyebrows knitted, as if he was really preoccupied. The visit from the school of Emperor Star and the school of Treasury Star made him feel like something unusual was going to happen. Since Prime Minister Hua gained power, the school of Emperor Star was becoming more and more greedy over the controlling position of Donghai Academy. The peace of this academy would be broken soon. Several days later, students in the school of Emperor Star were spreading the word that Hua Jieyu became Mu Yunxuan's girlfriend. The news was a serious sensation. As the #1 beauty of this academy, Hua Jieyu naturally attracted the attention of many boys there. They could not believe that she was someone else's girlfriend. Even though it was Mu Yunxian, the genius of the school of Emperor Star, the boys still felt hurt. Yi Futian also heard the word, and became even more confused. What was Mu Yunxian trying to do? And why was the school of Emperor Star trying so hard to circulate this rumor? Even though he did not take the news seriously, as time went by, the rumor spread further, and he started to feel so upset that even Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian could clearly feel it. Hua Jieyu also heard. When Xu Yiyan went back that day, she told Hua Jieyu exactly how Mu Yunxian tried to agitate Yi Futian. To avoid any possible controversy about her relationship with Yi Futian, she did not say a word to stop the rumor. She was worried that after the Nanda family found out they were together, Yi Futian would be in trouble. However, as the rumors became worse, she finally decided to do something. She went to find Mu Yunxian, but this boy had disappeared from campus. She tried to leave the school of Emperor Star to find Yi Futian and explain, but she found herself being stalked when she was not in the room. She felt as if someone was plotting against her. In her dorm, Hua Jieyu was standing in front of the window, overlooking the entire campus. She asked Yuyan, will he misunderstand me? If he really knows you, he will not, Shu Yuyan said. Rumors can kill, especially when so many people are spreading them. It almost sounds like the truth. Even if he believes me, as far as I know, his personality will make him seriously depressed. Plus, I cannot go to him and explain. Hua Jieyu sighed. I truly don't want him to get hurt. The school of Emperor Star is obviously spreading the rumor intentionally. I think they are already suspicious about your relationship, so we cannot explain anything now. Otherwise, you would admit that something is going on between you two, Shu Yuyan told her. That is why I'm conflicted, Hua Jieyu mumbled. Shu Yuyan stood next to her silently. She could clearly feel Hua Jieyu's agony. Meanwhile, in another place, two men were talking. They were the old man from the school of Emperor Star that Yi Futian met in the banquet, and Nandu Ku. Nandu family promised that Hua Jieyu would not be used for any political marriage. However, with the rumors going on, I'm afraid what Xia Fan said should be true, the old man told Nandu Ku. We have not confirmed anything yet. That boy is the disciple of the Qin devil, so it is natural that he and Hua Jieyu have a good relationship, Nanduku said. Details tell more than words. I think this princess of your family is going to replay history, especially since the boy in this story is the disciple of the Qin devil. How ironic, the old man jeered. I will inform my family to take care of this. Besides, Jieyu is still young. Even if there is really something going on between those two, they will forget about it shortly, Nanduku said. Then tell your family to mind their own business, and do not let history repeat itself. Yi Futian is now cultivating with Yi Xiang. Even though only few people know the truth of that fight, Yi Xiang might be one of them. He knows so many secrets about the school of Emperor Star. It would be intolerable if the geniuses from Donghai Academy actually go against our school in the future. You better take care of it. He left right after he finished talking, looking obviously pissed off. Nanduku, however, felt nervous. What was happening now truly resembled the past so much. Previously, Nandu family had noticed that something was going on, but had been hesitant to take action. They finally made a huge mistake which they could never compensate for. Chapter 65. Recently, Yi Futian had been in a consistently bad mood. He cultivated his martial arts skills like crazy, and was now able to withstand the matrix in the training room for longer periods of time, thus breaking past the 4-starred glory plane in martial arts. However, he had yet to break through for sorcery. To cultivate spiritual energy, a sorcerer needs a tranquil mind. However, his mind was anything but tranquil at that time. Recently, Yi Futian had been in a consistently bad mood. He cultivated his martial arts skills like crazy, and was now able to withstand the matrix in the training room for longer periods of time, thus breaking past the 4-starred glory plane in martial arts. However, he had yet to break through for sorcery. To cultivate spiritual energy, a sorcerer needs a tranquil mind. However, his mind was anything but tranquil at that time. Rumors were still flooding Donghai Academy as usual. On this day, a group of people mounted on different creatures stepped into the academy. This caused a large ruckus on campus. The leader of the group was actually a young woman, dressed in a long red dress, the color of fire. She stood on a majestic creature, the same color as her dress. She was a blooming beauty, unparalleled by anybody else. Just standing there, she looked elegant, her eyes bright and piercing. I heard Donghai Academy is the best place for cultivation in all of the EC prefecture. There should be a lot of students here on the same level as me, so I came to check it out, said the young woman. Her tone was menacing as she looked around at the students of Donghai Academy. After that, her group continued to travel deeper into the academy. More and more people gathered and wondered who these people might be. How come the authorities of the academy hadn't come out to stop them? In a flash, the young woman hopped off the creature she was riding on. As she stood in the crowd, she asked in a cold demeanor, "Is there no one at Donghai Academy?" "What level are you at?" asked a student. 5-starred glory plane, replied the young woman. "I'll oblige," said a young man about 17. He looked at the young woman and introduced himself, Li Yan, 5-starred glory plane sorcerer. "Please enlighten me." As he finished speaking, a large force of metal spiritual chi was released. A bright big golden bird took shape and came for the girl like a flash of lightning. Around the girl, fire spiritual chi gathered crazily. It also formed a big bird, but this was a mystical phoenix. It carried an outrageous burst of flame and collided with the big golden bird, causing the golden bird to disappear into the flames. The phoenix did not stop there. The look on Lian's face changed as he stepped back. He saw the phoenix head straight for him. He shut his eyes tight and felt the heat of the flames radiate onto his body. But then the phoenix stopped. It stood right in front of Lian, and the fire spiritual chi which had formed the phoenix disappeared. "Too weak," said the young woman. "Is this what the best of the East Sea Prefecture has got?" The students of Donghai Academy felt humiliated. Another person stepped up, but the results were about the same. One attack from her and her opponent was defeated. Students continued to step forward, but it always ended in the same way. Mu Yunqing, 5-starred glory plane, mandate sorcerer. Mu Yunqing of the School of the Flirting Star stepped out. He released his natal spirit, a golden eagle. He leveled up planes a short while ago and was now more powerful. Observing the young woman's beautiful face and her outstanding gifts, Mu Yunqing could not help but fantasize. The wind enveloped him, and Mu Yunqing turned into a creature. With extreme speed, he charged at the young woman. When his sorcery kicked in, a bright golden light was emitted from his body and dissolved the wild flames. He chuckled to himself with newfound confidence. However, the young woman moved her body and also became enveloped in a gust of wind. Her movements were elegant but also extremely fast, faster than Mu Yunqing. In a split second, the distance between the two drew closer. Bystanders could only see a fire-red blur flash by. A loud noise sounded and Mu Yunqing flew through the air and landed on the floor. The young woman's feet met the ground once again. The already astounding young woman seemed so carefree. She had a pair of fire-red wings on her back. Even her fists were the color of fire. After touching ground, the tinge of red disappeared. "What a weak mandate sorcerer," said the young woman. Mu Yunqing looked pale as he crawled up off the ground. He realized the young woman did not even bother to spare him a glance. His heart cooled. After Yi Futian entered Donghai Academy, this was already his third consecutive loss. When word spread that there was a battle going on, more and more people arrived to watch. While wondering about her identity, people were also shocked at her power. Students of the 7 schools were also participating in the battle now, but they were all cultivators of the 5-starred glory plane. They did not want to bully the beautiful girl as they were cultivators of higher levels, but slowly they realized that people on the same level as the young woman were all losing. It seemed like no one was able to even bring out her full potential. That was until a very well-known young man from the School of the Ruinous Star made his move. This time the young woman took it seriously. A shield of flames surrounded her, and a flame phoenix appeared. It was her life spirit. At this moment, the young woman seemed even more impressive. Mandate sorcerer with a flame phoenix spirit. A wind and fire bi-elemental cultivator in both martial arts and sorcery. She's so beautiful. Someone couldn't help but stare in awe. The only girl that would be able to compete with her was Hua Jieyu of the School of the Emperor Star. Hua Jieyu was also extremely gifted, but she was introverted and kept a low profile. She might not be willing to fight. Plus, there were a lot of rumors revolving around her. She seemed to be in love. The young cultivator of the Ruinous Star School was also defeated. After that, more people took up the young woman's challenge, but none of them were victorious. Regardless of natural talent, sorcery or battle tactics, she was very strong. A flame phoenix spirit. I wonder who is stronger, the flame phoenix spirit or Yi Futian's rock spirit, someone whispered in the crowd. The phoenix and the rock were both mystical birds. The former was wind and fire bi-elemental. The latter was wing and metal bi-elemental. Something sparked in the young woman's eyes. She found the person whispering in the crowd and asked, "There's someone at Donghai Academy who possesses a rock spirit?" That person was shocked. The young woman's ears were so sharp that she had overheard them whisper. "Yeah, a genius from the School of the Finance Star Yi Futian. How are his abilities?" The young woman continued questioning. "A while ago, he was in the 3-starred glory plane. I don't know about now, but his combat abilities are very strong." He can even defeat a 5-starred glory plane cultivator, the person explained. Since Yi Futian was able to battle with Zhou Mu, he had to be very capable. He level is too low, but I want to see the rock spirit. Go get him from the school of the finance star. She ordered her people. The people behind her nodded and immediately set off to do her bidding. This scene surprised a lot of people. She was so bossy and arrogant. She was just going to send her people to the finance star school and grab Yi Futian? What they did not know was that they really managed to find Yi Futian at the school. And what's more, the person who found him was Headmaster Yi Xiang. Someone wants to challenge me? Yi Futian was in a foul mood to begin with. After a sigh he said, not interested. Yi Xiang glared at him. Even if you're not interested, you must go. Do you really think that I would come to you personally if any ordinary person challenged you? Yi Futian froze, then asked, who challenged me? Go see for yourself, said Yi Xiang. With no way out, Yi Futian answered, fine. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Qingxian followed Yi Xiang as he walked to the place where the young woman was waiting. When they arrived, the area was already packed with people. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Qingxian pushed through the crowd and were finally able to see the young woman in red. She was currently fighting someone. The flame phoenix behind her was very eye-catching. Very quickly, she defeated her opponent, Yi Futian. When the people noticed Yi Futian, they began whispering amongst themselves. The young woman turned her attention to him. Your life spirit is a rock? She asked him. Yi Futian looked at her strangely and simply said, a woman. The young woman frowned and asked, what do you mean by that? I don't want to hit a woman, Yi Futian said and turned to leave. What happened last time with the sword-wielding young lady had traumatized him. Hold it, she yelled. Did I say you could leave? Yi Futian stood frozen in place. This young woman seemed very arrogant, and it was Yi Xiang who told him to come. What was this young woman's identity? He turned to speak with her again. Anything is fair game in combat. You have such a pretty face, I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt you. Let's not fight. The crowd was dripping in cold sweat by now. Yi Futian would always be Yi Futian, arrogant. Nonsense. The young woman laughed. Hurt me? Can you even manage? Yi Futian was speechless. Did all females talk like this? He could not take it anymore. Yu Shang! Shouted Yi Futian. After a short while, he realized that no one was answering to him. When he turned around, he saw Yu Shang chatting with Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian had no words. Best friends, he muttered under his breath. He could only count on himself now. He walked forward and saw the young woman smiling at him in a cold demeanor. Release your life spirit, or else you won't get a chance to later on, she said arrogantly. Yi Futian let out a sigh and released the bright rock spirit. She also released her flame phoenix spirit. The bright light emitted from both of the life spirits was blinding. Would Yi Futian be able to win against this insanely gifted young woman? Boom! A force of fire sorcery gathered and formed a fire phoenix, charging at Yi Futian. A golden light surrounded Yi Futian. An endless amount of metal spiritual qi gathered on his wings. His wings joined together and created a shield in front of Yi Futian's body, allowing the fire phoenix to attack as it pleased. Whoosh! His wings opened abruptly, and the wild flames dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Yi Futian was gone, leaving a flash of lightning behind. The young woman could see a blurred figure rushing towards her. The flame phoenix and the golden rock kept getting closer to one another. Both Yi Futian and the young woman were lifted into the sky and brought closer together. The young woman threw a fiery punch accompanied by what sounded like the cry of a phoenix. Yi Futian also reached out his palm, accompanied by a dragon's roar. In the next moment, the people watched as the two of them battled in the sky. Cries and roars filled the skies, the fire and metal spiritual qi flowed wildly. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises sounded. Then the people saw the young woman fall from the sky and land harshly on the ground. Her guards ran to her side. A lean and handsome middle-aged man also descended from the sky. After this person's appearance, many of the authoritative figures of Donghai Academy stepped forward. Even Yi Xiang was there. All of them bowed to this man. Greetings, Minister Zhua. All of them greeted the man. The students of Donghai Academy looked confused. Minister Zhua? At this moment, the young woman got up from the ground with a hand on her chest. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. All they saw was the young woman looking up at the sky where Yi Futian was floating and screamed, "You shameless jerk!" "I!" Yi Futian was completely speechless. How did things turn out like this again? Chapter 66. Yi Futian was hurt. Last time he beat a girl, he was insulted for not being a man. Now he was being a shameless jerk? Why couldn't they just challenge normally? Yi Futian was hurt. Last time he beat a girl, he was insulted for not being a man. Now he was being a shameless jerk? Why couldn't they just challenge normally? Beside Yushang, Yi Qingxian thought of what happened last time and snorted. Glancing at where the girl's hand was and then looking at Yi Futian, she said, "You've crossed the line. I said anything is fair in combat and didn't want to fight, but you insisted," Yi Futian explained logically. The girl glared at him. Obviously, it was useless to talk about logic with women. "Professor, I want him," the girl said to the scholarly middle-aged man. Huh. Yi Futian was confused. He looked at the girl strangely and said, "I have a girlfriend." The girl was confused as well. Then understanding what Yi Futian meant, her expression changed drastically. "You are so shameless." Minister Zhua, referred to as professor by the girl, cleared his throat. "You used the wrong words." The girl froze. Thinking back to how she said, "I want him," she realized it really was easy to misunderstand, but she didn't care. She whined, "Professor, you know what I mean." Stubborn. Minister Zhua gave her a look, then turned back to Yi Futian. "What's your name?" "Minister, I am Yi Futian," he bowed and said. "Minister, your disciple challenged me." "I know." Minister Zhua nodded. "Very good, your spells and strength are both extremely strong. You didn't even use battle techniques. She isn't at your level." "How can you say that?" The girl looked at her professor, wounded. "It's the truth," Minister Zhua said. "He's in a lower plane than you. Now you know there are many talented people out there. This is just one school in East Sea Prefecture. Don't be so arrogant in the future." At this time, Xia Fan walked out of the crowd to Minister Zhua's side. He looked at Yi Futian coldly and murmured something into the minister's ears. Minister Zhua was taken aback and glanced at Yi Futian in shock. Yi Futian was suspicious. Xia Fan's eyes were cold and he was probably plotting against him. "Yi Futian, come here," Minister Zhua said. The boy nodded and walked over. "I came this time about Qingzhou City's relics," Minister Zhua said to him. "I heard from Xia Fan that someone in Donghai Academy had come out of it alive, so I wanted to take a look. I didn't expect to run into you. Are you willing to come with me?" "Don't worry, I will do everything to protect your safety." Yi Futian's eyes flashed. It was about Emperor Yi Qing's relics again. Qingzhou City was subordinate to the East Sea Prefecture. Since the appearance of Emperor Yi Qing's relics was such big news, the East Sea Prefecture obviously had to report to the Nandu nation. It was natural for them to send someone over too. However, if Xia Fan did this voluntarily, he probably wanted to kill Yi Futian. After all, he knew what Mount Tianyao had. But Xia Fan's plan would most likely fail. How would the snow ape treat him in Mount Tianyao? "Minister, a demon lord protects Emperor Yi Qing's statue on Mount Tianyao. It is really powerful. Even if you are skilled, it would still be dangerous." "It's pure luck that I survived," Yi Futian warned. "I understand, but the emperor commanded this. I have to go take a look." Minister Zhua nodded. "I've already sent someone to scope out the path. When he returns, we will leave. I will have you stay with me." Yi Futian pretended to be uncomfortable. Then he very unwillingly nodded. "If there's any danger, please remember to retreat." "Don't worry." Minister Zhua patted Yi Futian's shoulder. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. He didn't expect to return to Qingzhou City so soon. He could only go ask the snow ape if she would come out or not. "What are you talking about?" the girl came up and asked. "I was convincing him to accept your request." "He accepted now," Minister Zhua said. The girl smirked and looked at Yi Futian proudly. "Good, you know your place. You're mine now." Yi Futian was upset. Looking at her, he said, "You're pretty, but I really do have a girlfriend, and she's prettier than you." Jerk. The girl was pissed. The minister said, "Okay, princess, we should go." Then he said to the people of Donghai Academy, "Thank you for your time. You're welcome, Minister. Won't you stay a few more days? The big chiefs tried to keep him longer. No, I'm living in the Xia house. Minister Zhua shook his head. He was the minister of Nandu Nation and the East Sea Prefecture was under him. He naturally lived at the Xia house. I will come get you when we leave, he said to Yi Futian. Then he led the people away. While leaving, the girl glared at Yi Futian. The boy shrugged helplessly. Was she trying to scare him? Well, the tides would turn at Mount Tianyao. After Minister Zhua left, many people of Donghai Academy glanced at Yi Futian. This guy was such a pervert. Multiple disciples had failed against the girl, but he squashed her so quickly and was praised by the minister. The big chief stared at Yi Futian deeply. Would he be favored by Minister Zhua? The crowd scattered gradually. Yi Qingxian walked over and smiled at him. You're doomed. People will remember you now. It's hard to have such good looks, Yi Futian sighed. Qingxian glared at him and said, You clearly hit somewhere you shouldn't have. You crossed the line. It's a battle. How would I know? Yi Futian said innocently. Who knows if you did that on purpose or not? Yi Qingxian teased with a smile. You know too much, Yu Sheng said from the side. Yi Futian stared at them and sighed. Yu Sheng, you've changed. Learned from you, Yu Sheng said. Yi Futian could only heave a sigh. Let's go, Yi Xiang called. Yi Futian ran up and said, Headmaster, I remember you mentioned before that Minister Hua and Minister Zhua are rivals. Is it this Minister Zhua? Yes, Yi Xiang nodded. Now you know why I couldn't reject him. Aren't you unethical to sell me out like this? Yi Futian was frustrated. What if something happens to me? You aren't my disciple. You have nothing to do with me. Yi Xiang glanced at Yi Futian. Yi Futian blinked, speechless. You said that you have a girlfriend. Is it Hua Jieyu? Yi Xiang asked. How did you know? Yi Futian looked at him. You think you're the only smart one? The school of Emperor Star aren't idiots either. Mu Yunxian and Hua Jieyu's rumors were to test you too. They probably guessed your relationship already, Yi Xiang said. So what? Yi Futian said nonchalantly. He had been annoyed these days and he was thinking about when to announce this news. The rumors pissed him off. You seem easy and free. Where do you get the confidence? Yi Xiang asked. I have you, Yi Futian looked up and said. Yi Xiang glanced at him. He could not refute it. Minister Zhua has power and His Majesty trusts him greatly. If you can become acquainted with him, the Nandu family might consider you. Yi Futian was frustrated. Emperor Yi Qing and his godfather both said that he would become an emperor, but now he needed Nandu to consider him? What a tragedy. I'll take you to the school of the Emperor Star as compensation, Yi Xiang suddenly said. Yi Futian was shocked. He quickly smiled. You're the best. Get out. Yi Xiang rolled his eyes. I'm taking you to see the senior of the school, your grandmaster, not your girlfriend. I know. Yi Futian's expression was understanding. Yi Xiang did not want to talk to him anymore. The next day, Yi Xiang took Yi Futian to meet a senior of the school of the Emperor Star. Yi Xiang was the headmaster of the school of the Finance Star. He was equal status to the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, so he could not be stopped. Yi Xiang and Yi Futian entered and walked toward a pavilion. Inside the school, Hua Jieyu heard from Shu Yan about what happened yesterday. She looked wronged and said, He really agreed that jerk. He probably agreed because of Minister Zhua. He couldn't reject him, Shu Yan said softly. Is she pretty? Hua Jieyu asked. Yes. Shu Yan nodded. But not as pretty as you. That guy likes pretty girls. He must have done it on purpose. Hearing that the girl was pretty, Hua Jieyu felt even worse. She said quietly, There are so many rumors about me, but I didn't go see him. Did he get angry and fall for someone else? Stop thinking nonsense. Shu Yan looked at Hua Jieyu and sighed inwardly. Even goddesses could panic like this. She was in too deep. You don't know him. If he promised to leave with that girl, she definitely likes him. He's so lustful that he won't be able to resist her charms. Hua Jieyu was worried. Is he that charismatic? Shu Yan was speechless, but Hua Jieyu nodded seriously. Is Elder Qin here? A voice traveled over. Hua Jieyu and Shu Yan looked up and saw two figures standing outside the yard. The speaker was Yi Xiang. Hua Jieyu's eyes landed on the handsome youth behind Yixiang. Her eyes focused there and saw the boy blink at her. "Greeting, Headmaster Yi. Grandmaster is here," Hua Jieyu said. Shu Yiyan also bowed. She smiled at Hua Jieyu and left. "I am here to see Elder Qin," Yixiang said. Hua Jieyu nodded and led the way. Yi Futian followed. "Stop pretending. Go say what you want to say and then come find me," Yixiang said. He then walked away. Yi Futian looked at his back, realizing the man was pretty loving. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu with a smile. He saw that her eyes were slightly red. Jieyu dragged Yi Futian into a room. Closing the door, Hua Jieyu studied him. "You went to the Luo Palace?" "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. "Don't believe the rumors. I have nothing to do with Mu Yunxian," Hua Jieyu said, feeling wronged. "I know." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Hua Jieyu stepped forward. She extended her slim arms and lightly hugged Yi Futian. She raised her head. Yi Futian looked at the shocking beauty before him. Those eyes were filled with emotions. He could faintly see a teardrop in the glittering eyes. She was so beautiful he lost his breath. "Kiss me," a dreamy voice said, almost melting Yi Futian's heart. Chapter 67. Yi Futian looked down at Hua Jieyu's delicate features, especially her luscious red lips. His heart was beating like crazy. To reciprocate her gesture, he reached out his arms around her waist. Then, he lowered his lips until they met hers. They were both a little awkward at this. Some time later they separated. Yi Futian looked down at Hua Jieyu's delicate features, especially her luscious red lips. His heart was beating like crazy. To reciprocate her gesture, he reached out his arms around her waist. Then, he lowered his lips until they met hers. They were both a little awkward at this. Some time later they separated. Hua Jieyu bit her lip. Her crystal-clear eyes were enchanting. "I'm yours now, so you have to take responsibility for me," Hua Jieyu said to Yi Futian as she gazed into his eyes. Yi Futian blinked. "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to refuse?" She glared at him. Yi Futian's heart skipped a beat looking at her angry face. He said, "Since you're mine, then let's have another go at it." After he finished his words, he pulled Hua Jieyu close and they were immersed in each other once again. Hua Jieyu's eyes closed, her face redder than before, but she felt warm in her heart. This time as well they took a while to separate from each other. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian with a bit of resentment. Suddenly she asked, "Can you not go?" "Not go?" Yi Futian was confused. "That girl from yesterday," said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian froze for a moment, then chuckled as he looked at his girlfriend. She was jealous. "Minister's was orders. I can't reject," he said. "Then you have to promise not to fall for her, even if she tries to seduce you," Hua Jieyu told him. Yi Futian was speechless. He never knew women could be so jealous. But it warmed his heart. "She looks nowhere as good as my fox. Why would I fall for her?" he asked. Hua Jieyu felt proud, but continued to say, "Even if she did look better than me, you can't fall for her." "All right, I only like you," Yi Futian nodded. Only then did Hua Jieyu let out a satisfied smile. Her smile was so bright and beautiful. Yi Futian fell for her all over again. After being seduced today, he has lost all his willpower against her. "I know you're always thinking of father, but can't you save revenge for after you become stronger and more powerful?" "I don't want to see you in danger," she said. "I'm fine now, aren't I?" Yi Futian knew she was talking about what happened at the Luo Palace. "I think they know about our relationship." Hua Jieyu sounded very down. She was worried that they would try to harm Yi Futian. They were going to find out sooner or later, but how dare they create all those false rumors? "I just want to tell the whole world that you're mine," said Yi Futian. "Gloater." Hua Jieyu stared charmingly at Yi Futian. "Will you marry me in the future?" "Of course. I already said, you belong to me," answered Yi Futian. "Then I'll wait for you." Hua Jieyu smiled gently and said, "Promise that you'll never give up no matter how hard it gets." "I promise." He nodded. "Why don't we do what master and mistress did? Let's jump the gun and do what can't be undone." Hua Jieyu's face paled then reddened. She stared at Yi Futian timidly and laughed lightly. You wish. With you acting like this, it's hard to resist. Yi Futian sighed. The two of them were still in a tight embrace. Hua Jieyu blinked a couple of times then let go. You got lucky today. Headmaster Yixiang is still waiting for you. Let's go meet the Grandmaster. Okay. Yi Futian looked at the captivating young woman in front of his eyes and thought to himself, there's tons of time in the future. The couple stepped out of the room and were walking shoulder to shoulder when Hua Jieyu warned him again. Don't forget. No flirting with other girls. I got it, replied Yi Futian. How worried was she? And also be careful for your safety. If something happens to you, I'm marrying someone else. You have to think about this carefully, she said. How can you do this to me? Yi Futian was speechless. He never thought she would threaten him like this. Why can't I? Hua Jieyu looked smug. She then said, this way you'll know to cherish yourself. I got it. Before we do the deed that can't be undone, I won't let myself die, said Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu reached for his waist and pinched down hard. The two of them reached a courtyard. In the courtyard, Yixiang was chatting with an elderly man. The elder had a full head of white hair, which made him look very old, but while he chatted with Yixiang, one could tell from his smile and his eyes that he was kind. Yi Futian approached the elder and bowed. Greetings, Grandmaster. The elderly man looked up at Yi Futian and said in a friendly tone, Hua Jieyu has told me about you. Here, come sit. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and sat down next to the elderly man. Hua Jieyu told me that she didn't manage to learn any of her father's guqin skills because they were all passed down to you. Is that true? The elder asked Yi Futian. Yes. Master has taught me many musical spells, said Yi Futian. Come and play a random song for me, said the elder. Next to him was a guqin. Yi Futian walked over to sit down behind the guqin, and the aura around him changed as soon as he laid his fingers on the instrument. The peaceful sounds of the guqin flooded the courtyard. It was quiet and peaceful, seemingly able to calm one's heart. There were no other sounds in the courtyard aside from the guqin. The mood that it set up enabled all worries to be tossed to the back of one's mind. Yi Futian finished the piece and the courtyard remained quiet. The elder gave Yi Futian a smile as he reminisced about the past. The way he looked at Yi Futian was even friendlier than before. Hua Jieyu told me that it hasn't even been a full year since you learned to play the guqin from Hua Fenglu. You are even more gifted than he was. However, Yixiang says that your life spirit is a golden rock, but at the Luo Palace you used musical sorcery. Could it be that the spirit element is hidden within this life spirit? Yi Futian looked at Yixiang and Hua Jieyu. Yixiang seemed to understand what Yi Futian's gaze meant, and said, Elder Qin sacrificed a lot for your master in the past. He spent all his time exploring the way of the guqin, and is a true master of the guqin. He gave everything he had to teach your master, but in the end, Yixiang did not continue, but Yi Futian understood. Grandmaster is not like the other people in the school of the Emperor Star, said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian nodded lightly. Looking into the elder's kind eyes, a bright light radiated from Yi Futian's body, and a guqin appeared in the air behind him, then slowly disappeared. Twin spirits, said Yixiang. He shuddered. When he heard that Yi Futian had crashed the celebration at the Luo Palace and fought with musical sorcery, he knew immediately that Yi Futian had an extraordinary gift. He seemed to be good at everything, regardless it be spirit elemental or martial arts and sorcery, but seeing the twin spirits, he still could not help but feel shocked. Good, very good. Hua Fenglu picked a good disciple. The elder's voice deepened and he said, I can't believe that at my old age, just before I die, I am able to pass down the torch. Yixiang, I would like to keep Yi Futian here with me for a few days. You wouldn't mind, right? Not at all, answered Yixiang. He turned to Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. I'm afraid if I leave alone, the people of the school of the Emperor Star will take notice. They're already suspicious of your relationship. This will only strengthen their suspicions. If you guessed it, then they probably have as well. They're not stupid. They even spread false rumors to test us. They're going to find out anyway, so just let it be. Yi Futian looked to Hua Jieyu and told her, one day, I'll make sure all of Donghai Academy knows. If you're willing to take the risk, then I don't have anything to say. Elder Qin, I am just disturbing you guys, said Yixiang. Yi Futian watched as he left and said, Headmaster Yi knew that I specialized in musical sorcery and purposely brought me here to you, Grandmaster. Yi Xiang is honest and loyal. Unlike the school of the Emperor Star. They've changed. The elder shook his head and said to Hua Jieyu, Child, go bring me all my music score books. Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded and left for a little while. When she returned, she had an armful of score books. Give them all to Yi Futian, so he can familiarize himself with them, said the elder. Hua Jieyu nodded again and handed the books over to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked really serious when he took over the books. He knew what this meant. Hua Fengliu's powers had been rid of. Grandmaster was now handing down everything he was supposed to hand down to Hua Fengliu to him instead. You stay here and learn from Grandmaster. I'm leaving first, said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian lightly nodded and began to look through the score books. Hua Jieyu returned to her own dorm, and not long after, the people of the Emperor Star School came for her. An elder asked her, Headmaster Yi Xiang left alone. Did Yi Futian stay here with you? Grandmaster wanted him to stay and learn to play the guqin. If you guys need anything, go ask Grandmaster, said Hua Jieyu coldly. The people from the school shared a look and headed to Elder Qin's residence. Hua Jieyu watched as they left, her expression peaceful as ever. Now that the secret was out, she felt so calm. It was about time to get this thing straightened out. Walking to the edge of the residence, a gust of wind enveloped her, carrying her down from the Emperor Star School. At Donghai Academy, there were tons of students walking around the campus. Right at this moment, someone looked up at the sky and shouted, Hua Jieyu. Gradually, more people began to look up. They saw Hua Jieyu being carried through the sky by a force of spiritual qi, like a goddess strolling in the air. So beautiful. Not even the girl with ministers can compare to her. Hua Jieyu really is Donghai Academy's #1 beauty, said one of the students. Many hearts skipped a beat as they looked at the goddess in the sky. They could only watch her from afar because she was already dating someone. Even goddesses have people they like. Mu Yunxian. That name made many people envious and even jealous. Hua Jieyu stopped and descended from the skies. When she saw that she had the attention of a good amount of people, she began to speak. Recently, there have been some rumors about me being spread around Donghai Academy. Everyone looked at her. There seemed to be something different about Hua Jieyu. They are untrue, she said calmly. This stirred up some feelings instantly. For a while now, the rumors about Hua Jieyu dating Mu Yunxian spread to every corner of the academy. Now Hua Jieyu had actually spoken up. The rumors were false. Hua Jieyu came all the way down from the school of the Emperor Star just to set things straight. Saying all she had to say, she turned to leave. So does this mean you don't have anyone you like? Someone gathered the courage to yell out at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu slowed down. In her mind, a certain young man appeared, which brought a smile to her face. I do have someone I like. Hua Jieyu's smile had many people in a daze. But at the same time, their hopes and dreams were destroyed once again. Hua Jieyu already had someone she liked. It's just that it was the rumored Mu Yunxian. Who is he? Is he better than Mu Yunxian? Someone asked. Hua Jieyu thought of the spectacular young man again and smiled even brighter. Mu Yunxian is not worthy to be compared to him. After that, she was up in the skies again, dancing through the clouds like a goddess. Everyone was shocked, frozen in place. Along with hearing Hua Jieyu's words, they were able to hear the sound of their hearts break.